I got tiny time in my chat. There we go. What's up, big country? Thanks, man. Hell of a year, huh? Abdul, how you doing tonight, man? Derek, good evening. I feel like my arm's broken. Julie, big size. What's wrong? Smith, what's going on, buddy? Hey, Stephanie, good evening. Why big size, Julie? What's the matter? Emerald Jeff, what's up, brother? Good evening. By the way, guys, if I haven't answered your I did try to go back. I got 3 videos done today on comments. So if I haven't gotten to you yet, it's still coming around. Nate, good evening. Richard, thank you very much, man. Happy Easter to you too. J Beebs, good evening. I sound like Darth Vader breathing into them. Been running around like crazy. Saludos. Dufresne, good evening. How you guys doing tonight? Hey, Pantheon. Oh, Pantheon, let me send you MC. How you doing tonight? Pantheon, let me send you the link, bro. Oh my god, I'm sweating. All right. Hang on, guys. Let me just send this link to Mr. Pantheon. Oh, Ben Shapiro's emailing me. Okay. Hang on, guys. Don't worry. I'm going to come back and make sure I say hey to everyone. Let's make sure this goes out correctly. Okay. It's en route. Let's see. What am I missing here? Pantheon, MC, KJWBR, good evening. Harry Parrott, how you doing, yo? You didn't get the memo? Today's Black Mass. Hottie Fox, good evening. Who you, brother? Oh, Doge, what's up, man? Christian Princess, good evening. Liz, I'm not late. I'm on time. Abdul, glad you're back, man. Hey, Chad, good evening, man. I sent you back a message today, Chad. I don't know if you got it or not. Let's see. I'm trying, man. I'm doing my best. Trying to sort through this info is like, especially with the war, is crazy. So many people are lying. Yeah, Chad, need to know what's up. I want to talk to you about your channel. Mike, good evening. This car just removed a room full. You know, it's funny, behind the camera right now on the floor, I was vacuuming the room a couple minutes ago, and there's a million toothpicks down there. That's all Susan's fault and Stacy and all them. Oh, there's Stacy right now. Hey, Stacia. Bucks fan, good evening, brother. How you doing tonight? What up, Hayden? Mike, how you doing, man? I'm enjoying my weekend. I am. Yeah, man. I needed to take some personal time and get my shit together. Old Doge says, how old am I? I am under 50 and over 40, Old Doge. KL, how you doing tonight, man? The money. Finish hodlers, good evening, good morning. What time is it where you are? That's right, Abdul. Yeah, it's our responsibility. Yep. Gotta sort through the BS. Tally, good evening. Sub, how you doing tonight? Sub has the boss is in the chat. Pantheon forgot to hit the like button. Julie says looking good. Julie, touche. Happy long weekend. Andrew, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Where's the Boston hat? Chad says. So this is vented, this hat. So it's warm in my room right now. I'm in between two floors. So the air just gets stuck here. And right now I have the window wide open. So it's giving me a little cool down. 2-7, what's up, buddy? Floyd, good evening. Mike, never trust Ken Griffin. I agree. Never trust Ken Griffin. Yeah, so this is like my cheap air conditioner. I do have an AC, but it's a little too early to be putting an AC on in New England. Jungle Rubler says, yes, he is. I don't know if anyone's been able to decipher what he's talking about yet, but he's got some BS going on. Mike Millspaw, good evening, buddy. How you doing tonight? And Christian Princess says, cool hat. Thank you, girl. Thanks. Appreciate it. Chris says, so if I wanted to buy 100 shares of Twitter, then Elon will either dump on me or take them from me. Here's the thing with Elon. If he decides, if they're going to force his hand on this, he's going to make them look stupid. I'm very interested to see what happens next 24 hours. I've been looking over this poison pill. Apparently, the first time it happened was in 1983 with some, I believe, an oil company called Superior. But it was actually pulled off the table at the last minute. But they were thinking there was going to be a hostile takeover, and they were going to implement this. But Twitter went right ahead and did it. Letty Garcia, good evening. Tony De Niro, good evening, my friend. How you doing, buddy? Thank you very much. Yeah, 1 year of insanity. I got no holes in my head, so I guess I'm good right now. The goat is here. So I have I tell you right now, I'm very interested in Twitter right now for many reasons, not just the free speech. Obviously, that's my biggest thing, but also what is going to happen to the stock after he either dumps or he buys the whole company, because it's going one of two ways. It just depends. What is he going to do? And he's so unpredictable. It's really hard to try to base any type of, options or anything like that just off of his actions, because he's so unpredictable. Let's see. Smith says, don't forget Apeshire, stay away lies on the whispering wind. Yeah, happy Easter to everyone that celebrates Easter. Make sure I put that in. James, thanks very much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Guys, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna wipe my face real quick. I'm like sweating to death. Give me 1 second. Oh my God, I must have no hat on again. Okay, my bad. I'm back. Let's go Elon is right. Let's go Elon. Someone offered 60 a share. So do you guys understand what the deal is with his the fiduciary duty of the board? And why that? And also, I haven't been able to confirm that the SEC or DOJ has opened up an investigation yet. I didn't see anything about that. I just saw Casperino's report, but I haven't seen anything from the federal government. Okay. Harry Parrott says, I'm getting back to the shares right now. Waiting to see if Elon keeps 1 share of Twitter, sues the bejesus out of them, shorts eats Twitter alive. Elon buys back under 30 and comes out like a king. Yeah, that sounds good to me. I just want him to win. Liz Clayman's whistle, good evening. I do want him to take all of it. I do. Yep. I mean, you guys, a lot of you guys who are my subs know I barely go on Twitter. If I post my videos, that's lucky. Um, I can't stand Twitter because of all the censorship. So Elon taking over would, in my eyes, be a good thing for free speech. I did a video a couple months back about Robert Reich's movie Inequality for All, his documentary. And then I read what he wrote in The Guardian yesterday, and people get stupider with age, it seems. He was a lot more he knew what was going on back when he was in his 40s. In his 80s, he's losing it, I think. Trying to say the tech giants shouldn't own any multimedia platforms or free speech platforms. Like, okay, but Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post, which is the biggest paper in the country. You know, we're taking medical advice from Bill Gates, who's not a doctor. It's just, but people are afraid of Elon owning Twitter. Makes no sense. Diaz, good evening, buddy. How you doing tonight? I seen Diaz in here. How you doing tonight, man? Tell Dog, good evening. Let's see. Stockwise says, what does this whole Elon thing do for us as AMC shareholders? Gets on so much, or am I wrong? No, it's not going to do anything for AMC shareholders. It's important for the continuation of free speech. Like a perfect example, the other night, Google shut down my video, did not allow advertising on it because I wasn't agreeing with the topic that they want me to cover, which is that Ukraine is the victim of war crimes. And there's been no proof of that yet. But if you say that Russia isn't doing war crimes and it could be Ukrainians, they demonetize you. And that's not free speech. So we're not living in democracy right now if I can't come on here and tell you guys the truth, or at least attempt to. Okay, sorry, I'm catching up in the chat now. I seen Javi was in here. Javi, what's up, brother? AB, I saw you. Hey, Ben, how you doing tonight? Yeah, I missed everybody. I had to get back on here and go live tonight. You got Tenny Time says I got a notification. Got a notification literally right before this notification. Oh, that you saw that I tweeted good luck to Trey? Yeah, I said don't hold your breath. He wants to buy the last 70 shares for that the board owns. Can you believe that? The whole effing board only owns 77 shares between them? What a disgrace. What a shit company. If Elon didn't have anything to do with it, I wouldn't even be talking about it right now. Shoot. Okay, I'm trying to catch up here. Richard, good evening. Daipan, good evening. Patel. Chris, good evening. Floyd says I'm more concerned about, yeah, bro, right? Yeah, that concerns me as well. I got a lot of concerns. As you can tell from the last couple weeks. And look, I apologize to you guys for kind of going off script with AMC, but there wasn't a whole lot going on the past 10 to 12 days. I had some personal issues I had to take care of. I got a chance to pick up some work. I needed money. And there were other things happening around the world while, AMC was ping-ponging that I thought were important. So I didn't mean to go off script. I haven't touched any of my AMC shares. I haven't sold any. I'm not worried about the squeeze. I got no issues. I'm just relaxing right now. I just don't have a ton of money to keep buying right now. I got to pay other bills. I mean, we're on month 14 right now of holding the stock. So, Alan, good evening. Let's see. What is Alan saying? And the stock whiz, good evening. I hope he does buy Twitter. I think if he does get it, both Tesla and Twitter will rocket. And if they do, the poison pill, Twitter will tank. Really, it would be the best thing for Twitter. I mean, I liked the idea as well of him dropping down the price and then coming back and saying, well, my offer is no longer 54. I'll give you $40 a share. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Stacia, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you so much. I missed you too. I think I messaged you back today, Stacia. I saw one of your comments from one of the last videos. But thank you so much. Hold on. Someone just said they're 39 weeks pregnant in here. Who in Kelly KK? By the way, I'm 39 weeks pregnant now. Oh my god, I thought I was gonna say, do you remember me? I've been holding AMC longer than I've been growing a baby. I really thought this was addressed to me, and I'm like 39 weeks. I know. I know. I know. Yeah, congratulations, by the way. Congratulations. That just scared the shit out of me, but congratulations. You really just scared the shit out of me. I'm like 30. Where was I 40 weeks ago? Hey, Mr. Heedy, good evening. Oh, man. That would be terrible. I would hate to have Kelly come in and say, just so you know, 74 is probably more than what AMC board owns after this historical dilution that, in my calculations, prevented over 5 gamma squeezes. Just saying. Yep. I don't know what right now technically the board owns, but it could be. You might be right. No, not money advice. All right, let me catch up here. No, Boston is not a dad. Boston has no children. I peed. What's up, baby? Good evening. How you doing, man? That's why. Yes, indeed, Redwood. You have never in your life seen a man try and do math and geography like this. Seriously, I seriously was just looking at a map in the back of my head, and then picturing 40. Okay, so we have 52 weeks minus 40. Where is that going to put me from last year? Diaz says, okay, I think all the eyes are done. No, Max is not going to be a daddy. See, this is going to get spread all over the internet now. All right, now it's time for me to bring a guest in, because now I'm being harassed clearly by the group. I'm bringing Pantheon in. Hello.
Good evening, my friend.
Hey, buddy. Oh, let me take you off. Let me put you on my headphones. Hang on. Oh, shoot. Hang on, guys. Or else we're going to get feedback. Hang on. I got to fix the sound. Give me 1 second. Shoot. Okay, now let's get you in my headphones. Okay, can you try that one more time, Pantheon?
Absolutely. How are you tonight?
Good, man. How are you doing? Good.
Well, I thought you were going to answer the question by saying no kids that I know of.
No, no kids, definitely 100%. No, no, no. I have no children. No children. No children. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing fantastic. And since I've got a microphone and all these fine and beautiful people in the comments, I'm going to just speak on behalf of them to say, we are so happy that you're back. And it is great to see you on here doing a live stream, my friend. Thank you. And
Thanks,
happy
man.
anniversary.
Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate that. Thanks. I really appreciate that. But honestly, I want to get back on here because I missed everybody. Like, I missed the chats. And I would wake up in the middle of the night and see Pantheon Radio on my TV. And it literally all the time. I don't know why, but for some reason, every morning I would wake up, or 2, 3, whatever time it would be that I would wake up randomly, and Pantheon Radio would be on. It was always playing. And I'm assuming because you're on live at that time, right? So YouTube's probably trying to push your video towards me because I watch most of them, right? So I'm assuming.
Well, I'm like that friend that you never knew you wanted. I'm just always around.
That bad penny always turns up. But by the way, congratulations to you, man. You're doing awesome holding down that time slot. I mean, you're rocking it every night. Tonight's gonna be the first time you haven't done it in how long? A while, right?
Well, it was interesting. I took off a 4-day stretch. And I'm not going to get into it tonight why. This isn't why we're here. We're here to celebrate 1 year of the Massalorians Kick Butt channel. But I took off a 4-day stretch starting the same day you took off your stretch. And so people were asking me, have you guys coordinated this break? What's going on? Are you taking a stand against something? I'm like, no, I honestly, it was completely coincidental. So I've taken off a few days here and there. I'm glad I took tonight off and that I had a chance to be here with you and all these beautiful people in the comments.
Yeah, seriously. And I appreciate everyone for coming to the stream tonight and Pantheon especially, obviously. Um, so did you so you took a couple days off. Did you have any idea that we were all gonna drop videos about Fed coins in the last 48 hours? Or people seem to think that was coordinated by me, you and Tony. I'm like, it totally wasn't.
No, no, it wasn't. And what's interesting is I put out a video on the 1987 stock market collapse. As I'm talking on a live stream, 30 minutes into my live stream, Boss Blunt's he's discussing it on his live stream. Like, these things are not coordinated. It's new news, and quite frankly, we had to do it because of FUD that was being spread. Right?
Yeah,
Not that we're going
yes.
to get into that, but
No.
we had to address that. So it's been addressed,
Mhm.
and I got up to speed on this whole Elon thing. So I'm really interested to get into that with you whenever it's time
Yeah.
to jump in that.
Tell me, well, let me just make sure I think I've gotten highs to everybody. I think I've gotten everybody in here that's come in since the opening. So I'm caught up. Badonk, you might be the last one that I haven't said hey to. And Hayden Johansson. KL, Mr. Heedy, I said hi. Yes. All right. I think I got everybody. Jeff Rocha. I think I got you, Jeff. All right. So tell me, what were you looking at? Did you look into the poison pill, like what that's all about?
Yeah, I looked into the whole offer, the responsibility of the board of directors, and the whole poison pill and what that'll entail. So I feel like I'm ready to say enough to be dangerous. And by the
Okay.
way, I've missed this chemistry. I got to say that this is a hug moment. This is a hug it out moment.
It's a hug it out moment, right?
It
Giant
is.
hugs.
I'm glad to see you.
Yeah, no, me
So
too, man.
yeah, I mean, we've got this $54.20, and if anyone didn't catch that, 540 or 542 offer or 420 offer, sorry.
Yes.
It's still a 20% increase over the current share price. So there's still momentum play, potentially an arbitrage play there for anybody who's
Yep.
thinking that it's going to go forward. But this whole poison pill thing is fascinating because, like you said, there's an example of it in the past where these guys threw it out, and then there was a lawsuit on that. And
Mhm.
what's the reality is this board of directors has a fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders, as you said, to come up with the best valuation for the price. Now, we
Right.
know we know that this thing isn't about money per se. We know it's about freedom of speech. But put that aside for a second. The board of directors' job is not to evaluate what Elon would do with the company. It's not their job to evaluate whether it's good for the Twitter company, taking it private and fixing the bots and all that trash in Twitter. The reality is this stock price today is the same price it was back in 2013.
I know.
So if you want to look at what the charts have done for the overall market since 2013, this thing, everything's just skyrocketed up. And yet this is at the same price that it was back then. We've got a complete inept management group at Twitter that has a difficult opportunity here to suggest why they could do better than Elon when they've proven that they have no ability to do that to date. So you've got a 20.2% increase over the current share price right now, and that's the offer on the table. And the board of directors offer, by the way, they've got what's called D&O insurance, directors and officers insurance. That
Okay.
does not cover them if they get sued over this poison pill garbage.
Oh, really? So that would
It
come out of
does
their pockets.
it does not cover them. The officers and directors would be personally liable if they were to get sued over this. So their responsibility, it's called a fiduciary responsibility, is to say we have an offer on the table of a 20% increase in current price. Is there a better offer out there? And if they can't come up with a better offer, they cannot say we're just not going to allow this.
Right.
That's basically how it works, right? And so
Yeah.
when Elon gets to a 15% share ownership, which is currently around just over 9%, then this poison pill would be enacted. And there was somebody else asking earlier about poison pills. So what that really comes down to is it's a reference term that they use as a defense strategy to stop a potential hostile takeover. So once Elon gets to 15%, existing shareholders would have the ability to purchase additional shares and dilute the company of Twitter at a discounted price so that it becomes almost economically impossible for Elon to get to that ownership stake to take over the entire thing. Now, to do that because you just don't want freedom of speech is not in fiduciary responsibility, right? The board has to get the best possible price, and if they should go shop it, and if they can get a better price and Elon wants to beat it, so be it. So I didn't want to ramble too long here. That's what I wanted to start out with here, and I hope that's helping.
Yep. No, that's exactly what I want to talk about. So a little bit about the pill, the whole poison pill thing, and the fiduciary responsibility. So the way I understood it was, and correct me if I'm wrong, please. The way I understood it was if Elon would now, so he has at this point where we're at right now. Let's say we're at Monday morning. Let's try to think ahead, and we're Elon, and we have two choices right now, right? We're either going to, well, I guess he has many options right now, right? Let's think about. I want to game plan this because I'm curious to know. I would like to try to make some money off this if possible, because we know that one of two things is going to possibly happen. He's either going to dump his position and send the stock careening back down again, or he possibly will continue to try to buy and fight this. And then I guess it's just a matter of time, right?
That's right.
Okay.
And like the board of directors on this company, it's interesting. Like the board of directors role should be one that's earned, either whether by being a large shareholder or having an expertise in the business. And really what's happened in the world is that these director positions, director of the board, get given to people as a status beacon. Or when you invest a bunch of money by buying bonds, like what happened with Lee Willinger in AMC, him buying bonds, he ended up with a board seat out of it. He's since gotten paid out. He's no longer dealing with bonds. He still has a board seat getting 5,900 shares a year on AMC. So these board seats now basically become a status beacon. You got people on 4 or 5 director board positions. You can't possibly manage that many boards in
No.
one time. It just makes no sense. So, the responsibility of the directors and officers of the company is now they've got an offer on the table at a current, as of right now, 20.2% increase over the share price. And if they said no to Elon and implemented this poison pill, and he dumps his shares, they're going to probably have the exact reverse, right back to where they were, back to the 30s. How do you explain at that point, avoiding a lawsuit, that you did not do what was in the best interest of all shareholders, not just the big ones, but the little ones too?
Yes. When you were being offered $54.20 a share,
That's
and
right.
now you're
Now,
at 30.
Now they're going to argue, well, we weren't that long ago at $70 a share, so we've got a reason to get back.
Right.
Okay, what was going on when they were at $70 a share? Everything was getting that pop, right?
Yep.
Everything was getting up there. So there's absolutely no way you can look at that and say, well, this board's going to get you back to $70 a share. Go back to, like I said, 2013. This is the same share price basically it was at back then. You've had
Mhm.
zero growth. You could have shorted the company in that
I
time
know. I know. I
and
know.
actually probably done better,
You would have been better off shorting it. Yeah, I know.
By the way, we got to give a hello to Julie Barwick.
I was just about to say that. I was waiting for you to take a breath. I was waiting for you to take a breath. Julie, good evening. How are you, dear? Make sure she was taken care of there. Um, let's see. Dr. McLovin saying what's up to Pantheon. So Pantheon, let me ask you, if you were Elon and you were in the position you're in right now, what would you do? Let's say you really wanted Twitter. Like
Right.
deep down, you want to make this acquisition. You want to change the face of free speech and on the biggest platform, biggest town hall in the world. Would you feel like they don't want you there and therefore you're gonna back off, or would you be going after it?
Well, if I was Elon, I don't think he would have made this offer if he wasn't serious. So
No.
for him, he, by the way, he's already said he's got a plan B in case they push forward this poison pill, and I have no idea what that plan B would be. That man's, a million times smarter than I'll ever consider being. But if he really wants it at this point, what I would do is I would push back on on Twitter, because that would make it hilarious, and on other social media platforms to say, this board, as we mentioned, has a fiduciary responsibility. They are not
Yep.
giving you the best value for your shares. You won't care what happens after this deal goes through because it'll be a private company and you will no longer own it. But do you
Right.
want money, or do you want to own a company that's going to go back to $20, $30 a share with an
Yep.
inept management board who is only worried about their own job? The CEO of the company now is and the board of directors are going to lose their jobs if this goes through.
They
And
have to.
they own a minuscule amount of this stock. So it's
Yeah.
in their best interest to try and stop this, because Elon's already come out and said, you're all finished,
Yep.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty clearly. Yeah. Yeah. I wish we could have anticipated him buying it. We should have known, right? When he was talking about the edit button and all that, we should have known he was going in. Should have known. I mean, there's a
There's
clear
still
indication.
potentially a 20% arbitrage play, but you're risking that he
Yeah.
dumps his shares and then it goes back to 30, right?
That's the problem. Yep. That's the
Um,
problem. Yep.
And the reason it's all happening is over free speech, but that's got nothing to do with the transaction that he's started, right?
Correct.
You got to
Correct.
separate that from the business side.
You do. Yep. Hmm.
But from the reality side, we know why he's doing it, and they're scared to death of it. So is Disney or some other company going to step up and make a freaking offer on this to try and keep it out of their hands, right? Like, do you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
The
Yeah. I'm
censorship.
just wondering who else is in position. I mean, I don't think Chapek or any of them. Well, Chapek's just the CEO, right? But I don't know who's got a quarter of their wealth to throw around on Twitter and not know what they're doing. Now Elon can bring in a team to replace that board in probably 10 seconds, right? On Twitter. Uh,
Absolutely.
but a lot of other guys probably out there can't pull off that kind of takeover. And just have everything up and running again within, a couple days. I mean, I'm sure there are people out there, but who's really interested? I mean, who's a lot of people, even if they say they want free speech, they won't come out and fight for it because they're afraid that they're going to look bad. So the fact that he's actually doing it, not only is he talking about it, but he's making a move. He's making a move for the company. So it's like he's on a whole nother level right now. So
Yep.
I feel like he's very determined to see this string through to the end, whether he burns it to the ground or he takes it to the next level. Right?
Well, he's already got the support of the shareholders and the support of the people, right?
Yes.
And if nothing else, he's exposed one more time how that side of the equation, I'm not talking politics, but that side of the equation is really definitely concerned about the censorship, about
Yeah.
shutting people up. And hasn't he also said he's gonna publicly release the algorithm so people can find out
Yes.
exactly why they've been banned?
What's getting buried? Why is it getting buried? What's
Wow.
being propped to the top? Yeah, that was a big thing. They were concerned about the algorithms. And this is something Robert Reich said the other day. I mean, he's lost it. He said something to the effect of, well, he's going to have the algorithms and, they use that so they can squash out information and put what they want to the forefront. And it's like, look what you're saying. Look at the words. Everyone's putting free speech in air quotes. And it's like, why is free speech in air quotes? It's the most basic amendment and freedom that we have. Why is it being treated as this delicate thing that it really isn't? I mean, it's pretty across the board. We've had it since the inception of the country, Real quick, Pantheon, before we jump on and continue on this, I do want to answer Rob here. He says, yo, Mass, I just want to talk about John Wick and other YouTubers like him. I think these guys are just frustrated and feeling the pain, and hedge funds are making us feel this is the grind. And Rob, I'll ask Pantheon too what he thinks about that. But absolutely, listen, this is a grind. This is nonstop 24/7. And everyone at some point needs a break. And a lot of times, if you don't take that break, you can find yourself getting frustrated just from all the stress and not getting enough sleep. There's a lot of things that can come into play here, right? So as far as John goes, I can't tell him what to do, what to say. He's a grown man. He has his own channel. I think everyone's a little frustrated, and everyone has a right to their opinion, and he's got a channel, so he's allowed to go on there and say what he wants. I can't stop him, and honestly, I don't agree or disagree with anything that he's saying. I just think that I know where I'm at right now, and I'm okay. They want to play games. That's fine right now. I've got my position put to the side. I've got my finances worked out for the next couple months. And so I'm good to go. I can sit back and just ride this thing out. There's other people who aren't in my situation that desperately, not that I don't desperately need the money because I do, but it's not going to make or break me. By the way, speaking of which, did you hear anything about Jackson Hunter losing his apartment?
No.
Chat, does anyone know anything about that? I know Jackson Hunter was putting some messages up. I'm so far behind the chat. I'm gonna catch up, guys. I promise. You didn't hear about Jackson Hunter. Tell me
No.
what you think. Did you want to comment on John Wick's videos?
I'll comment
Sure.
one comment on John and then one comment on YouTubers as a larger piece. So the only thing I'm going to say about John Wick Sniping is he still owns his 1,000 shares, as he said, and he's still
Mhm.
a shareholder, and that's all that matters.
That's great point. I left that
The,
out, but thank you.
and then to a comment on all YouTubers, positivity is so much stronger than negativity. And, if people want to, and I'm not talking about John McSniping, if anybody wants to promote a different stock in a positive way, go ahead and do it. It's your channel. You can do and say whatever you want. Okay. But when people make an effort to say negative things about something, it doesn't really need to be said per se. People can say whatever they want. But when you're at the point where you're thinking negative thoughts on something, it's
Yep.
probably better just to not make that YouTube video and just stay quiet for a day and give up that $4 of AdSense revenue for the day, right? Take a
Mhm.
break. I took 4 days off. I took 4 days off. There was a reason I did it, and I'm glad I did it. I came back strong. And people don't need to hear your every single thought. They don't need to hear a video from you every single day. And if you're not feeling it, take a sick day.
Yeah.
That's it.
If you got nothing to add, especially if you got nothing to add, don't filibuster. If you, I mean, granted, negative and positivity, I guess everyone looks at that objectively, but definitely just take a step back and take a breather. I mean, there is no pressure on anyone to go out and produce material every day. It's not like we're missing out on a bunch of money when we're not producing videos. If they get monetized in the first place, like I don't know, did you know Pantheon that they wouldn't even make a suggestion for my video about Ukraine to get monetized once they sent out that letter from Google Ads? Like, what a bunch of pieces of shit, huh?
Yeah, they didn't they just delay your monetization for that video? They're still collecting
No,
money,
it's
aren't
never
they?
been. No, it never turned on. It's off right now.
Well, every single episode of Pantheon Radio, I get restricted every single time.
With the
And I have
yellow.
every single time, and I have to hit the review, and within an hour they've reviewed it and put me back on. And I think I figured out it's because I say MOASS and I actually say it. I think they're interpreting that as 2 words. You with me?
Oh, Mo
Right.
ass.
Yeah, well, sorry, I didn't try to get you to say it.
Yeah, no, no, I didn't even think of that, but that's interesting. Okay. Okay.
Because I
All
don't
right.
swear, so I don't know what the heck else it could have been. Anyways, John Wick is still with us. He's still a shareholder. That's all that matters.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not I don't think he was trying to pump up another stock. I mean, I spoke to him on the phone, because we were talking about the video, and, I was like, "What do you wanna do, man?" I'm like, are you still in on this?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, I'm not walking away from anything." He's like, "I had some issues with some subscribers of mine." I guess there was some arguments between him and some of the guys, and he's doing something else right now, right? He's into like the bots and picking them out of the chat.
Well, yeah, I wasn't
That's
suggesting he was pumping another stock. I was saying that to
no, no,
all
no. I know, I
YouTubers.
know.
If they want to talk
Yep.
crypto or something else, right? That's fine, right?
Yeah, no, no. I know. Yeah, no, I know. I know. Bucks fan is not a big fan. Okay. He did bring out the bots. Nick YD says, watch his last video. He did bring out the bots. Yeah, I did. I watched part 3 of his video. I did watch part 3 of it, and he showed, so there was a couple bots in there and stuff. I did see that. Yeah. Like I said, I got no problem with John. We're still very friendly, and we're still talking and working on the video montage. There was some delays with that too because some of the things that happened with John Stewart last couple of weeks, but we're good now.
Could I say one more thing?
Yeah, of course.
When an AMC YouTuber, any AMC YouTuber who's been pushing AMC comes out and has a video that's a little questionable in people's eyes, I would suggest look at that like you're looking at your buddy and his girlfriend just broke up. You don't want to be
Yeah,
the first one in to say, "Oh, that girl was terrible," and then they
yeah,
get back together the next day.
yeah,
And then you're the one who's sitting there looking at going, "Oh, wow, I know how you feel." So maybe give
yeah.
these guys, give these ladies and gentlemen, give them a couple of days, give them the benefit of the doubt, think positive, and
For
let's all
sure.
just move forward, right?
For sure. For sure. Jungle Rumbler says he got a 3-day notice. Yeah, that's what I was told. So, I was thinking about that before I came on tonight, um, about Jackson Hunter, and I gotta say, there's 2 different ways I'm looking at this, and I don't know Jackson personally. He seems like a nice enough guy to me. I'm sure he is. A lot of people speak very highly of him. My only thing is and here's my issue, is we are all doing what it takes right now to stay in this and stay alive. This week I had to go break rocks because that's just what I had to do to get money this week, to get some cash in my pocket. So I'm doing what it takes the necessary steps to make sure and ensure I can keep myself in this play and keep myself in my place, to have a place where I can come and record, sleep, eat, all those things, take a shower, just the normal basic functions you need for everyday life. And I think that's got to come first, right? Your health, your shelter, your security, your safety, your need to feed yourself. All those things have got to come before the stock market. I don't care who you are, but that's got to come first. And secondly, you can start worrying about money, right? But the first thing is you got to be somewhere where you can survive, be fed, and take care of your hygiene. So I just find that I see how long we've been in this for now, and I'm like, man, there's planning that needs to be done months ahead of time. Like, it just took me a couple days just to get things in order for the next 60 to 90 days in my life, right? Just to try to push things out so I know I have a clear schedule and I can do some things, right? I can work on the campaign, I can work on the channel. I can still do side work if someone calls and says, "Hey, I got work." I can still go and do it. So I feel like there's some possible bit of irresponsibility. I don't know for a fact. If he really needs some type of help, I would like to help him, but I don't want to be out there asking anyone for anything for anybody else. Um, I just feel like that's imposing on people, and so I just decided I was going to let it go. I'll talk about it, and people can make up their own minds what they want to do, but I wasn't going to try to push anything to like raise funds or anything like that at this point. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Don't really have a whole lot to add to that. I think I don't disagree with anything that you said.
Okay. All right. I just it's nothing against Jackson. I'm sure he's a great guy. It's just something two of my big things. One, I don't want to get in the middle of be a middleman for money. You know what I mean? Like trying to
Yeah.
gather stuff to give to someone else. And I think me and you've had that conversation before. We don't want to be in the middle of anything like that.
No.
Or at least I don't. But I think that was one of the things that kind of turned me off to it because I'm like, I just don't want to go through that. Now, if I want to personally go give him something towards helping him, that's a different story, right? Or if anyone else would like to, that's up to you. But I don't want to come on and start asking people for help for someone else because
Right.
I don't know what the situation is. I don't know if he owes 10 grand from the last, year that people have been allowed to stay in their apartments because they haven't had to pay rent because of the moratorium that's in place. I don't know. So I don't even know if small donations are going to help,
I'm not commenting on it because I know nothing about it.
Yeah, I just know people brought it up to me and said a few things about MC. Thank you, buddy, so much. People mentioned it to me, and I feel terrible for him if that's the case. And a lot of people here in the chat are saying that he has, Hold on, let me see here. Not trying to pick sides or favorites, but if I could hang out with anybody in this movement, it would be Jackson. Yeah, River Driver. I'm not like I said, Jackson seems like a really nice guy. I have nothing against him. I just don't want to be in the middle of anything like that. I don't know what his situation is. He didn't reach out to me to ask for help. So if he did, I would be more than willing to help. But I just don't know enough about it. I just know try to stay in your place, guys, if you can get around it.
If anybody wants to help Jackson Hunter, buy his CDs.
There you go. Right. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Right. You could help him up by buying CDs.
It's a real music career, whether
Right.
he needs help or not, buy his CDs anyway. Support the guy. He's one of our good apes.
Right. And he can get something back from that, and you get something out of it as well,
Hell yeah.
Yep. Yep. Nick YD says, good God. Goddamn, taxes are being withdrawn the 18th. Shake my head. Should have requested an extension. LOL. Well, can't you put a stop on it? No, actually, once it goes through you can't put a stop on it, I don't think, right? I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah, maybe it's different in the US. I don't know.
It
I have
might
a
be.
return this year, so I'm just I'm waiting for my attendees.
Steph says I've been living in an RV and I'm over it. Yeah, Steph. So I don't know if I told you, Pantheon, but I possibly have to move in the next couple months. There's a good probability I have to move. So it's another thing I was dealing with the last 2 weeks, 10 days. Excuse me. Hayden says, break rocks. Is that code for collecting debt? Are you an enforcer? No. I was literally breaking rocks with a pickaxe.
I was envisioning you on a chain gang. That's what I was thinking.
Pretty much, yeah. You could call it a chain gang. We weren't whistling Dixie, but we would definitely could have been mistaken for one. We weren't chained up, but other than that, we looked pretty raw. No, I was actually taking down some old walls, old stone walls from the 1700s, like late 1700s.
Oh wow.
So old walls that weren't even they were just put together, by the shapes. There is no cement or concrete or anything like that in between them. It's just all like that. But it's been there so long, stuff has creeped in between, and we had to break it all apart and bust it up. So
Is this like a foundation wall in a basement, or
yes, yes,
okay,
yes, from an old house from the late 1700s. Yeah,
beautiful. Yeah,
yeah,
I
it
was
was
gonna say if
crazy.
you were on a chain gang, I was gonna ask you how Al was doing.
Yeah, no, he wasn't on my crew. He's on the he's on the short bus. Liz, thank you, darling, very much. We don't know the circumstances. Might not have been about money. Yes, Mike, exactly, exactly. I don't know the circumstances. I just got a heads up and alert about it very recently. I didn't even know what was going on, honestly. I mean, I've been dealing with my own personal issues, so but thank you, Liz. Appreciate you so much. Mr. Heedy says, I'm in an apartment. I'm in an apartment and I'm over that too. Yeah, right. Seriously. Diaz says he is good, Mass. Okay, so he's good. So good. Good. I would never want to see anybody up on the streets. Apes vs. Wall Street. Good evening, buddy. How are you? I sent you a message today. I hope you got it. Long time no see. Peace, man. And we'll get together soon. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna try to snap back into a regular schedule starting this week. I don't think I'm gonna be going back to that job next week. Unfortunately, I think I was just a temp thing. So I don't know. Hopefully. Let's see. But yeah, Apes, we'll be talking. Don't worry, my brother. Mass is 1000% correct. As community investors, we all have our own troubles, but no one should be asking for help. If it's that bad, sell your position. Yeah, and I hate to see someone sell their position, especially Jackson Hunter. He's one of the first guys I ever watched a video on. So, like, he's one of the OGs out there. I mean, he's like a really solid guy in this community. So I'd hate to see him have to sell his position now because, we got a shitty administration in the White House.
Yeah, he's one of those first gen YouTubers that's still pumping out quality stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, first generation, like he's before me. He's before people that I followed after, he's way back there. I mean, I remember watching him in early February of last year. He's just real OG. MC says, does he have a website to buy? Someone in the chat, can someone answer that for us? Oh, Kelly KX. I've been saying Kelly KK. It's Kelly KX, not Kelly KK.
To buy his CDs. If you go to
Idiot.
any one of his videos, or you go to his YouTube channel, I believe there's a link there for how you can get hooked up with his music.
Oh, and it's pay what you want style? Oh, that's what I'm going to do then. I'll just go buy a couple of CDs from him and help him. I didn't realize that was the case. Okay, that's nice and easy. Adrian says, MC says, does he have a website to buy CDs? So I think MC Pantheon saying, or someone saying down in his descriptions, used to be the soap, but I swear I'm clean now. Adrian says, it's great. Damn, Jackson Hunter. Yikes, I hope not. So King of Kings, apparently he got his 3-day notice, his second one. So I believe he has 3 days. But Liz Clayman's whistle can probably weigh on that. She knows. Come to the North Shore, my guy. Nick YD, if we do a Doctor Strange movie thing up in Boston Common, would you come to actually we can't go to Boston Common. I think that's Lowe's. So we have to go to AMC. But would you want to would you guys be interested in going to see a Marvel movie, do it in a meetup in Boston? Come to Georgia, says Tendy time. To break rocks, just Tendy? I'm good. I could do it up here. Right down the street. We got plenty of rocks to break. All right. Let's see. Mr. Heedy says, I said, too bad looking for a brand new apartment, be expensive. In Tahiti? I'm moving. I'm on my way. Where is it? Yeah, I'm actually going to look at a couple more places. I went to a few last weekend. I'm going to a few more this Sunday coming up. But I had a friend who just got a divorce and looks like he's going to be leaving his place. So I'm going to try to give him a hand, help him out, finding a place up around my way. So he's not too far away from his son. So AMC Panda says, any hidden wall loot? No, not any. I don't have any hidden wall loot. Pantheon might, not me though.
No mysterious, magical, satanic objects or anything. That's good.
No,
That's good.
nothing, nothing.
You don't want
No,
to bring that
nothing.
home.
No, nothing. I was gonna put I was gonna on April Fool's Day put up a thing for a satanic night on a Saturday night live stream, but I ended up taking it down and saying that probably doesn't look too good. Let's see. Oh, Chris Callis is in the house. Good evening, Chris. Lionel's here. Good evening, Lionel. The country of Florida, you won't regret it. I know. Everybody's trying to get me to move down south. I'm thinking about it. Trust me, I am. Let's see. King of Kings says, yeah, a lot of these AMC YouTube Ubers, I like that. Yeah, a lot of these Ubers, I like that, are producing trash because AMC is beat to death. Yeah, I mean, it's taking a whipping, right? So a lot of, I mean, for Lou to go out and make a video saying that AMC's not done and don't be negative about the play tells you everything you need to know about this. He's totally done a 180. He was telling us a month ago, this is done. AMC's done. And today, AMC's not done. Why are you guys worried about it? What's everyone talking about? It's hilarious. But yeah, a lot of us are, but a lot of us also are finding other things to talk about. I mean, Pantheon, you're doing what? Are you doing 4 solid hours per episode, pretty much? Close to it, right?
It varies. It's been as low as 3 hours, as high as 7 hours on one occasion. The last bunch of nights were 3 hours. So, I do an opening gambit, and it usually takes 30 to 45 minutes for my opening topic that I go into. And then it takes me the next 2 hours just to catch up in the chat, right? So
Yeah.
4 hours, that's about usually what I hit.
Yes, yes. And Lionel, yes, he does. Inflation keeps rising. Let's see. Same here. Jackson was the first influence I have in this, says River Diver 666. Yeah, it was Train Jackson Hunter who hit me off to AMC. It definitely was. I gotta say that. That's the honest to God truth. I remember it like it was yesterday. I remember sitting down. I put on YouTube, and the first thing that came up was a Jackson Hunter video, and he was talking about the price action from $5 to $6. I'll never forget it. And the next day, I watched his next video. It made another move, and that's when I said, "All right, I'm buying in. I'm getting it now before we start making too many moves." It was like right around $7. So whenever that was in February. Electric Boogie says, "Great hearing you guys talk about Jax. Yeah, we just want to make sure he's all right. That's all, man. I think any of us would be like that if it was someone else. Like if Pantheon was in trouble or something happened to him or Tony or anyone else, or I would be trying to find out what's going on." In Jackson's last video, Jeff, good evening. In Jackson's last video, he said it was his second month in a row. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, yeah. But apparently he's doing okay. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on with Doge Warrior, King of Kings. I have no idea. Who's got 3 jobs? When am I coming out with CDs? That's a good question. Unfortunately, I can't sing for shit, Kelly. So I can send you some DVDs, some of the movies I've been in, but I don't have any CDs. Let's see.
I can contribute my opening and closing songs to your CD.
Will you?
I'll contribute them to you. You can keep all the revenue. It's all ad-free, or what is it? Royalty-free. So there you go.
Royalty-free? Royalty-free
Yeah.
music. Yes, yes.
Just make a CD out of YouTube-free music on the royalty-free library, and there, just go ahead and sell that.
Yes, yes.
I
yes.
didn't say that out loud.
No, I know. Jay Porgatti says, Boston in the house. Grew up in Peabody. Jay Porgatti, would you come and see Multiverse of Madness if we did a meetup at an AMC theater, local? And I still haven't heard back. If anyone is local from the area, put in the chat a 1 so I can just see. I'm just curious if it's worth even doing. Like, I would really love to do it and come hang out with everyone and go see a Marvel movie, especially that one, because I'm so excited for it. I don't know why. I haven't seen the first one. Pantheon's told me a lot about the plot and the story, which has me more interested. But I haven't even seen the first one. So, but I'm very excited to see this one. I don't know why.
It's going to be good.
Yeah,
what you should do
Pantheon's
is
saying.
coordinate with Pam, with people in California and you in Boston at the same, if you can, the same time, same movie, and you could do like a collab video that way. That'd be kind of cool.
Left coast, right coast. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we could do a Broadway Hollywood production. Yep, definitely. We'll call it a Broadway Hollywood. We'll do East Coast, West Coast. That sounds good. I'm excited. I'm excited. That would be fun. Actually, I haven't even seen Pam tonight anywhere. Ralph, good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Christian Princess says GA Florida girls are nice. Yeah, I'm a fan of Southern women. I'm a big fan. Big fan. Big fan. Let's see. Lubers. Lubers sounds good. I like that. Lubers. Tendy time saying first we hear a subscriber's pregnant. Now I'm moving. Jeez, get that rumor off of there. Were you on there when that started, Pantheon? When someone Kelly said I'm 39 weeks pregnant, and I didn't read the whole thing.
Yeah, yeah, that was
Holy
funny.
shit! That's when I really started sweating hard. That's when I had to get up and go walk away and wipe myself. I'm like, that's the last thing I need right now. The last. Stacia, today anybody see Tony's April Fool's video? Yes. Was that the one where Lou was right? Yeah, that was hilarious. With the wind blowing. Did you see that, Pantheon?
Yeah, he got over 10,000 views on it
Oh
pretty
my
fast.
God,
Too.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
He
Tony
crushed
killed it.
He crushed it. And then, but then his video on the stable coins, he can't even break 500 views. Makes no sense. Right? 11,000 subscribers, 500 views.
You're speaking my language.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. But those are because real people is watching Tony and you and me, and we'll leave it at that.
That's it. That's right. That's what we believe. That's what we tell ourselves anyways. But I do truly believe that. I do truly believe that. I really truly believe that there's a lot of things now that I know that that's a true thing. I could see a lot of people doing that. Totally. Kelly says, who was everyone's first YouTube person that really helped them take AMC seriously? I'm embarrassed to admit mine rhymes with Schmandrew too funny. Would that be Andrew Mo Money? Ha ha ha. Yeah, Jackson and Trey were my first people to hit me off to it. Pantheon, what about you?
My wife and I were bought into AMC before we started watching anyone on YouTube. And the first one I can recall that sticks in my mind is Trey.
Okay.
Yeah. His energy, his enthusiasm, it was infectious. And I really enjoyed Trey.
It was. The live streams he did were like unbelievable.
And then he got Lamp, the music, and
yes,
then Lamp on, and like more people would come watch Lamp. And then when he was talking, it was pretty cool stuff, man.
He would leave Lamp on for his breaks. Remember, he would like leave Lamp on the camera for breaks,
and he wouldn't lose a single person. It would stay strong the entire time. Lamp on, lamp off.
Unbelievable.
It was good.
Yeah, I know. Mass says, Mass, you'd love living in the United States of Texas if you came down here. Oh, Adrian, I know I would. I had a girlfriend that from Arlington for 5 or 6 years. So I spent a lot of time in that area, Dallas, Fort Worth. I do like that part of the country very much, very much. Let's see. Somebody. Oh no, I thought someone threw a one hitter. Let's see. Mass, I can tell, bro, 100% that you would love the South. I know I would. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Southern women. I love Tennessee, Texas, Georgia, Florida, the Carolinas. I love the Outer Banks, that whole area. Savannah. I just think that part of the country is just beautiful. I'm a big fan. I just it would take a little getting used to, but I lived in San Diego for 4 years, so that was pretty laid back. I would think that would be maybe comparable to the South, but I don't know. I don't know about living there. Never spent extended periods of times there. Before we get into tonight's topic, cue the speeder, says Adrian. Man, I was dying to say that the other day. Oh, Harry Parrott says, waiting for... Yes, me too, buddy. Thursday night, I want to go. I want to go Thursday night to see it. That looks very good. All right, hold on. Do I have Nick and J-Pad in here? All right, so I got 2 guys. All right, so here's what I'm going to do, guys. There's 2 of us, but there's probably like 10 or 12 other guys that I know from around here and one female. That's there's about 13 or 14 that I know are right in a close enough area that if we did a meetup, we could do that. I would even do it for the Northman. I would. I don't know if you guys are interested in that movie, but it looks sick to me. Have you seen the previews for it, Pantheon?
No, I don't think I've caught the previews for that one yet.
Do you know what it's about?
No, I don't.
So it's do you have HBO?
I don't even have a television.
What?
No, everything
really?
I need is I can get online. I don't need a TV. I wait for
Okay.
Pam to tell me what to watch for movies, and then I go watch them.
That's true. That's true. You just check in with Pam. Okay, so you wouldn't have seen the trailer then, probably, unless you went looking for it. It's
Yeah.
the gentleman who is in the show True Blood about the
Yes.
vampires.
Yes.
The blonde haired guy there. That's the king of the vampires. You know who I'm
Okay.
talking about?
Yep.
Scandinavian.
Yep.
He is a Viking, and his uncle kills his father, and he witnesses it as a little boy. He gets taken away as a prisoner, and then he comes back to reclaim the kingdom from his uncle. So he goes to war with his uncle, who killed his father. And it's based loosely off a character from Norse history, not mythology, loosely based. So it's probably got a couple things that are in common, like the locations are probably the same, maybe some of the names,
Okay.
but it looks like an epic war movie, and those are my favorites.
You're talking Alexander Skarsgård?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Okay. Well, he's playing a Viking.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
blonde guy who was Eric, right, in True
I'm.
Blood.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in.
He plays a Viking. Yeah, he's
Because
ripped.
he's gonna look
Ripped.
like a Viking. He'll make me believe he's a Viking. Yeah. No,
He
and
he
I wanna
looks
suspend
sick.
disbelief when I watch a movie, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. He looks like a Viking. He's got long hair. He's completely ripped. Yeah, it looks awesome. It
And
looks
I can
really good.
convince Mrs. Pantheon to go see that now, so that's easy
There
for
you
me.
go.
All right, I'll go watch it.
That's that's always my tough one, right? If when you ask someone out to a movie, it's like, but what movie do you want to see, right? That's always the problem. Let's see. Mr. Ray says TMI was my first intro to this shit show of an investment. Yeah, I remember TMI early on. I'm trying to think, Pantheon, who was for some of the first guys that you watched when you came into the play besides Trey?
I remember the day like, TMI started his channel, and he was about 4 or 5 days into his channel. He had predicted on the point, on the money, 3 or 4 days in a row. I remember this, and I started to pay attention to him. And then he shouted out to Trey, and Trey put him on his live stream, and then subbed to him during his live stream, and TMI took off. That was the day he took off. He like blew up like 2,000 subs or something. It was something to that effect, right? And I
Yeah.
remember then from that moment on, I started watching TMI. I always liked his style.
Yeah, me too.
Back then, I never watched Andrew Mo Money, and I never watched Matt Kors. Those were two guys I just didn't feel spoke to me. It was basically Trey, and eventually TMI came in a little bit after. And who the heck else was there back in the day?
Keenan?
Um, yeah, I never really watched Keenan. He's fine. Nothing wrong with Keenan. There's only so many hours in the day.
Did you
Who
watch
else
Lou
was there?
back in the day?
I discovered Lou for the first time on Stock Twits. People kept
Oh,
posting his face on there, and I'm like, "What is this guy all about?" And then I started watching on Stock Twits what he was saying, and some of the stuff, the early days, were just straight up, no effing around. It was just all the tech stuff that I guess came from Reddit. But, anyways, yeah, I started watching him. Oh, probably a few months in. I didn't watch him at first, and then stopped watching him. Who else is there? Stock Guy was around back in the day. I didn't really care much for Stock Guy, but his Discord was freaking excellent.
Stock
Because of all the,
Swinger? Stock Swinger?
I don't know about Stock Swinger, but there was a guy named Stock Guy, and his Discord had a really great set of mods, and they all ended up abandoning him. They all went and started their own Discord later on, under Kringle Kitten.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Real quick, let me just break in because a couple people asking me about the video montage. And me and John talked last night. So he is I'm waiting for him right now. We are gonna be taping a couple different intros to like just do voiceovers on. And then I still need to reach out to some of the other creators to get their messages, to get sound bites. So we're still working on it. We haven't recorded. Me and John haven't recorded yet. That's what we're waiting on right now. Is me and him to get locked down onto the. We need to sit here virtually and start recording our parts of it, and then piecing everything in. So we probably have, I would say, because of what just happened the last 2 weeks, we probably got another 4 or 5 days before the first draft will be ready. So that's how long I think we're going to be away from getting something I can put out to you guys, and you guys can look at it and give me feedback on. give us feedback on. So Pantheon, get ready for that. I'm going to be hitting you up soon for some kind of message.
Sounds good.
Harry Parrott says, the Norseman is based on one and a mashup of several of the sagas. The Northman is based on Legend of Amleth. That's it, who I was thinking of. Shakespeare's Hamlet. Thank you. Yes, Harry Parrott. See, these guys, I mean, I have the best channel. I really, my chat's unbelievable. Yeah, apes, that's fine. I don't mind if you do that. Can we just wait a little bit until we get a little further on? But yeah, I have no problem with that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you have your stuff all set up? Let me know. Someone says, anyone like Teddy Zane? I don't have any issues with Teddy Zane. I don't let him get to me. I watch his content strictly for entertainment, and whatever he says about investments, I listen to. That's it. Adrian says, had me in tears with the random pop-up. This is my this is my world. Fucking ridiculous.
Okay, now
This is
that
my
was the
fucking
funniest.
world.
I got to jump in. That was the funniest video I've seen. My Mrs. Pantheon could attest. I cried laughing so hard. I had to replay it for her when she came in and said, "What are you laughing at?" That was the funniest thing. I called it genius, is what I called it to the missus.
Oh my god.
Excellent video.
I was trying to figure out, I'm like, all right, where can I place these so people don't get sick of them? But there's just at that moment, like, I need another one right now. Where can I insert these little things? At this point, it's just to give everyone a break from the monotony. It's like, I don't think anyone's taking a lot of this stuff seriously. It's just for fun to keep, you guys entertained and myself entertained while we're losing our minds, half the time. Chad says, I'm sure it'll be great. When it's done, man, I hope it is. I hope you guys are proud of it. Let's see. Lizzie saying Trey was the first. Yeah, a lot of people are seeing Trey. A lot of people are saying Trey. A lot of people. Yes. Phil, for real? Oh, wait. Kelly said, I found this video. It's a guy, Gorilla Investments Core. He did an impression of the first gen people back in the day, classic within our community. Oh, I've never heard of him before. Hey, Clark's in the chat. Clark, good evening tonight. Let me see here something. Clark's asking a question. I missed you, Clark. Why do we think trades is trying to get people to buy option AMC? I think it's a disaster waiting to happen for people who don't know options. Yeah, Clark, I think, I mean, it would be a disaster. I think Trey put out, and Pantheon, I don't know if you know this or not, or someone in the chat can correct me. I believe he put out a video, like a 101 on options trading. Did he not? Kind of recently?
Yeah, he did before this came down. Yes, he had an introductory kind of video to options. But in all defense of Trey, he did three videos in the end, but the first two videos, the first was 35 minutes. The second was just over 30 minutes. At the end of the second one, he said, like, if you don't know how to play options, you shouldn't touch them. If you don't, buying and holding is a fine option for people that I shouldn't use options twice. Buy and hold is a good strategy. If you don't want to play options, don't play options. He did say that. So let's be fair. He's not trying to convince everyone to sell shares and buy options. He's putting forward a thesis with Astro that suggests that maybe there's something to this. And I disagree with it, but it's worthy of us having the conversation.
Sure. Absolutely. Yep. Well, and my thing is, I think you're going to find winners and losers when it comes down to this. It's just a matter of, do you know when to pull the trigger on things? And you got to, there's so many different things you got to think about when you're taking into consideration options, because you can lose your hat real quick. So I just hope people are very careful if they're doing that. And I don't want to elaborate too much on it because I don't want to steer you one way or the other. And of course, Julie says that Clark speaks words of wisdom constantly. I'm assuming that's because they live together that she has to say that. Let's see. The loop pop-ups are great. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. It's really just to help entertain you guys and give you a laugh because, I want to try to keep things light if at all possible, because we got so much stress on us right now. And maybe you guys are in a different position than I am, but the world is getting crazy right now. There's things going on that I've never seen before that I'm not happy about and that scare me. And I'm trying to make sure that I'm going to be able to financially ride out this storm that is coming our way, I believe. I know a lot of people don't think it's that big of a deal, but I have a different take on it. So I just think everyone should act as if. That's all. All right, let's see. Julie Clark saying Julie wants to buy 50 more shares of AMC. Do you think it's going down next week? She already bought 50 of AMC this week, wants to buy 50 more. We'll be at 2,000 shares of AMC. She wants to buy 50 more shares of AMC. Do we think that's going down next week? So Pantheon, I don't know who is if you had to pick someone right now that would be the best person that you could go to for a technical analysis about weekly price action. Who would you say that person is?
I
That's
got
like
too many. I got too many friends that do that. I'm gonna upset like 4 people if I give an answer.
okay, give me 4 recommendations that you would say if I asked you, "Hey, Pantheon, give me 3 guys I could go check out tomorrow that are pretty good with doing TA on a weekly."
See, now here's my problem: is I could give
What
you those names, but for me, I don't believe the technical analysis
is
is going to
important?
accurately predict where the stock is going to be looking
Okay.
days or a week ahead. It hasn't. I'm going to get pushback from people on that. Mediocre trader, I've got nothing but love for you, my friend. But I just don't believe. I believe it's a historic um, review, but I don't believe it'll accurately tell us. How many times have we seen people say, this is the day or it's going to go down, and then it goes the opposite, right? It's highly manipulated. The algorithms are acting not in a rational sense. It's too difficult to do. What I would just say to Clark is never go against Julie, and do
That's the
and
best advice.
and
I
do the
can't top
dishes,
that.
Clark. Do the
Yeah.
dishes, Clark. That's what I would say to Clark.
I'd say let her buy what she wants. I wouldn't get in between her and her shares. That's what I would say. Stephanie says I can't wait. Yeah, when it's done, Stephanie, I hope you guys are happy with it. I really do. I really do. Ape says, "Yep. Okay, cool, man. Yeah, we'll before we hang up tonight, we'll get you on and we'll make sure everything's set up for sure, 100%. So don't go anywhere." Liz says I bought 55 shares at $18 on Thursday. At 18 on Thursday. Yeah, that was I almost bought in there. I had the problem is my money wasn't going to be in until Friday, so I obviously couldn't pick up anything on Monday, but I mean Thursday. But if it's still around 8, depending on what happens with Twitter in the next 24 hours, 18 is a pretty good price to get in at for me at least. Benjamin, good evening tonight. How you doing, buddy? Let's see who else is here. One Speed Go, good evening. Steph S says, Mr. Heedy doing well. Lupe, hey brother. Good to see you too, man. Good to see you too. And thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, man. Missed you. Missed you, Lupe. Missed you. He says, good to see you online with Pantheon. Thanks, man. It's good to be back with Pantheon.
You know what?
Steph,
I'm going to give one TA plug, and
go
it's
ahead.
this gentleman does far more than just TA. Casey Shaw.
Yeah, Casey's good at that, right? Yeah.
I'm going to say not enough people are watching what Casey Shaw brings to the table. He's on 9 hours Monday through Friday every trading day. He goes through TA, he goes through all the important stuff, and he is just super smart. I'd like to say that name.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Casey Shaw. So he's live streaming every day for 9 hours, huh?
He is just recording. He's using this as a mechanism to record all of the history that's happened until we MOAS, because he believes this will be information that helps future generations to not make the same mistakes. His intentions are honorable. He's a true gentleman, and he's smarter than I am. So I listen to people smarter than me.
Yeah, me too. Me too. That's how I managed to look dumb all the time. Let's see. Clark, I heard you picked up a car full of free corn. Glad you're all right. I don't know what that means. Let's see. So Casey Shaw, yeah, I haven't watched him as nearly probably as much as I should, but then again, I've been on this kind of crazy track for the last 2 weeks. Just reporting on other stories. Yeah, so yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about the last couple weeks. Counselor Murray, good evening, my friend. How are you? Long time no talk. Matt Kors put you on. Salute, Mass. Yeah, Counselor Murray, thank you, my friend. Thanks so much. Yeah, Matt Kors put you on. Hey, as long as you're still here, I got no problems with that, right? Who am I to talk about Matt Kors? If he got you to where you are now and you're still chilling with us and you're still rocking with us, I got no issues with that. Let's see. Harry Parrott, good one. Can't believe I didn't say that time. Jeff says, believe it or not, Believe it or not, I never even used YouTube or Reddit or Twitter until February 2021. Yeah, I didn't, Jeff, I didn't have YouTube or Reddit until April of 2021. I'm behind you. Harry Parrott says, staying up with Pantheon and Mass, staying up with Mass and Pantheon is a part-time job. Okay, let's see. Aaron has a question. Pantheon, get ready. Now I have a question for you two. So wouldn't Elon indirectly cause a short squeeze on Twitter stock if he buys 100% of the float? Let me read that again.
Yes.
So wouldn't Elon indirectly? So he's saying indirectly cause a short squeeze, not by him picking up 100% of the float, but
I think he would directly cause it. If he were to
would,
buy all
not
the float,
indirectly. He would
right. If he
directly
were to buy all
cause
the
it.
float, everyone's going to have to recall their shares because he's going to take the company private. Absolutely.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it would be directly. Elon would directly cause a short, because it wouldn't be indirect. That would be a cause and reaction.
You can't
Cause and
remain
effect.
shorted for a company that's being purchased to go private. You're going to have to close all those positions, and
Right.
I'm sure he would wait wait for that to happen before he finished buying them. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Excuse me. Mr. Heedy says, Harry Parrott, I'm so addicted. I love knowledge, and all you guys are here in such awesome space. I don't know what Mr. Heedy is addicted to. Mr. Heedy, where are you anyways? Are you not into Heedy, right? Let's see. TMI King of Kings says was his first. Danny was his first. By the way, I was talking to somebody in the community this morning, and they were talking about TBI, traumatic brain injuries, and they said it. They said the word TB, or the 3 letters TBI, and my brain's so mush with AMC. The first thing that popped into my head was the Mask Investors intro. I started thinking like, if I take the mask off, like that's what started playing in my head. Instead of me putting TBI with traumatic brain injury, I started thinking about the masked investor. Oh boy.
You're handling it. You're wearing it well tonight.
Thanks. Liz Clayman's Whistle says Wrench and Zip Trader. I love watching Wrench, and I like Charlie too. I like both their channels. I think both of them do a great job what they do. I got no issues with either of those guys. I really don't. Let's see. Rainer Teo. Yeah. Yes. Good call, RK858. That guy is amazing. I've directed people over there for the longest time on my channel. I've always said I learned almost everything about charts from Rainer. Yes. Hey, my friends. You ever seen him, Pantheon?
No.
Oh,
never
awesome guy. Awesome guy.
He's been recommended to me a bunch of times.
Yeah, I think he's from the Philippines. He's got great stage presence.
It takes too much time to keep up with Pam. I don't know.
I know. I can't believe she's not in the chat right now.
She's got family coming into town. She's going to be out of commission all next week.
Oh, she does? Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, because I was gonna say I just talked to her a couple days ago. Let's see. Keeping dry powder in case it goes down more. Yeah. I won't go all in on it Monday, but I'm definitely, if we're sticking around 18 or anywhere under that, I'm gonna take advantage of that, I think. Rico, Astro, Adrian, Casey Shaw. Got a lot of agreement here in Casey Shaw. Okay. So, Clark, I would say send Kelly, or send send Kelly. Send Julie over to KC. Give you some or Rico. I guess Rico is very good. I've heard a lot of people give good compliments about Rico.
If you're going to send Julie over to Casey Shaw, then you have to say, hi, Casey Shaw. Where's Pantheon's money? That's what you have to ask.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
This is an inside joke?
It's an inside joke. He'll appreciate it.
Okay. Adrian says Rico's decent on charts. James says CSI, Algo War video explanation is interesting. Is that new, James? I haven't seen that. Algo War video? I haven't seen that. Boss Blunts DD says Diaz. Yep. Yes, oh, great bearded one. Would you like to party with Astro? Hey, Lord X Nemesis. Good evening, buddy. Yes, Bigums, everyone's saying. How you doing tonight, Lord X Nemesis? Would I like to party with Astro? Yeah, sure. Yeah. I got no issue with them. I think he might be a little crazy on a live stream trying to like bring him into a conversation, but I have no problem partying with them. Bigginsman KC, Mr. Heedy says, RK858 says bunny stocks up. JK. Clark says hypothetically, could Elon Musk do the same thing with AMC? Yeah, I'm sure he could, right? I don't know he has any
Could.
interest in doing that.
He could. If he
Yeah, of
wanted
course.
to make an impact on people, he
Yeah,
could announce that he's buying $1 billion worth of AMC stock and then do it, right? I mean,
yeah. And
you
then we
want to
could
see this,
unload the Tesla factory from all of their inventory.
you want to see that stock move. I mean, he could do that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
hold
and
my
we'd be
breath
all
for it.
proud Tesla owners, right? He'd have Tesla owners for life. You
I
know?
would have to imagine quite a few apes would commit to buying Teslas if he did that, but
I want the Cybertruck now without anything, you know? I want a Cybertruck. Have you seen the off-road Cybertruck with the pop-up like apartment in the back?
no, I
Totally
don't think I've looked.
self-contained?
No,
It's
haven't looked at
crazy.
that yet.
It's a pop-up thing that fits in the back of the Cybertruck that has everything from like a shower to a kitchen and it fits all folded down in the bed of the Cybertruck.
The man's a genius.
I'm gonna pull a picture up from it. Can if I pull up a question for you, Pantheon, will you answer it real quick while I go dig this up and find it?
Sure,
Okay,
at
here's a
least I'll
good one.
try.
Yeah, you can try this. Do you think you can talk about this for a sec?
Yeah. If
Okay.
not, I'll just filibuster on
Okay.
Beverly
Give me
Hills
2 seconds.
90210 or something. Let's see. I thought Elon said this is final offer. If you don't take it, he would think real hard of selling all of his shares. He did make that statement. And then he also came out and said there's a plan B. So I don't know what his plan B is. Does the plan B mean a different company, a different social media platform, or is the plan B another way to acquire Twitter? I don't know. So he did say that, but I mean, based on based on changing information, he might flip the script. Like maybe he's seen enough sentiment among shareholders, it's worth pushing even harder, right? So the whole poison pill is not to protect shareholders. It's not to protect getting them the best price as their fiduciary responsibility. It's entirely to protect the board from not losing their jobs. That's all that thing is, which is exactly not what their job is as a board. So let's see what else we got. Elon didn't tell anyone his plan B from Angelina ATF. That's right. I have no idea what it is. Where is Julie? Julie says, okay, Pantheon, we'll say to Casey, LOL. I'll say Pantheon said I need to collect his money for him. That's perfect, Julie. Absolutely perfect. Well played. Let's see. Who else can I look at here? Diaz. Somebody was asking if I Ed farted, and the answer is not yet. Stay tuned. Let's see what else we got going on.
By the way,
Oh,
Pantheon, real quick, let me ask you a
yeah.
question. Do you
Oh,
think
yeah,
it's
yeah.
possible plan B is dumping the stock and tanking them and burning them?
Well, he's already said that was an option. I don't know why that would be his
Okay,
hidden
gotcha,
plan B.
gotcha.
He might not have a plan B. He might just be tricking everyone too, right?
That's true
The
too.
the dude thinks on a whole different level. That's why I love people like that, because he's, no matter how much success he has, he's never satisfied, right?
Yep.
So, keep pushing, keep pushing. It's like, anyhow, we'll leave that be.
Yeah,
Uh,
no, I agree.
who else is there? Yeah, Javi G is saying 1 billion synthetics. Yeah, that's what they'd be. But that would sure put a spotlight on things, wouldn't it? Um, who else can I help here? You guys are helping me. Poison pill will screw Elon from Dab Ape. Oh, it's going to screw the board too. They're setting themselves up for a lawsuit, and their directors and officers' insurance will not cover them in this case. It's limited liability for certain instances. So if he wanted to turn around and sue the board, that could be his plan B, and they would all be personally held responsible for it. And that's why Adam Aaron doesn't want to get AMC in a lawsuit. It'll lock them up for years. And, by the way, there's another thing. AMC got a board on the Highcroft seat, HYMC's seat of directors, as part of the purchase. And there was some stupid article from the Motley Fool, and I know we don't take the Motley Fool serious, but they were saying the reason AMC and Highcroft stock went down one day last week was because that the apes are unhappy that the CFO was the guy who got the board seat instead of Adam Aaron. That is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. And coming from the Motley Fool, it says a lot. look, AMC's presence with Highcroft is to help them understand how to get out of their debt and to get back to being a profitable company, right? And the CFO, the chief financial officer, the guy that Tony DeNaro says puts everyone to sleep when he talks, that is the chief financial officer. Like, that's the guy you want on the board to be talking. I don't think Adam Aaron is going to want to be around for the next 2, 3, 4 years on that company. I believe he's going to retire in the next year after he gets everything into profitability and cleans it all up. So that's just my personal take on it. But oh wow, look at that! It's like a mini house in the
Is that
back
not
of your,
cool?
and that thing pops up out of the car.
Yeah, so the top there is a solar panel. See the very top of it there that's kind of hanging over? That's a solar
Dear
panel.
God,
So there's all your charging, right? And then that thing just collapses on itself back into the trunk and folds back up.
wow,
Yeah. Yeah,
that
it's
would have
pretty
been
wild, right?
something you'd seen in a 1980s sci-fi movie.
Yeah, something from like Red Dawn, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I know. I know. All right, let me get rid of this picture here. Let
wow.
me get back. But pretty cool, right? Not bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy it, but it looks cool.
I understand it's not for everybody. Definitely gotta have a taste for it. Excuse me. Luis says, and Christy, good evening. Oh, she's saying it to Diaz, sorry. But good evening anyways, Christy. Is the SEC ever gonna do anything about AMC? So I don't know. Pantheon, what have you heard the report from Gasparino that the SEC and DOJ has launched an investigation into Tesla?
No, but I mean, no, but I
You
mean,
didn't see the
whatever.
Gasparino report?
Mrs. Pantheon alerted it to me, but I chose to eat dinner rather than
Okay.
read that, so I didn't get a look at it tonight. Um, yeah, I mean, is the SEC ever going to do anything about AMC? Who's to say that they're currently not? I am not a Gary Gensler fan. I'm not. I don't think they're going to save us. I think if you bought into the stock thinking the SEC was going to save us, I think you maybe got some bad advice, but I think we're going to be fine. We're going to squeeze. And they, the SEC are beat cops. They're parking tickets. They're going to give tickets to these guys. It's the DOJ. That's the one that actually proceeds whether or not to do anything about it. Yes, I know someone's going to say, but the SEC can shut down dark pools anytime. Correct. Correct. They do have that ability since I believe 2018.
Yep.
But these things
Take
sometimes you
time.
operate at a different level, and we don't have to understand it. But there's a lot of things. I don't pick dates and I don't talk prices, but there's a lot of interesting things coming, looking towards our summer. A lot of different things. So just stay positive.
There's a lot of ways that justice can be pursued, and sometimes just some forms of justice take the stairs while others take the escalator. That's just how it is, right? Um, Unfortunately for us. Warren McGovern, good evening, good evening, good evening. We wish Javi G that would cause a squeeze. Angelina, good evening. I know you said hey when I was in there, when I was off the screen. So good evening to you, Angelina. Tony's back in the chat. What is you saying, Tony? What are you saying, Tony? I I was LOL at the Motley Fool article. No investors care who got the board seat. What was the other thing I heard
Exactly.
today about investors? I think it
Exactly.
was in the Elon article. Yeah, this might be it right here. This poison pill. What were they saying? Do you know that? Do you know that Hunter Biden's Ukraine salary was cut 2 months after Biden was out of the White House? They cut his salary by like a quarter
I'm
because
not
he didn't have as much
surprised.
influence anymore. How
Yeah,
crazy
I'm
is
not
that?
surprised.
Unreal. This whole thing is such a joke. Let's see. Yeah, no one cares, right? Tony's right about that. But I think it was investors were getting nervous about Elon Musk owning the company. It's like, oh, really? Because he bought 9% of the shares and it went up 30%. Yeah, I mean, I guess if I was short on it, I'd probably be a little upset right now, right? But if I was a shareholder, if I was a retail shareholder in Twitter, I just saw my portfolio almost double in my Twitter holdings, you know?
Right.
Why would
You
I be
saw
upset about that?
you just saw one person who's not even in the company bring the stock back to the price that it was back in 2013. Like, he's done more for the company than the execs. If the execs set out in 2013 to say, how do we ensure this moves nowhere in the next 8 years,
Yeah. Yeah.
they couldn't have done that better than what's actually happened, right?
No. I know. What
So,
a terrible board. Like,
yeah,
God, what
brutal.
what have their shareholders been saying? I mean, I've never owned Twitter, so I don't know. But I would be screaming from the rooftop. And I've never bought Twitter on purpose because I got issues with Jack Dorsey, right? So that's a personal thing.
Yep.
But um, so I've never invested in it before. But man, I would be pissed. You have the biggest platform in the world. You should be expanding exponentially year over year. You know what I mean? Like it should be getting bigger and bigger. You should be bringing in more revenue. Your stock price should be soaring.
It's inexcusable that they haven't been able to fix the bots issue with Twitter
I know.
all this time.
I know.
You know, Elon would fix that in like 2
In
months,
2
right?
days. Yeah, I know. TD Nguyen, good evening. Good evening. Plan B, Javi said, is buying AMC. That'd be nice, Javi. If that's it, oh man, he would be a god. Javi says, is that an outhouse? No, but there is a toilet in it, believe it or not. Let's see. Ben
What about the
Carson
one
makes
on
me
your
crazy. What'd you say?
Sorry, what about the one on your screen?
Which one?
Was Mr. Ray saying LOL AMC showing someone how to get out of debt?
Oh, I just had that up, right?
Yeah.
Did I not read it? I'm a dummy.
Mr.
Hold
Ray,
on.
I don't think you've been paying attention to what AMC's been doing and all the additional revenue streams and how they've deferred the debt to 2029. You know, Mr.
Oh,
Ray's got it out for Adam Aaron. So, you know, I don't think you're being fair or paying attention, my friend.
I might have read it wrong, Pantheon. Hold on. Let me find it. Maybe I read it wrong to you. Shoot, I'm trying to
Or
find
maybe
it.
I'm just making stuff up. I don't know. Maybe I'm off.
Did I read it or did I put it up?
I think it was just up. I don't think you read it. It doesn't matter. Anyways, he'll fire something back telling me I'm an idiot, and that's cool
Okay.
because I accept that.
Okay.
In a
Oh,
beautiful
here it is. Here it
way.
is.
I accept that.
AMC teaching how to get
We
out of debt.
don't
Okay,
have
yes.
to agree.
Yeah, I didn't read it wrong. We read it right. That's all.
I'm not throwing shade at Mr. Ray. We're all in this together.
Yeah, we're just trying to pick each other's brains here. That's all we're doing, Mr. Ray. Everyone's saying hey to Tony. Fire AA, really? I did not say that.
No, somebody else in the
See.
comments was.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no need for that. Let's see. Mike says AMC, silver, gold, land, ammo, food, water. It's a pretty good list right there. I think I got 6 out of 7 on those. That's one of the videos I haven't gone to answer the questions at about the food shortages, but that's one of the videos I got to get to and answer the comments on.
Do you want to talk food for just a minute?
Sure. Yeah.
So you know that the YouTuber, the Canadian Prepper.
Yes.
You're aware of him, yep. He
Yep.
put out a video yesterday or today. I think it was yesterday. It was yesterday, where he gets these. He's got a warehouse in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada, and he sells prepper goods, right? Like prepackaged meals, MREs, gear,
MREs, yep.
backpacks, stuff like that, boots. And so he isn't getting in anything regarding MREs or these freeze-dried foods. I mentioned this in Cam's WebEx earlier today. So he contacted the manufacturers and they told him the problem is they can't even get their hands on the chicken, the beef, the food that goes into creating the freeze-dried foods. And they can't even get that for over 90 days, which means they won't even start remanufacturing to fill any orders for at least 90 days plus the time it takes them to make the food. Now, and then what he points out in his video is most countries in the world only have a 3-month or 90-day food supply. And countries like Egypt virtually have to import all their food. So, you know, while we won't necessarily be in a problem in North America, A, our food prices are going to skyrocket, and B, countries elsewhere will end up having very difficult periods of lack of food. So, you know, basically keep your eyes out for the next 90 days of prices to continue to skyrocket. And you know, the advice I gave was in the WebEx was it's not financial advice, it's life advice, was make sure your pantry's well stocked. You know, don't go stupid and blow, like, you know, your AMC shares on food, but definitely make sure you've got a pantry item and try and make sure you've got 3 months worth of food kind of stocked up, and you won't regret it.
90 days. 90 days is what I've been trying to prepare myself for. I said I need to have 90 days worth of food in my pantry. I need to be able to have 3 months of food. Now, my problem is right now is I'm in this limbo period, right, of trying to move out of this place and possibly having to move somewhere else. So I don't want to be carting food around with me everywhere, right? Like big blue bins.
Right.
So I'm praying that we got another 60 days before we see anything detrimental. My issue is I was talking with someone the other day who lives out in Ohio. They are friends with a farmer, and this farmer said that at some point in time in the last since the first of the year, they've had to pay anywhere upwards of 700 to 1,000% markups on fertilizer. That's how hard it is to get.
Well, just imagine what the farmers do, right? I grew up on a farm in Saskatchewan. So the cost of fuel is skyrocketed. The ability to get parts to fix your machinery is almost non-existent, and the cost
Yep.
for them have skyrocketed. And then the cost of fertilizer and seed is skyrocketed. So you've got any small farmers are going to have a very difficult time even putting crops in the ground this coming like this spring. It's kind of scary. I'm not trying to get doom and gloomy, but cover yourselves and be prepared, folks. Just think ahead about. Just think about it. Don't panic, but just think about it.
Yeah, it's not trying to
And
be doom and gloomy. No one's trying to do that, right? We're just trying to
and
give people a heads up.
kudos to your video on how they're pulling all the food items in the grocery store ahead and the food shortage you were pointing. That was a good video. Well job. Well done.
Man, when I went there, I just couldn't believe how obvious it is not, right? You walk in, everything looks pretty full, but when you really take a peek, you're like, "Oh, wow. Yeah, that's right. Oh, wow." Like, just asking the people that were in there stocking the shelves, the Keebler people and the Lay's potato chips people, and just asking them all these different things, I couldn't believe all the different ways they've been masking this. And we haven't even seen a real bad stretch yet, right? I mean, you see some pictures from parts of the country, but isolated pockets, right? We haven't seen a mass shortage on food yet. And like you said, the 90 days thing. Also, another thing is they were saying, like you said, they have about 90 days worth of food that's already in country, but they were talking about the fall harvest that's going to be coming up this fall. That if the war is still going on at that time, that's when we're really going to feel it. If there's no imports and exports going out of the Black Sea area, where all that grain is, all that grain and wheat and barley, oats, everything they cook down there, everything that they cook, that they grow down there, if it's not able to be brought in and out. And now I think Russia just blew up the last fuel depot on the eastern part of Ukraine. The last fuel depot that they had with massive stores of fuel was just blown up. So they're going to have a very hard time getting mechanized armor to the front lines and keeping it running because they don't have a direct line. Now, what's interesting is the Russians have a piping system that's almost like a flex pipe. It's like do you ever worked with like soldering copper for pipes, Pantheon?
No, that well, my wife does the soldering in this relationship, but
Oh,
that'd be
really?
more a
Okay.
thing for CS Trades. Cam's
Okay.
the expert on that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I'm serious.
So,
My wife, she does all the soldering for any
oh, I
plumbing we
believe
do.
you. I believe you.
Okay,
I know
she's
women who do it. Yeah.
she's awesome.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Women are actually probably better at it than men because it is such a delicate thing, right? A lot of the times. Um, but yeah, they were showing the system that Russia has in order to get fuel to their front lines to keep loading up their trucks. And now with this big push in the east, they're laying down this piping system. So what I was trying to get to is it's not soldered. It's almost like I believe it's called PEX, like shark bite. It just it grabs onto. It's all it's not soldered, right? It's all quick connects.
Oh,
But they can get
PEX piping. Yeah, PEX
yes,
piping.
PEX.
Yeah,
That's it. Yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah. We use
PEX.
those in
Yep.
hospitals. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, exactly, right. But Russia has a, like, system that they can put down on top of the ground to run on the ground. I'm sure they'd have to camouflage it, right, from the air, but actually bring fuel from Russia into the eastern provinces in Ukraine. So they'd have constant fuel at the front lines, which would be a huge advantage for Russia if that last fuel depot is actually destroyed. If that's gone, they're gonna have a lot of time moving armor around the east.
Right.
I don't know how this thing's gonna go down, man. I think a lot of people I think this fight for the East is gonna be vicious. I do.
One last thing on the food thing
Yes, please.
is who do you think now currently has 1.5 years of food stocked up in their country? Not
China.
Russia, China, exactly. China, for the first time, I believe, ever, has got 1.5 years worth of food stocked up. So
They know
these
what's up.
stories, they start telling you something. Yep.
They know what's up. Have you seen Shanghai screaming? The people screaming out of their apartments locked in?
Yeah, boss had that on the in the think tank Discord. It's just heartbreaking.
It really is, man. Did you see the family? There was a wife and it looked like a husband, or maybe they were just partners or whatever, with a little kid, and they were trying to pull the little kid from the parents, and the dad started fighting the guys in the white suits. Did you see that? And the mother too.
I
They
didn't see that.
attacked the whatever. I don't know who those guys in the white suits are. I don't know if they're police or what, but they tried to take the little kid, and the parents attacked them, and then they beat the crap out of the parents, of the
Wow.
wife and the husband. It was crazy, crazy. Feel so bad for those people, man. All of them. Joe says, "Do you guys have faith in this play? If so, why?" Yeah, Joe, I have a lot of faith in this play because I've done a year and 2 months worth of digging into the numbers on AMC, and the price doesn't make sense right now. We should be a lot higher than we are. And the only reason that we aren't is because they have been manipulating this stock. And at some point, they're going to have to buck up. And I'm just waiting for that day. And until that day comes, I'm either going to eat my shares or we're going to make money off it. And I've set myself up so that either thing happens, I'll be able to come out at the end of the day and hold my head up high. What's your take on that, Pantheon?
Well, that's something I have a difficult time not going long form into, but I'll do my best. So, Joe, the reason that these people can say they were shorting as of 2015 or earlier, that's fine. But for the purposes of answering Joe, the short thesis maybe made sense. In fact, it did make sense when COVID was here and all of the theaters were shut down and AMC's revenue went from whatever it was to zero overnight. Okay. Now that's a company that you would short because they're not making any money. So how are they going to survive? They're going to have to, add more shares and completely destroy the float. So that made sense. Now here we are in April of 2022. We are in a better position today. The Cam's team has heard me say this a million times. We're in a better position today than we were when we ran up to $73.
Way
The
better.
the fundamentals of the company continue to improve. They do. And anyone that says fundamentals don't matter, they matter until you squeeze. So
Yep.
every day and every quarter we have where there's increase in revenues and they're looking at making money from popcorn, they're looking at making money from NFTs, they're looking at possibly doing crypto and co-branded credit cards and on and on. These are things they weren't doing before. They're looking for additional ways to bring in additional revenue at very little to no cost. This is smart. It's smart strategic planning. Not to mention the bread and butter are the movies have been stacked up, and we've got a stacked roster of movies. Doctor Strange is going to absolutely kill it. Every Marvel movie is going to kill it. Top Gun Maverick is going to be freaking amazing. All these things are stacked up to have an epic 2022 year. So that's good while we wait for the squeeze. Now, what has happened since the days of the DD saying we were going to squeeze? Well, short interest was high, still is. People are diamond handing, still are. Have people sold the stock? Sure. Others have also bought in. Adam
Mhm.
Aaron confirmed we still had over 4.1 million individual retail investors. Adam Aaron confirmed, which he has the ability through DTC sheets to do this. He confirmed that excluding index funds, it appeared that over 90% of the float was owned by retail, and some hedge funds can legally classify themselves under retail. So that doesn't mean Mass and I and all of us are that 90%, right? So it would be a little lower, but that's a true statement that he also said for any lawyers listening. And then he continued on with that statement. He's not an idiot. He's not going to get himself sued.
No.
We are in as good, if not a better position for the squeeze than we were before. We are in a better position because all the numbers are still there. But the fact is, the shorts have been paying the interest for all the shares they've borrowed all this time. And are they making money elsewhere to offset it? Okay, maybe they are. But then what are they telling their shareholders? Well, we didn't make a lot of money last year because we've had to take these profits to cover these losses over here. I mean, they're trying to make their books look as good as they can. Companies like Citadel, sorry, I said I couldn't do the short form. Companies like Citadel don't tell their investors you can't pull up more than 7.5 or whatever it was percent per quarter, equaling 4 years to get your money back. You can't do that anymore. We're going to lock your money up. When companies started doing that back at was also in times like the 1987 Black Monday stock market crash. It was also in 2007 to 2009. That's when investment companies and hedge funds were telling their investors you can't pull your money out because they see the writing in the wall. They have done it every crisis. They do that. They've also done it just last year. So, why is my conviction as strong, if not stronger than ever right now than in this play? And I've been in this since January 2021 is because of all those reasons and then some. All the DD we've done is still accurate. The DD is not finished, but it is. We're uncovering stuff all the time. The banks. We've got the executive orders. It just adds and on pieces. And here's the biggest part. We have multiple ways to squeeze. They have two options. They convince us to give up and sell our shares, or they close the short positions. That's literally their only two outcomes. In the
Yep.
meantime, it's a waiting game.
Yeah.
So my
Yep.
conviction is as strong as it's ever been. Boom.
Yep. Good answer. Good answer. I couldn't have said that better myself. And I feel 100% the same way. I mean, here's the thing. Like you said, nothing has changed really. The only thing that's happened is the fundamentals have gotten exponentially better. I mean, just worlds better than they were. I mean, we were in a shit position when I bought this stock. You know, it was a recovery play, and it was also a squeeze play, and it was also a meme play, and it was also a revenge play, and it was also, there's so many different reasons why I originally bought AMC. It was to stick it to the hedgies. I had 4 or 5 different reasons why to me that was a good buy. I mean, I'm still trying to talk my dad into picking up shares. We finally just spoke for the first time in forever, and I'm like, "So what's up? You gonna buy some AMC finally?" Because he missed it. He missed a run up when we hit $14. I'll never forget. I called him that night and said, "Hey, we're on our way right now. We're about to take off. So if you want to get in, right now is the time." And I'll never forget. Within, I don't know, 48, 72 hours, we had ripped up, and that was the last time we had spoken until just a few weeks back. So, um, yeah, my conviction is as good as ever. And like I said, I mean, I don't want to say that I'm parking my AMC. It's just, there's a lot of things going on right now, and I'm not worried about it. If I can pick up a couple more shares here and there as money comes in, then that's great. I'll add to my position. That's just more opportunities for me to sell on the way up, so I can make sure that I'm hitting different prices that I want to hit. So, but Pantheon really gave the good breakdown. Nothing's changed fundamentally. If anything, it's gotten much better. We're in a much better position than we were. I'm not waiting on the SEC or anybody. I'm good with where we are right now. Of Mads Mikkelsen, love it. Thanks, Randall. Bucks fan says I have 300 pounds of rice. Yeah, rice is going to be a tough one to get your hands on too. If you like rice, get it now, because they said rice will be one of the first things to go. Ralph says, how long do you think we have? 60 days? Ralph, you gotta be more specific on that. There's a million things I could put in.
He brought that up in regards to the conversation about food shortage in 90
Oh,
days.
okay.
That's when that question, I noticed that came up at that
Gotcha.
time.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
So you kind of answered that, right?
Well, I mean, do we have 60 days until we have to worry about the food shortage? They can increase prices at any time. So the longer people wait to, get it, and it doesn't mean you have to go to Costco and buy or to the big supermarket and buy $2,000 of food right now. Just every time you go, maybe grab a couple of extra cans of something, just add it
Exactly.
into your cart, and just slowly over the next 30 to 60 days, maybe, build up your reserves slowly.
Yep.
Yeah, in piecemeal.
Tuna fish. I've been buying. So what I've been doing is every time I go to the grocery store, and the last couple of weeks, they've had different brands that were buy two get two free. Just every time I've gone to the grocery store, I've just picked up 4 cans of tuna fish for like $3, and I'm sticking them in my pantry.
Nice.
It's something that you can keep mayonnaise in a unfrozen place. So if you like mayo with your tuna or mustard, however you eat it, I usually just eat mine straight out of the can with mustard. But if you eat it with mayonnaise and put it on a sandwich or whatever, it's a good source of protein. It will keep you nourished. Let's see. All right, shoot. I got to catch up on the chat now. I'm sorry, guys. I'm way behind in the chat. Oh my God. This looks like a Pantheon chat. Hold on. All right, let's see. I'm going to start here. Gary, good evening. I didn't see. You know, I'm just kidding, Pantheon, right?
I
About
know,
your
it's
chat. Okay.
fantastic.
All right. Looking to
missed this.
move.
I've
Looking
missed
to
this.
move. What about housing? Gary says. So Gary, I don't know if you were listening earlier, but I was just saying that I'm looking for a place right now to rent because of the housing market. I was on the phone this morning with someone does a lot of commercial real estate, and they seem to think that we have a little while before this bubble pops with the housing market. So I personally, instead of trying to go buy something right now, we're gonna sign a year lease if we get a place, We're going to sign a year lease, and then hopefully in 12 months from now, things will lighten up a little bit, and you'll be able to actually, get something with 100 grand. I mean, I've heard horror stories of people not being able to get property with, 30, 40% cash down because someone's walking in with 20,000 over asking price cash. It's like craziness. um, MC says oatmeal and unsalted so you don't dehydrate nuts. Yes, that's very good. Unsalted so you don't dehydrate. MC, that's a great point. If you're having trouble finding fresh water, salt's not going to be good for you, right? Lizzie's saying beans, rice, and protein. We're turning this into our prepper channel. What happened? We're going to start doing how to start canning next week.
Yeah,
Pantheon,
and
you want to make a canning video with me?
I'm looking at a video on the introduction to lard.
Right now?
No.
Oh.
Lard was one of the foods the settlers used early. Sorry, my wife says I'm not that funny. I should remember that.
Lard was one of the first things. What did they use? They put that in lard in everything, right?
Didn't yeah, well, I mean, you could put meat into a jar of lard and take it with you, and it would never spoil, right? So it's one of those like prepper old school foods, things. Okay. Anyways, sorry.
Gotcha. Almost like dehydration or salting it. Kind of the same idea.
I'm looking forward to the lard jokes in the comment section. Bring it on. This is a good crew.
It's the best. Let's see. Nick from Seattle saying hey to Pantheon. You're welcome, Gary. Let's see.
Hi, Nick from Seattle.
Fahad, good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Montreal, CA, good evening. AMC gonna have a monster squeeze. Cat food works as well, says Paul. I don't know about that. If I was very desperate, maybe.
I have to ask Nick from Seattle. Can you just confirm in the chat? Are you my Nick from Seattle? I don't mean for my channel. I mean my real life friend, Nick from Seattle. Just confirm if that's you.
Okay. I hope you heard that, Nick from Seattle. Montreal CA says AMC going to have a monster squeeze, not MOS 5K to 13K top peak before GME stock split, but GME is the MOS. So we got a MOS and a monster squeeze, which is not a MOS. All right, Montreal. That sounds good to me. I'm ready for GME to split and then we take off. When's that going to possibly happen? Earliest? July? Can't remember now when that's supposed to be. I think July is when they were talking about there would be, because it would have to be at the next shareholders meeting, correct? Pantheon for GME?
I believe it was targeted for June 9th was the vote.
June 9th, thank you.
It might have moved a day or two, but that was what they anticipated. In this scenario, he's suggesting what AMC is going to go 5K to 13K per share and give us time to then jump into GME. Wow. That would be an interesting scenario, wouldn't it? Not my
oh,
first
yeah.
choice.
The way he wrote this is the right way you just read it. AMC is going to have a monster squeeze before GME stock split, but GME is the MOS, but not now. What are your thoughts on that? Have you ever kind of broken that down before about which one is really the monster, GME or AMC?
I have, and one of my live streams. So here's how I broke it down. Okay. People who bought into GME when it was $5, $10, $15 are clearly sitting in a wonderful spot. People who bought AMC when it was $2, $3 are sitting in a beautiful spot. Let's look at the discussion right now. Who has the best potential today? Okay. And so if you're going to do that, then you got to take the current share price of GME. And let's just say, for argument's sake, I don't have the numbers in front of me. Just say it's $150 and say that the share price of AMC right now is, let's just say $18, right? So you go 18 divided into 150 and you end up with a 8.3 factor. Now let's just say, using his example, that AMC hits $5,000 a share. Okay. That means right now, if you're going to put $1,000 into either AMC or GME today as a brand new investor, you can buy 8.3 more times the shares of AMC than GME. So let's say AMC pops to 5,000. You got to multiply that by that 8.3. That means GME, to get an equal return, has to go to $41,666. The amount of shares you could buy right now for $1,000 of GME would have to hit $41,666 to equate to the shares you could buy right now of the same total number of dollars of AMC if it went to $5,000. So you can take those numbers and pick whatever number you want for AMC, right? In that example, I used his. So basically, you have to go 41. If AMC gets to 5K and gets capped, GME's got to run to $41,666 to equate right now investing in one or the other. So those are the numbers you have to put in your head and say, which do you think is more likely? And if they're able to cap AMC at 5, I don't see GME running to, I'm going to get hate on this, $42,000. So like, how do you, that's what you have to evaluate today. Where is the best place to park your money today? And today I feel like that's AMC. Now, am I saying that GME is a bad play? Hell no, I'm not saying that. And I understand people are going to say, well, the float's different. Yes, the float's different, but they're not going to allow it to go at that same factor. They're going to try and cap these things off at reasonable numbers, like in their mind, right? Which isn't going to happen for us because we're not going to sell at their reasonable numbers. GME is a fantastic play. AMC is a fantastic play. They're both going to have amazing results. I think we're going to be happy if you buy either one of them. But today, at $18 versus $150, AMC looks to me like the more reasonable price, as I don't think GME is going to go 8.3 times higher than what AMC is going to reach when you look at peak versus peak. If you sell early, that's a whole different ballgame. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I love
100%.
I love them both. I love
Yeah.
them both.
But when you break it down like that, as far as the numbers go, you're right. The chances of you being able to sell, even when it comes down to that, the chance of you being able to sell one share of GME at 40 grand or be able to sell 10 shares of AMC at 4, there's a big difference there, right?
If somebody were to lay out in front of me right now, you can sell your AMC shares at 5K and you have an opportunity to then buy into GME still at the 150 mark. I would say I'm intrigued. Let's have this conversation. That's
Sensation.
that's fascinating, right? So
Mhm.
I don't care who goes first. I don't care who ends up with a higher price. Here's
I
my
don't
point.
either.
If AMC gets to 5K and GME gets to 20K, you still are better off today buying more AMC shares with your same dollars because
Yep.
it hasn't gotten to an 8.3 multiplier. That's all I'm saying,
Yep.
right? And I
Yeah.
think they're both going to do fantastic.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed.
Yes.
Conan says, "What do we think about the GME stock split?" I think it's great. I mean, it's going to be a dividend split, right? It's or the dividend. I always get this confused. It's actually a stock dividend, right? That's what
Yes.
it's called. Okay,
Yeah, I
stock
believe
dividend.
it's 3-for-1, but if it's a different ratio, it doesn't really matter for the purposes of the conversation. But
Yeah, it doesn't
somebody will
matter.
correct
The
me.
money's the same, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. But whatever the ratio of the split is, yes, it's a dividend stock split where the you will get. So let's just say it's 3-for-1. You get triple the shares, but each share is then worth 33% of what it was before. So it equals the same overall dollar value,
Right.
right?
Right.
Which
Yep.
is a wonderful thing. I've gone long form on my channel on that, and I don't really want to do that to you tonight. I've done that
All right.
enough.
Let's cut it then. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. You might get into it later on, right? Oh, you're not going on tonight, right? You said you're not,
No,
right?
I'm with you tonight. Tony's got his
Okay.
hand up too, by the way.
Tony has his hand up. Tony has his hand up. Okay, hold on. Stacia was saying hey to Dana. Hold on. Where's Tony? Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Sorry if I passed over you. Like Jody, I saw buy from Four Patriots. Guys, if you didn't see that, I just wrote that down on my paper here. Four Patriots has 25-year shelf life food on sale. Tony De Niro says GME's float will change after the stock split. Yeah, big time, right? It'll well, depending on how many shares they're gonna give you, right? We could see a ton of more shares, right? But that's the float's gonna change, right? The number's gonna change. But will we actually see will we see the numbers changing? Yeah, we will, right?
Yeah, so if it's $150 a share right now and you have one share, after
Yep.
the split, you're going to have 3 shares at $50 a piece.
Right.
Now,
So the
here's
float would 3 times, right?
yes, if it's a 3-for-1 split, if I screwed up the split, if it's 4-for-1 or 8-for-1, I don't really care. It doesn't really matter. The theory is the same, right?
Yep.
But I here's my personal take, and I would love people to say you're wrong, but my personal take is if I had a bunch of GME shares and I knew the split was coming and I had a target price, I'm not taking my target price and dividing that by 3. I'm keeping my
Right.
target price where it is because the nature of a stock short squeeze is that they have to sell when you're willing, they're to buy when you're willing to sell, right?
Sell.
Like just because they've done this dividend, I don't think anyone has to consider, well, if they were thinking about price X, they got to now consider 1/3 X for their target price. I wouldn't change my target price, which is why I
Right.
think this thing is so freaking deadly and GME apes are going to be fantastic. And that might be what Tony's pointing out. Tony might be saying, oh, he was waving at somebody else. That might be what Tony was thinking. I thought was maybe he was saying, Pantheon, you got to consider if you're not going to change your overall price, and you get more shares, that's a different story. And he's right. I would have to recalculate my numbers after that.
100% though. Yeah. Yep.
But if I was expecting a certain number, I wouldn't change it.
No, me neither. Me neither. Me neither. Mike says, and now it's 8 AMC to 1 GME. Someone said it was 5 to 1. Mike Lang says 8 months ago it was 5 to 1 AMC to GME. Now it's 8 to 1.
Yep. So your money's better in AMC at this point, unless you really think GME is going to go 8.3 times higher than AMC's top price to top price, right? We're talking peak to peak.
Yep. Yep. Liz Clayman's whistle says AMC is 839 to 1.
Yep.
8.4. Okay.
Thank you, Liz.
Jody says no, but it is the best as far as quality of food experience of all the MREs. So I believe they're talking about Patriot. Julie is talking about it in the chat right now. So if you guys are looking for those MREs, but I know Canadian Prepper has been saying for a long time, since the truckers were in Ottawa, he's been saying he's had a hard time getting MREs.
And the biggest
actually, that the Red Cross was asking him for MREs.
That's right.
That's what it was.
They wanted everything he had. And in the
Yes.
US, the suppliers in the US are telling him that it's the government who's buying all the MREs up. So that's another thing to make you go,
Yes. We just did that at the same time, by the way.
That's right. Doc, we're in sync.
Doc Zeno, good evening, buddy. How you been? I haven't talked to the doc in a while. What did you miss? Not too much. We've just been kind of chatting, shooting the breeze, talking about food and Elon and Twitter and AMC. The normal doc,
and possibly being a father.
And possibly that I might have fathered a child with a subscriber. Yeah, I'm running away with a subscriber. Barry says, I love Amy. Yes, me too, Barry. No Pantheon. Oh, here's Nick from Seattle, Pantheon.
Okay, so I've got a personal friend in college I went to that is Nick, who lives in Seattle. So I just thought I'd ask the question.
Oh, okay. Oh, you really did think he was one of your friends that you knew?
I just wondered because
okay.
Yeah, he keeps asking me questions, and I'm like, is that my Nick? Just text me. So, Nick, you're part of the family, Nick.
Mr. Heedy says, Tony De Niro, did you try the orange slices with cinnamon? I wonder if she's talking about from BioLife.
That's from Tony's bingo, wasn't it? The ape father.
Oh, from bingo. Oh, with ape father.
They were telling him to do cinnamon on his slices or something. It was hilarious.
Did you get to watch any of that debate between them two?
I just saw a little bit off Tony's channel. I got to go back and I got some time this weekend. That'll be my Easter Sunday. I'm gonna watch Tony's video entirely on that one.
I've been saving it too. I've been saving it to watch it tomorrow. I'm like, oh, Sunday I can kick back a little bit and maybe watch some TV.
Tony's funny.
Let's see. Clark says, so will the shares of GameStop be cheaper when the stock split comes? Yeah, obviously the price is going to come down to it's going to be divided into how many different shares you're going to split, right, Clark? So like Pantheon was just saying, if they're say 150 a share right now, the split comes at 3 to 1, you're going to have 3 shares at 50 each. So the price per share will come down substantially, but you're also going to dilute by 3 times. So you're really not, you kind of one offsets the other, right?
And the overall total
3 for 1 is correct, by the way, Pantheon.
Is it? Okay, good. Because I was saying that and people kept telling me I was wrong. I'm like, well, if you look at the numbers, because they're not talking about, anyways, they're talking about, it doesn't matter. Authorized shares versus issued shares doesn't really matter. We're good.
Good point,
though. Yeah. Dog.
I didn't think about that. Let's see. AMC GME says, when is the date on which split would be done? Is it June 30th? So I've seen the chat the 9th and the 13th, and I think Pantheon said it was the 9th, right?
The
Pantheon?
ninth is the shareholder vote. And if the vote is approved, the board's already approved it. If the shareholders vote yes in favor, then the date gets established. I don't know if the date has actually been determined. So if somebody knows, I don't actually, I'm going to just admit I don't have any GME shares, but it's so related to AMC. I'm on top of it as best I can. But if
Mm.
any AMC experts know the actual date proposed for the split, I think they're going to wait for the vote to be yes and then announce the date, right? But if I was a hedge fund, oh, I would try and get out before the June 9th vote. And then if it when the vote's yes, oh, I wouldn't wait till the day of the split.
No, no,
I'm
that would
I'm
be
I'm
extremely
loving
bad.
I'm loving this from Ryan Cohen. I am loving this.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that that move of him making the announcement a couple weeks back saved us from a huge reverse we were going to see on the meme stocks that Friday, right before the announcement was made, because we were looking like we were going to be in bad shape. And I think that news kept our head above water for a little bit and being able to keep us ping ponging and not going back down to 14, $13 again. I mean, I can't say that for sure, but possible. Brendan Ellis Fun Adventures, good evening. Saying this thing is going to go bonkers. I'm so ready for that to happen. You have no idea. Houston Wade made a good point on the split and the squeeze, says Derek. I haven't seen Houston's videos in a little bit. I don't know what that would tell us what the point was, Derek, if you remember. What would happen if they find no synthetics? That's a good question. XX Wolverine 809. What would happen if they were found that there were no synthetics for GME? I don't know how much that would affect. I mean, I'm sure it would affect us, right? But everything that happens at GME affects us. But would they? Let's say that GME started to squeeze. Would we be able to flush out a bunch of synthetics on the GME end?
Yes.
Let's leave
Yeah.
AMC out of it.
Yes, absolutely.
We
On
would,
both of
right?
them, you would. Now they're not going to come out and announce, okay, so in today's volume, this was a synthetic amount versus, actual share amount. But you're going to be able to determine by the volume. And I can't really talk GME, but I'll talk AMC for a quick second. When we popped in January 2021, we saw 1.2 billion shares traded in a single day. So now that we've had, how many times has the float traded over in 2021 and continuing into 2022? When AMC does pop, and when you see 3 or 4 billion shares traded volume in one freaking day, then you have to start asking yourself the question: come on, you gonna tell me synthetics don't exist?
Don't exist.
So
You're still
yeah,
gonna
I
tell
mean,
me that?
if they don't exist, then AMC, I'll just, because I know the AMC numbers better. All right, then we got a 20% short interest, and we'll deal with those 100 million shares, and 416 million shares don't need to be purchased. And why were they fighting us so hard for the last year for that? That's not going to be the mother of all short squeezes, right?
No. No.
Right. So like, if we weren't such a threat, they wouldn't be pushing us so hard in every which way they possibly can. They wouldn't run us up to $34, a 14% run up, triggering no halts, which is supposed to be a 10% halt in 5 minutes. And then it runs down 7% in 5 minutes,
And they
and then they
halt it.
trigger a halt. Right. They wouldn't be doing stuff like that if we weren't a threat, and we wouldn't be a threat if there were still synthetics.
That's what really started this whole thing for me with the last 2 weeks. That's what started it, with that move that day, that Tuesday. That's what really kicked this off for me. Like, that's when I took a big step back and was like, "All right, wait a second here, because I ain't never seen anything like this before, and, I wasn't prepared for this type of action." But, at the end of the day, when I after you step back and look at it again, that really doesn't change that much for me, though, and that's the thing, right? Like, okay, so you weren't prepared for that, and, they kicked us in the nuts, right? But but I never bought the stock based on any of that stuff, right? Uh so that's why when I was thinking about it after it happened, I'm like, but who really cares though? Because that could have happened 6 months ago, and we wouldn't even remember it right now. You know what I mean? 6 months from now, we could forget that ever happened with the $34. You know?
Yeah, they did that, and they thought we were all just going to walk away and give up. And instead, they're the ones sitting in their corners saying, "Is not the man, he's made of iron." Nice Rocky 3 reference, right?
That was a good one.
Thank you. And on our corner, all we hear is, He's bleeding. He's bleeding. He's
He's
just a
bleeding.
man. Yeah, that's
He's
us.
just a man. He's
We're
just a
not going down.
man. No, no. I mean, if you've been able to hang on this long, what's another 6 months, right? Seriously.
Oh, bring it. Bring it on. As long
May,
as your
June,
mortgage payment
July,
to your
August.
rent's not tied up into this, I mean, whatever. Whatever.
Yeah,
And I
no,
think
I figured out I'm good till July 1st, so yeah.
and we've got people much smarter than me who've come across some excellent DD from various different, that's the thing, it's various different aspects of DD that all converge on similar time frames. So I don't say dates, I just say huddle, my friends.
Huddle. Huddle, huddle. Hold on one second. I'm just writing a message. Okay. Let's see. Tony says, hold on a second. Tony just had a tweet up somewhere. And I don't know who hasn't hit the like button yet. Someone said I'm drinking Mexican Coke. Yes, it's the real Coke I'm drinking. Where's Tony's tweet? I think he just had something good to say.
Yeah, I think what Derek's getting at with Houston here is what typically happens in a reverse stock split, right? So if a company's a penny stock and they do the reverse kind of split to get it over $1 so it stays in compliance, it doesn't usually take long for that stock to drop back down to its original price, which means you lose way more value. And I agree with what Derek's writing about Houston. I think look, it's 150. They do a 3-for-1 split. It goes down to $50 a share. It's going back to $150.
Yeah.
I don't think people are going to look at it and go, well, now let's be fair. Let's be fair. It's only a $50 stock. They're going to look
It's
at it and
not.
say, we're going to go back to 150 because that's that's where
Yeah.
we're supposed to be. Yeah,
That's what people are willing to pay for.
yep.
If someone's willing to buy it at that price, then that's what it's worth.
Not to mention all the shorted shares, they have to come up with these stock dividends. How are they going to come up with that?
Right.
Their
Right.
choice comes down to one of two things. They can either go try and find and buy the stock to give to the shareholders at a 3-for-1 ratio, or they can buy the stock to close their positions. We love giving options because we're nice. There you go, Hedgies. Option 1,
Yeah.
buy. Option 2, buy.
You got two choices. Yeah. We're trying to be nice. AMC GME and Chad says the same thing that we're saying. I'm good until the shorts closed. I'm with you, Chad. 100%, bro. I'm just they're gonna have to pry them from my cold dead hands. AMC GME says theoretically the hedge funds must cover all the shorts before the split takes place. Correct? If it were just a dividend and not a split, they would need not cover the shorts, but they just pay the dividend. Yeah, but they probably wouldn't want to pay the dividend, right? Unnecessarily. But yeah, AMC GME, theoretically, that's correct. Yes.
That's my understanding. And yeah, they
Yes.
probably would pay the dividend if paying the dividend was cheaper than closing the stock, which
True.
it will be.
True.
It will be
Yes.
because it's going to decimate them. So,
True. True. And Gary's saying, I agree, Tony. And I'm trying to go back. I think Tony was just saying we're not going to $7 or $10.
yep.
And I agree with him wholeheartedly on that. I don't think we'll see it below. I don't think we'll see it drop below double digits, guys, ever. At least not for the foreseeable future. Let's see.
And
Jeffrey.
if they did, just imagine how many more people would load the frickin' boat. Like it's a dangerous
Yeah,
situation they're in.
it's
If
very
they
dangerous.
took us
Yeah.
down to $7, people are going to load the frickin' boat. If
Yeah.
they let us run up, they're gonna they're gonna get decimated. Like I, we're not in a bad spot, guys. We're in a good spot.
No. No, they're in a very tough position right now. Very tough position.
Julie, I heard it from you first.
I just blocked Julie, so she's out of here. Clark, you're still allowed to comment, but Julie's all done. Let's see. Okay, thank you, Liz. I don't want to have anyone mad. And I'm just kidding. Of course, I didn't block Julie. I didn't block you, Julie. The hardest thing is to convince my wife, says Manny Dorn. Yeah, it seems like I got my cousins in on it, but the rest of my family seems to have an issue. We're approaching the end of the game, says Dr. Zeno. I hope so, bro. I'm ready. I am ready. Clark, was that who you were answering, Pantheon? Were you answering Clark's question? How long will it stay at 54? Was that why you were answering that?
No, I
Oh,
didn't. But I didn't answer that either. I have no idea how long it would stay there. But in my opinion, I don't think it would mean it's never going to move from there, right? Like it's the nature of a short squeeze is how high can we hold? We'll go as high as we hold. So you want to give me 3 shares? Three
yeah.
shares? Really? And no extra cost to me? Really? Okay.
Yeah,
I'll do that. Like
yep,
if you want to say to me right now, $6 a share is the price, and you're going to triple my shares, I would say in AMC, I'd say yes, please.
right. Yeah,
Like, how
of
did that
course.
happen? The company just really? Okay, I'll take that.
I'll take that. Yeah. Mike, so I have my rent covered till July. I have savings money. I have my rent paid up till July. So I have what, May, June. Yeah, I have two and a half more months before I would owe another rent check. So I'm trying to make sure that I stay here until that date. Um, yeah, I have other money. My rent is only paid up till then, and that's when my lease would end. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm done with my lease now. That's a lie. I'm done with my lease now. I'm on month to month already. Let's see. That sounds like GME first, then AMC. Angelina says, with her shoulders like this. Um,
Maybe.
Possibly Angelina. Yeah, yeah. It could go down like that, right?
On the
Totally
flip
could.
side, if you're a subscriber to the executive order, that Marcel over at Boss Blunts and the think tank, and I am a subscriber to that theory. You don't know what's going to happen sooner than July 9th. So just stay tuned, folks. Stay tuned and stay strong.
So
Good
you
things.
you like the executive order theory?
I think it
It's grown
makes
on you.
it. Oh no, I've always been a subscriber to it. I think it just
Okay.
makes way too much bloody sense, and the timing isn't like, well, when we did this thing before, it was right on, but the other one was 2 weeks later. This is like spot on both times, and the theory behind it makes sense. And after what Janet Yellen, old Yeller, said earlier this week, with those strong words to China, let's oh boy. If anyone's not familiar with the whole executive order information, go to Boss Blunts and watch his last video. He ties all of it in together very beautifully.
The last video, not the last interview with Metzler, the last video he actually
The
did.
last video he did, I think it was a 35 minute live stream, and he covers everything, including playing Janet Yellen's last little chat that she gave, right? So it's a thing of beauty, guys. I was live streaming when he did that, and I couldn't get the Cheshire cat grin off my face.
Cheshire cat.
Cheshire.
uh, T, T says, "What do you guys think about SDNL?" Since someone asked, I do not think it is tied to AMC or GME. Note, I do own SNTL though. What are you supposed to be, the Motley Fool? Putting at the bottom of the paragraph what you're short and long on. Um, so Sundial, I think we've talked about it before on here at Pantheon. Do I think it's tied into AMC and GME? For some reason, I don't put the three together when I'm talking about, or at least I don't think of them that way, right? I think of the size of the float on Sundial, the price, and the fundamentals. All are vastly different than AMC and GME. And as far as how much money they're bringing in, revenue and earnings, I just find them to be two totally different animals. I just don't. I put AMC and a GME in a totally different category for some reason, but I don't know, Pantheon. What are your thoughts?
I'm admittedly not deeply knowledgeable on Sundial. I keep my there's only so many hours in the day to do DD and dig into stuff, and I'm looking at the overall markets and specifically AMC. Um, I I don't see Sundial connected. I agree with Tony. I think he's asking for a friend. I think that Sundial is going to pop when AMC, but I don't think it's tied like that. I do think GME and AMC are definitely tied with the people. I can't even tell you who's all shorted Sundial. So that's a long way
Yeah.
of saying I'm useless to you in this question.
I don't have a position in Sundial, so I guess if I really had a lot of faith in it, I probably would have bought in by now, right? Especially at the prices it's at right now. So maybe that's just something personal with me, guys. Don't ever take advice from me about what to buy or what to sell. I
I'd
just know
say
I'm holding.
yeah, Tony and CSI are the people that I would direct you to, even though it's Tony asking the question. I would direct people to Tony and CSI on Sundial, to be honest.
Yeah. True. Chad says that's the psychology of the play currently. It's called understood value. Exactly, Chad. Exactly. Julie says, Mass, you need to see. Oh, Gary says hold on, Julie, 1 second. Gary says he has a rental for me in Cali. Hold on. Let me get Julie first. Mass, you need to see my prime message bunching you in with all the smarty pants. Did you put another message in, Julie? This thing's going really fast right now, Jules, just so you know. It's probably so far back right now. If you get a chance, Julie, repost it because I don't know how far back it is. This is
Mass, you see,
terrible.
this is why it's so good that you're back, because all of these heathens have been in Pantheon radio for the last week and a half, and it's nice that they've got a place to come back to.
You take all the Massalorian heathens have come over to your
Uh,
side in the
I
last
love
2
this
weeks.
crew, man. I love these people.
It's the best. It's the best. That's what I miss about the live streams, was just coming on talking to everyone. Okay, all right. So, Julie, yeah, if you can repost that, because I don't know where the heck your message is on. I have a rental for Gary. Talk to me, bro. Where's the rental in Cali? I'm ready for a vacation soon. I wasn't on vacation the last 2 weeks. Let's not get it twisted here. I was breaking my ass. Let's see.
Hey, how did you guys shore that wall when you took out the stones? Did you pour a new concrete wall, or what? You just braced it with wood studs, or what'd you do?
So a couple things. First of all, we were just demoing it, right? There was also like a root cellar
Yeah,
that was from their original property, I guess. I swear, some of the stuff we pulled out of the ground, like we found old railroad tie spikes, the big spikes for
yeah,
railroad.
yeah.
We found some old one of those, and we found what was the other thing? An old hatchet, like gotta be 150 to 200 years old. Maybe not from the late 1700s, but and actually we almost thought we had to take it to the archaeology department at the college. We weren't sure if we had to check it in or not yet, because supposedly if you
Oh,
find things, you have to
yeah.
turn them over to the state. And I'm like, this thing is rust. It was literally falling apart in my hands because of the rust.
Then you
I
get
don't
a
know what
full
it.
stop work order, and there's no more work. Yeah,
Yeah,
if
yeah,
it's an
yeah. That
don't
didn't
don't
happen.
don't find any arrowheads.
Yeah, no arrowheads. If we see arrowheads, we just kick them and we bury them a little deeper. uh, but yeah, so we were just basically we were shoring up a foundation. Some of it had broken away already from the wall, and the earth was starting to creep in. So we had to reinforce all that, and then basically we just put up like a parapet wall. I believe they're going to go like 3 feet up and then start a new because it's not going to be, they're not putting the property right back on top of the same foundation cutout right from the old
Right,
house. They're
right.
starting fresh, but they are going to keep that section that's dug out there. I don't know what they're going to do with it. I know they talked about putting a wall up. I don't know what they're going to do with the space, if it's going to be some kind of storage underground or they're going to use it as a bunker. I have no idea. No clue. I don't know what people are doing these days underground. Pocus says Mass got jokes. Mass tries. He tries. He's got very dry humor, though. Henzo, I saw was in the chat. Henzo, good evening. How are you tonight? PC3, good evening. Good evening. Henzo, I love it too, says Stacia. Not money advice says the executive order theory works for me as long as D guy in D White is impeached or announces his resignation. I don't even think he knows what a resignation is, honestly. Let's see. SNDL, Christopher Enoch Hayes says, is the white whale, folks. It's just a myth. Dana says, so with the squeeze and the food shortage, what I'm actually hearing is I'm about to be rich and thin, living the dream. Right on, girl. It's the way to be, right?
That is
That's
one of
funny.
the best positive attitudes I've seen.
Hey,
Well done,
you can't
Dana.
beat that, Dana. You can't beat that.
As opposed to Poke HS giving me a hard time about talking about lard and heathens.
I know, right? Lard and heathens. Hanzo, happy Easter to you too. You just ate a whole pig of ham. I probably shouldn't tell this story, but I'm gonna tell it. So one of my best friends growing up, we were best friends from like first grade to 12th grade, went to school together every year. And we ended up being roommates to college. And when we moved off campus our first year, we rented a house, and he didn't realize that this is a friend I've known my whole life, Pantheon, like 12 years we've known each other. He thought that Alaska was all igloos and Eskimos. He didn't realize that Alaska had like infrastructure and cities. He literally thought it was like Inuit territory, but like olden time Inuit. Like they're still like clubbing baby seals and stuff like that. So he saw we were watching a basketball game from the University of Anchorage, Alaska, and he goes, "Where are they playing that game?" And I said, "Probably Juneau. I don't know, Anchorage." And he goes, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? What am I talking about?" And it was actually 5 of us that lived together at this house. And he goes, "I thought Alaska was all like igloos and shit." And we're like, "Bro, you've looked at a map before, right? You know there's like major cities in Alaska." He literally thought Alaska was just full of Eskimos and igloos at 20 years of age. One of the craziest
Well,
things I've ever heard.
well, here's a quick story for you. So I got my architecture, environmental design, and Masters of Architecture degree at Bozeman, Montana, and I'm from Saskatchewan, originally from Saskatchewan, Canada. So I went down to Bozeman for the orientation to check into the dorms, and one of the resident advisors who welcome you there and help you bring your stuff in, right? They help you on move-in day. She says to me, "Where are you from? Your voice sounds, your accent sounds strange." I said, "Oh, I'm from Canada." And she looked at me and said, "Well, how did you get this much stuff here?" And I said, "Well, what do you mean? This is a true story." And she looked at me straight in the eye and said, "But all you guys have is like igloos and dog sleds." And I
No
went,
way.
and I just went, "Yeah, that's right." And she went, "Well, how did you get this much stuff?" I went, "Well, I've got like 10,
Yeah,
10
that's
different
right.
10 different teams of dog sleds." And she goes, "Well, what do you do at the border?" I'm like, "You exchange, the American government exchanges my dog sleds for a car." And she
Yeah,
went, "You got this car from the government?" I'm like, "Yeah." "Well, what happens to the dogs?" I'm like, "They're feeding the dogs for me for the next 6 months. Then I get to go home." And she
I
just
take
was
him back.
she was completely believing it. She went around telling people he gets a car in exchange for his dogs. And I'm like, "That's right. That's how
Oh
we roll
my
in
god.
Canada." Eh?
Wow. So this was at school in Bozeman, Montana.
University. Yeah, she was a second year university student because you have to be there a year before they make you a resident advisor.
Oh,
And
yeah,
she
she was an
totally believed that
RA?
I had to
God,
ride my dog sleds to the border. That's why you guys gave me a car. So yeah. Anyways,
unbelievable. These are
it
the
was a
people
fun
in
story.
charge. These are the people in charge. I mean, luckily my friend was just drinking in a living room with 5 other guys. He wasn't an RA, right? In the dorms. Let's see. Someone Midnight Gamer here is asking, even if we squeeze, where to put our money? So Midnight Gamer, I don't know if you like heard all those rumors and stuff about them paying us out in small increments and shit. None of that's gonna happen. You're gonna be able to get your money. Your brokerage might have an amount that you're only allowed to take up to maybe every 72 hours or 48 hours or 24 hours. I'm sure every brokerage has some type of stipulation on that. But as far as you not being able to get your money or it coming from some weird digital coin that doesn't exist, don't worry about that. Let's see. Oh, here's a question for Pantheon. Pantheon, what are your thoughts on SBFM stock?
I have no thoughts on SBFM stock. Tell
Is
dogs.
that
Sorry.
is that the medical company? SBFM?
He's it's a joke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
In my chat, this person was saying we should be pushing, or was it my chat or was it CS Trades? It's one of them. No, it was in one of my Pantheon radios, and like it had skyrocketed like I don't know 40 or 50% or something the day they brought it to our attention at Pantheon Radio, and then the next day it crashed hard.
Oh,
So
really?
it's it's a joke. It's good. We can move
Okay.
on. Tell Doug's just very funny.
Okay. So it's a joke that I'm not picking up on right now.
No, no, it
Correct.
was while
Okay.
you were on vacation.
Got it. I wasn't on vacation.
That's the story I'm gonna spread.
Okay. I'm pregnant. I got a girl pregnant on from YouTube. I've been on vacation for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And what was the other thing? I got a lot of
Uh,
problems right now. Oh, and then I'm losing my place. Let's see. Jeffrey saying hey to Pantheon, and Angelina's laughing at Pantheon. Let's see.
yeah, I'm used to
Oh,
it. It's been like this since you left.
I think laughing with you. I don't think I have you. Let's see. Mediocre Trader. Someone mentioned Mediocre Trader. Oh, he's in the chat. Mediocre Trader. Good evening. How you doing tonight? Let's see.
Mediocre had his wife on the chat last night on Pantheon Radio.
Oh yeah,
It's
his
become
wife is on.
yeah, it's becoming a couples event, right? Bring your wife or your spouse onto Pantheon Radio and talk in the comments. And, yeah. We
Yeah,
were
I'm like the
talking. I think we were talking movies and music last night, right? We were just screwing around.
I think I might be the last single guy in AMC. I might be the last single man that owns AMC,
Well,
possibly.
Pam wants me to start an ape dating service, so we're
The
looking
ape
into that.
app,
Yeah, my
dating app.
response was I couldn't even get 11 people to do fantasy baseball. How am I going to put people together into relationships? But let's give it a shot.
Who, I'm trying to think of what you could call it, like something that rhymes with Tinder, but about like, I don't know, Homo sapiens. Let's see. AMC Panda says, yeah, there's a transfer limit on Fidelity. Not sure when it resets. Yeah, it's probably. I'm sure you could take out multiple thousands of dollars at a time, though. You're not going to starve to death with them holding money back from you. Doc Zeno says, have either of you guys covered the DTC Project Lithium any tonight? I think, yes, someone just did a video on that. Was that you, Pantheon? Yeah, you just did a video on that, right?
I put out a video yesterday morning,
Yeah.
which that our friend from New York completely copied and completely butchered. It was hilarious.
So, okay, so I saw he has a video called Lithium, and then
Slash
Robot Godzilla,
Ion
right? That's the one?
Project Lithium slash Ion versus Godzilla, where he's claiming that Project Lithium, Project Ion are the same thing, and neither one is Godzilla, and he doesn't have the clue what the name of what Godzilla is. But you people don't have to read the white papers. You don't need receipts. It's from the street. It was, and yeah. Anyways, it was hilarious. He
I
did it
got Jordy
25
saying
minutes
my dad
before.
is right. What's that?
No, I'm done with that. We'll move on.
Oh, okay.
Just move. I had my fun with it last night. He put it out 25 minutes before I went on the air, so I had fun with that last night.
Got it. Got it. Got it. Let's see. What's up, everyone? Mediocre Trader. Happy Easter to you too, man. Happy Easter to you too. George777. Good evening, my friend. How you doing tonight? Long time no talk. Tell John Wicks AMC will squeeze. I think I think John would have gotten rid of his shares if he didn't still believe in the squeeze. I don't know. I think he would have sold. I don't know. If I didn't believe in it, I would have got out by now. I wouldn't still be in this. So I gotta have a feeling maybe he just believes in all of us, and he has no faith in the rest of the play, you know? Possible. Possible.
As long
I
as
don't
he's
know.
still a shareholder, I'm happy.
Yeah, that was the whole thing, right? I mean, when I talked with him on the phone the other day, he's like, "Listen, man, I'm not going nowhere." He's like, "I still got my shares. I'm not doing anything." He's like, "I just don't think that they're gonna do what they need to do." And I said, "Hey, man, you're welcome to your opinion on that. I think that no matter what, we're gonna get paid at some point. I don't think they can afford to let us fester anymore than we already have been. We're marinating right now." Um, Oh, I got one more single guy in here with me. All right, cool. RK858. You should come to the meetup. Let's see. Julie says I won't be single after the MOAS. I hope not. I hope not. Let's see. Any concerns? Here we go. IMNZ says any concerns about the bid-ask spread being so far apart when AMC squeezes and when selling? I've thought about that. I don't know. That's a good question. I have thought about that before. What do you think about? What's your take on that, Pan?
I think that's to be expected in a short squeeze. You
Yeah,
know, the price
it's
gets
gonna
to
happen.
whatever it's at. You know, the bid and the spread are going to be far apart. My
Yeah,
personal plan, I'm going to wait until the price is higher than what I want. I'll put in a limit order at the price I want. If I get the price it currently is, fantastic. If they scalp me down to the price I've limited,
fine.
that's they can do that. I don't care because I got the
So be
price I
it.
wanted. And
Yep,
they can take their little. I think they'll be more inclined to want to scalp me and take mine than they will somebody trying to sell at that price. That's my plan, anyways. People
got
can
it.
put holes in it. You know, we're all just trying to rub sticks together and start something, right?
Yes, get a fire going. Chris Hamburg says CBFM has 576% cost to borrow on Webull. This is your inside joke, right, Pantheon?
Yeah, let's just go on. These guys are
That's a
funny.
high percentage. Jeez. Stacia, good night, you heathen. Thank you so much. Love you very much. Thank you, Stacia. I don't know if I caught you before you went, hopefully. Stacia is so nice. The Massalorian dunk technique. Oh, okay. All right. Got
Can I
it. Got
let you
it.
in on something?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I've been corrected on this now 5 times, and I feel really bad. It's stay sha.
Stacia.
No, stay sha. Stay,
Stacia.
stay, and then sha. S-H-A.
Stacia.
Yep.
Stacia.
I screwed that up so many times, and while you've been gone, I've been getting the ruler on the hand.
Okay. Not
Sorry, I don't mean to do
Stacia.
this publicly. I'm just,
No,
stay
no, no,
sha.
no. I want to be pronouncing it right. I want to be
Yeah.
pronouncing it right.
Now
Stacia.
wait till the day she tells me she's been screwing with me all this time, and then my head will just completely blow up.
We've been saying it right.
But she's one of the good ones.
Lionel, Pam's on vacation. Pam is on vacation. Uh, someone here. Oh, hold on. Stacy. Pantheon's getting compliments here. Pantheon got a soothing voice. People hide your kids, hide your wife because it's getting dangerous from you. Don't do it.
Yo, hide your kids because it's
If
gonna
you
get
can.
dangerous.
Yeah, hopefully Stacy heard me say goodnight before she left. Is he up? Is he up right now posting stuff, Tony? Probably. Probably. The funny thing is that our talk on him has died down a lot since I mean, I only in the last like 3 weeks, I think I've only done one video that I've even put him in. Maybe two, maybe two, maybe two. But honestly, now it's just more for jokes. It's just more for fun.
Yeah, I think Froggy's picked up the ball. He's picked it up and ran with it.
He's taking him to task, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Froggy and mediocre. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Good. That's good, man. Look, I don't want to be the only guy bashing him. That's good. I was for a while. I'd like to share the wealth with everyone. Angelina says, "I'm happy to be single. Independently wealthy will be great." Yeah, and skinny, Angelina. Jeez, if we're independently wealthy, single, and skinny, it's gonna be good times coming up. I mean, shit. Mark Brumfield says, "Good evening, Mark. By the way, so it's okay for JWS to say not squeezing and hate on Lou for saying it will squeeze 100%. So it's
Okay.
okay.
Please let me take this one.
Sure.
Please. So John Wick Sniping has been a good ape. He's still with the movement. He still has his shares, and he just thinks it's not going to squeeze. But when more information comes in, he reserves the right to change his mind. So he's not out there spreading complete false information. He's given an opinion,
Correct.
and he's got the right to say that. Okay. Now, on the flip side, Mark Brumfield, we've got a guy who has consistently either been too stupid to know what he's talking about or completely lying to you. And that either answer is completely inexcusable. So I'm not going to go on a rant. I'm not going to lose my cool. I'm going to say there's a tremendous difference between the video that John Wick Sniping put out and what Lou puts out all the time. And I said his name. I usually don't say his name. So you like take, for example, the one about ion slash lithium or Robot Godzilla. Like they are not the same thing. He says that Robot Godzilla is about T+1 settlement. That's Project Ion. Video 69 in my series will take you exactly through that. That is a T+1 settlement. That system is also able to run to a T+0 settlement. Project Lithium is the government Fed-backed coin that they're working on, which is very much in development phase, which would be ran through the settlement process of the DTC and the DTCC through Project Ion, which is what he calls Robot Godzilla. How do I know he's talking about me? Because I'm the one who said the other night, Robot Godzilla is a stupid name. And he said in the video, somebody called it a stupid name.
Yes.
That's exactly how I know he's listening. Hi, Lou. Hi, you're watching this right now. How you doing?
Yes.
He's
I caught that.
There's one of three options. Either he's not reading stuff and he's just spreading stuff without knowing, or he's reading it and he can't understand what he's reading, or he's reading it and he understands and he's lying. And that is very different than what Mr. Sniping is doing. So I thank you for letting me take that and run with it.
Yeah, no, sure. That was a good take. And I agree with you on 100%. I mean, they are two completely different stories. We're talking about a guy who's put out 1,500 videos and worked his crowd till their till their fingers are bleeding.
This is
Trying to
not a
type in
matter.
messages. They never answers.
This is not a matter of picking on some guy and not picking on others. It's a matter of making sure that we get people understanding correct information so you can make your own personal best informed choices. But when you're
Yeah.
hearing things like don't even bother reading the white papers, just don't look at it. It's not important. Trust the street.
Yeah.
But by the way, he lost a couple hundred subs after that. So I mean, subs don't really
Did
matter
he?
in the end. But it doesn't really matter in the end. But what matters is that we see people are starting to get wise.
Yeah. That's all
And
that
I
matters, right?
you
That's all that
watch
matters.
him, don't watch him, enjoy him, don't watch. I don't care. But like,
Yeah.
just know that there's people like Tony DeNaro who's giving you straight, real information,
Mm-hmm.
and that's where you get real info from, guys.
Yep. Yep. Right on. Right on. Yes. 100%. Hanzo says, Mass and Pantheon, what are the odds it goes to the computer where it just buys what's available automatically? What are the odds it goes to the computer where it just buys what's available automatically? Are we talking about AMC, Hanzo?
Yeah, we're talking about basically the SEC's involvement when a margin call gets activated. So typically, when the bank is going to margin call these guys, they're going to give them a heads up and say, margin call's coming, get your affairs in order, because the banks want the hedge funds to survive because they like lending money to them and getting paid, right? They like that relationship. Until it's no longer viable because the bank's going to lose some money. So when they trigger that margin call, and let's say, for example, June 3rd comes and the executive order hits, and all the Chinese bonds, which cost them 10 cents to get a dollar's worth of collateral, all disappears. Okay.
Crazy.
Right off the bat, let's say that's a problem. Let's say the market is also deteriorated, where maybe we've lost 5 to 8% over the overall market. So now all these long positions that these hedge funds have aren't worth as much, and they're going to have trouble meeting minimum margin requirements. And let's say people like BlackRock say, "Whoa, we just take a big hit on our balance sheet because of all these Chinese bonds. Hey, let's recall our shares." When all this potentially starts coming together as one of our many options of catalysts, right? Catalyst gets thrown out too much. When all that starts to happen, right, then they fail the minimum margin requirements. When that takes place, the SEC, I believe Gary Gensler said, there would trigger to the computer. And at that point, yes, and the computer would start going through. But I have a feeling the bank's going to give them a shot to clear up their problem, until they can't. Now, what happened in I'll be real quick. What happened in the 1987 stock market Black Monday collapse? All the brokers got margin called, right?
Yes.
And then the banks were saying, we want our money. The Fed has three choices when these kind of things happen. Number one, they try and convince everybody that everything's okay. Janet Yellen, Janet
That's the first
Yellen,
step.
Janet Yellen and Jerome Powell suck at that. Okay. Option number two, the Fed, the printer goes burr. Option number three, they try to convince everybody to play fair. What does that mean? It means the Fed goes to the banks and says, increase your amount of risk and let these guys try and get out of this problem by paying what they owe. Okay. And then from there, the banks say, why should we do that? Because if they fail, we're on the hook for the money. Because if the brokers fail, the banks don't get the money, right? And
Right.
that's when the Fed goes back to option two and says, don't worry, banks, if they can't survive, we will cover their losses. If they survive, you get the money. So again, option three is tied to option two. This is what they did in 1987. It's what happened with the dot-com crisis. It's what happened in 2008 with the mortgage-backed security issues. They've never learned. This is all the tools they have in their belt. What does it mean? They're going to frickin' print, right? So when the computer, and this is how they get into this, when the computer starts taking over, they're going to cover those losses because the banks are going to get asked, play fair with these guys, play nice, and the bank going to say, cover my losses, guarantee me one way or the other so I don't lose money out of this. The Fed will not print money for the brokers. The Fed will print money for the banks. Okay, sorry, Mass. I've
No,
gotten used to
I'm
being
list
on my own.
I no, I'm just listening and I'm thinking to myself, like, how much more fucking money can they print possibly? I mean, when is too much just too much? And we're paying for it, man. All that money that they continue to print, we are paying that on a daily basis for food, groceries, utilities. I mean, we are taking on the chin right now so that they can party, man. It's just because they were irresponsible. Jake, I got another single guy with me. Jake, thanks, man. I'm glad I'm not alone, bro. Clark says, how often are you in? So Pantheon, oh, during the short squeeze in AMC. I don't know, man. I'm gonna be trying to hit my numbers, right? I got a lot of shares I want to dump. So am I gonna be live? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't want to be an impediment. I don't want to I don't want to be a deciding factor on someone trying to pick a number to get out at, especially if it's if they don't have enough shares where they can kind of level things or you know, oh my God, did I just lose the stream?
I'm still with you.
Oh, you're there? Okay.
Yep.
I'm sorry, what was I just saying? I thought I just lost the
Whether
stream.
whether you plan to be live during the short
Oh,
squeeze.
yeah. I have a little bit of an issue just because the way that I'm thinking this thing out in my head is that I'm gonna be selling on the way up and letting go little groups of shares at a time, trying to recoup, my original investment and then start piling it in. So I don't wanna be the deciding factor for anyone on what numbers are gonna sell at because I might have a totally different strategy than someone else, right? So I might do a live stream or that day, probably that night of. I probably wouldn't do it live during the market. There are a million guys out there that I would go watch if I was gonna be doing a daytime during the stream. I personally won't be. Pantheon, what about you?
No, I will absolutely not stream during the live trading hours, whether it's pre-market, regular trading, or after hours. I'm not going to be caught anywhere there. If I'm on someone's channel, it's going to be Casey Shaw's or Tony's, if Tony's on during then. And then I'm going to be in Boss Blunt's Think Tank, and I'll be in CS Trades, Wolfpack's WebEx. That's the places where I'm going to be.
Alright, so
I've
write
got
those down
one on
if you
each
wanna
monitor.
know.
I'll have the
There you
Wolfpack on the
go.
left monitor, the Think Tank on the right, and the computer screen itself is going to be playing either Casey Shaw or Tony, or maybe both.
I'm so pissed off. So this TV behind me here, right? It's I don't know, maybe it's like 6 months old, 7 months. I think I got it last fall. And I got a pretty good deal on it. It was pretty cheap. I think it was like $300 for a 40, I think it's 43 inches. Weird number, but yeah, 43 inches. And just a week ago, I had why I don't even know why I'm talking about this, but a week ago I had all of the pixels in one row, from north to south, up down, just completely go blue on me. So I have this big blue line going right through the TV. But when you were just talking about 3 screens, I was thinking about now that that's broken and I can't return it or anything, that I would put it up above me here so I could, have another screen to be able to see either cable or the tickers on the bottom, for stuff like that, for live streams if you were gonna do it during the day. Um, just like using it as another monitor, you know what I mean? Because I
Yeah,
heard you
it's
saying about
gonna.
3 monitors. Do you have 3 monitors now or?
No, I've got two monitors and then the actual Surface Pro screen itself. That's all.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay,
but they're
gotcha.
big ones, big monitors. Not like a TV, but yeah. And then
Diaz,
Mrs.
who's
Pantheon, she'll.
elevating the FUD, by the way? I think Tony was backing you up saying that the issue with Lou is acting like he knows what he's talking about and getting it wrong, as anyone who does real DD knows. It's amazing though, because it's not even just wrong. It's completely, I mean, way off base. Pantheon's message was not delivered well and broken down by Lou. Let's just say that, right? It's completely effed up. Oh, let's see. Oh, Stacia is on a painting deadline. What does Stacia paint? Do you know?
No. Oh, she talked about this in my live stream. Curses.
Painting deadline.
I'm
I
gonna
wonder
say
what
her
she
her
paints.
house. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. Does anybody know what she paints? Massalorian. John Wick did not give an opinion. He gave a statement. Did he not say, in my opinion, AMC is not going to squeeze?
Yeah, it's an
I thought that
opinion.
was literally the first line that he said.
It's his opinion. It's what it is. Sorry,
Yeah,
mediocre. I
I think
gotta
he
I gotta
said,
debate that one.
yeah, I think that was the title of the video, right? In my opinion, AMC will not squeeze. But I mean, maybe you're looking at it different, bro. I understand. I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion. I'm not going to tell you if it was an opinion or a statement. It definitely could have been a statement. That's how you see it. That's how you see it.
I'll put it
Who
this
might
way:
argue? Who might argue with you on that?
if John Wick were to make videos for the next month straight, every single day, bashing AMC, then I would have a very different take on it. It's his
Yeah, of
opinion at this
course.
point. That's all that it is.
Yeah, if he started
Gi-
bashing on AMC, I'd be calling him out right now about it.
yeah, we got to give the
Yeah,
man, give him some breathing space.
yeah,
He's earned that.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And he's still kind of like, I mean, I don't remember when John started his channel, but he hasn't been around that long, right? Like maybe 4 months, 5 months, right? So he's
Yeah.
still some of these things are first times for him, you know? Some of these things that are happening, like the $34 thing the other day. Now, granted, that was the first time for all of us, right? But still, that's something that can mess with your head, you know? If you're not ready for
Yep.
it. um
Mrs. Tahiti's reminding me that Stacia did jewelry for the Beverly Hills 90210 show. I'm trying to remember. Is that what she? Yeah, painting jewelry. I'm getting confused here.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Stacia, what are you painting? Let us know in the chat if you're still. She said she was still here a couple minutes ago. How would Carlos says how? And IP says Burr. I think he's talking about the money printer and my face. How would an AMC dividend impact options trading? It depends. There's a there's a lot of ways it could affect it, right?
Well, I mean, first off, there's existing debt covenants that prevent AMC from issuing a dividend. So right off the bat, can't happen right now. GME and AMC are in very different situations.
Yeah, they
Now,
truly
how
are.
would that impact on options? If it was a cash dividend, well, okay, we're not talking about shorts, we're talking options trading.
Talking to options, yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to stay out of the options conversation
It's
based on what Ash
there's a
showed
lot of
today.
ways you
But
could there's a lot of
yeah,
ways you can answer this. There's many ways you can answer this question.
you
It
need
totally
someone
depends.
smarter than me, like Tony, to answer that question.
That and there's different almost different answers you could give to this because there are different impacts. It could have negative effects as well, right? Depending on which way you're trading your options.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, Carlos.
Let's see. The layer zero. Good evening. To them, they're still rich. To us, we're struggling harder than ever. Yeah, man, a lot of us are struggling, right?
That's an AutoCAD reference right there. The layer 0.
Oh, is it the layer zero?
Confirm that for us, layer 0. You're an AutoCAD user, aren't you?
Put it
Sorry,
in the
Mass.
chat. The least we can do is Will Smith that like button. Thank you, Julie. Thank you. Thank you. I will be at the. You wouldn't believe how long it took me to make that thumbnail last night, trying to find a good Lamborghini picture. I'm like, there's got to be a million Lamborghini photos, right? It's like probably one of the most photographed cars in the world. I could not find a decent Lamborghini picture. I'm like, this is insane. Here's Stacia. Now she's leaving. Good night.
Good night, Stacia. Hi, Christy.
Christy's leaving too.
No,
Night, Christy.
I'm just throwing a hi out there. That's all.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. Your guess is better than a lot of vigils trying to play it safe. We're trying. Jody says all the dead voters don't mind immigration. Got a shout out for the Wolf Pack here. Clark says Julie and I want to have a celebration with UMass, Pantheon, Tony on YouTube during the short squeeze. Yeah, at some point we can do that, right? I mean, the short squeeze is gonna be going on for probably a few days, so I wouldn't worry about us like running out of time to conversate during the squeeze. I think we're looking at a 48 to 72 hour period for this thing, the whole thing to go down.
I'd say once I hit that sell button, I'm gonna wait the T+2 days for it to settle before I say anything remotely cocky or celebratory.
Good point, right? Just wait till that money hits your account. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
For me,
Yep.
yep.
LA says June 9th shareholders vote. Okay, so I think we got that, right? That's going to be the deal with that. Perfect. I'm proud to roll with you guys, but don't let Pantheon drive. He will wreck our Suburban. Okay.
That's a beautiful story that I told. Not tonight.
I haven't heard this.
No, bungee jump in a Suburban on Thrill Hills in the good old Saskatchewan prairies. Another time, my friend.
Who lives up in Saskatchewan? Angelina?
You had 2 or 3 people tonight say that when I said Saskatoon for the Canadian prepper, they said, "Oh, that's in our area." I think there was 2 different people that said that tonight.
Right. Ape says might be a bulb issue, Mass. Was my light fluctuating or something?
Was it maybe your TV?
Oh,
you were talking
bulb
about the
issue.
blue line?
Oh, bulb. I don't know if that would make sense because the whole screen is pixelated, right? It's whatever it is, 1080 by or 1280 by whatever, right? So you got 840 going this way, 1,200 going this way, right? So if let's just suppose I were to make an imaginary straight line from the top of the screen to the bottom, wouldn't that be the pixels that turned blue?
Or maybe my guess is way off. I don't know.
I don't know. Good question.
I'm not the brightest bulb in this
Yeah, me
discussion.
neither. Me neither.
Go from there.
Tony says, yeah, right. Starting that. Tony says, after the squeeze, I'm headed to Canada for dog day lessons from Pantheon.
Yeah, you got to tell Bruno to mush. Mush, Bruno.
Mush.
Keep moving, freeway. Let's go, Gizmo.
Oh, boy. That'd be great. Yeah, Julie says we could do a YouTube Moas toast. Hell yeah, that I'm down with. Yeah, T+2 sounds right, though. As soon as that money hits my account, Julie, me, you, and Clark can go nuts. Nick says, what? Night, y'all got to wake up to hunt eggs with my rats in the morning. Be easy. Nick, have a good night, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Mr. Heedy says, Pantheon. Stacia said last night she did jewelry for 90210 show. Remember?
Yeah.
So is Mr. Heedy saying, do you remember last night Stacia saying that?
Yeah,
is that
yeah,
what?
that was I think that was in reference to the painting. Maybe she was painting jewelry. I forget that part, but Mrs. Tahiti's correct. Yep.
Okay. Pantheon, do you think I could pull a question up for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Maybe you can talk about this. Did you know that?
I did not know that. No,
All right,
I'll
give
have
me
to
2
go
minutes.
watch that. And and that's why. And thank you, Tony. That's why, as I was saying earlier, I didn't know that he made a video saying he was joking the last few days. It's not a very good joke. But having said that, that's why when your friend breaks up with their boyfriend or girlfriend, you don't instantly trash the ex right on the spot, because tomorrow they might get back together, and now you're the jerk who actually said the thing that's going to be remembered, right? So, right, people that have earned the right to, to let them have a day or two. In this case, whether it was a joke or not, it doesn't really matter. John McSnipen's proven to be one of us, so we got to give these guys a little slack here. So, if that's the case, which I mean, Tony wouldn't say that if it wasn't. Thumbs up. Why? I don't know. Sounds like a bad, evil April Fool's joke, but I'll have to watch John's video to see what's up. Apes versus Wall Street. You owe $20 for the swear jar. So going forward, Liz has established is $20 for the swear jar every time we mention the NYC guy, and I'm going to follow that line. Liz, excellent idea. Right, because as people were putting in the chat, that just sends people over to take a look at it. Well, I just want to clarify stuff because it's my stuff that he stole. And that's why I took 4 days off. I took 4 days off because people were stealing my exact content in my exact words. So it is what it is. Gary Keating, your thoughts on AMC next week? Could go up, could go down. Honestly, I don't know, Gary. I don't watch the price. I don't really care whether the stock goes up a few bucks, down a few bucks. I really don't care anymore. It's going to happen when it happens. And I think the best advice for people is to just take some time off away from the line and hug your loved ones, go outside, mow the lawn, and just live, man. It's going to happen when it happens. I just personally don't believe that we as retail, who control 10% of the stock price, I don't think we're the ones who have to figure out how to push this MOAS to the next level. It's going to happen. So my advice is just don't worry about the line next week. If you're referring, Gary, to something else, I don't know of any upcoming news or anything else that I'd be looking at. And so that's my thoughts on AMC next week. Yeah, what's next? What do we got? See, now Liz, you owe $20 because you just put it in the comment there. Let's see. Ink Slinger 69. John McSnipen today says he was exposing bots. He is holding strong. There you go. And just like I said, you don't trash the ex of your buddy. He's going to remember this, what just happened too. So, and I'm pretty sure.
John, what?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure when he said the other day that somebody he's still evaluating whether they were being passive aggressive, I'm pretty sure he was talking about me. So we'll see.
Really?
That's my guess. We'll see where he ends up with me. Because I mentioned it that night, and I was like, so I didn't trash the guy, at least in my opinion.
No, I don't think I trashed him either. I just said
No,
he
no.
was on a mission trying to expose the bots in his comment section, and I've never taken the time to do that just because there's a million other things going on. But I'm glad someone's doing it.
Tony, the word you're looking for is spelled ASS. Tony's he's doing a 3-letter puzzle, and while listening, he needs to have some help. A 3-letter word for someone who steals due diligence.
No.
Tony is hilarious.
That's good stuff. That's good
All
stuff.
right,
So,
what do we?
Stacia, I have to ask, did you meet God, I was so in love with Jenny Garth back in the day. Do you remember her from 90210?
We've done a deep dive in 90210. I spent
Oh
45
no.
minutes on a Pantheon radio, not only going through the show, but going through specific episodes to blow people's minds.
Really? You got
I've
down
got a
dirty, huh?
I've
Oh
got a
man.
memory. You want to talk about Valerie Malone? I'm your guy.
Hey, I could go all night with Beverly Hills. Don't even get me started. How soon will Biden's EO order pass on a digital currency? So I don't believe that's going to come down to EO order, executive order, Clark. It's going to actually be something Congress has to decide on. I'm pretty
I think,
sure.
but he put out an executive order on that, didn't he? I
Digital
thought he,
currency?
yeah, I thought he did. He did. Let me see if I can find it here. I don't remember the dates on it. I'm pretty sure he did.
Okay, hold on, I'm looking
Because
at it right now.
the whole thing about Project Lithium, the press release mentions that following the executive order by President Biden,
Yes.
or maybe I'm remembering that wrong. Let
No,
me look
it's
that
it's
up.
here. It's here. It's here. Signed an executive order exploring. This is
Yeah,
from White House. Digital assets, including cryptocurrencies. Let's see. Outlines first whole of government strategy to protect consumers, financial stability, national security, and address climate risks. Ordering on ensuring responsible development of digital assets.
there
So
we go.
protect
Yep.
U.S. customers, investors, and businesses. Mitigate the illicit finance and national security risks posed by illicit use of digital assets. Promote equitable access to safe and affordable financial services. I hate that word, equitable. It's not what it's supposed to mean. And explore USCBD by placing urgency on research and development of a potential United States CBDC should issuance be deemed in the national interest.
Ah,
Oh, I bet it will.
let me in section 9 definitions. Let me read this out, which is why I always have to clarify this. In subsection 9 definitions. A, the term blockchain refers to distributed ledger technologies where data is shared across a network that creates a digital ledger. Those are two completely different terms. They're using the term blockchain, and it means distributed ledger technology, which I defined both in my Robot Godzilla video. Blockchain makes you think it's decentralized like Bitcoin, and therefore it can't be controlled. But distributed ledger technology is similar, but you can control it. Think of DLT as a Google Doc file. You can take a Microsoft Word file, put it on Google Docs. I can give everyone in the chat access to it. I can also shut off your access to it any moment I want, right?
Yes,
That's
yes.
the difference. So they're admitting in their definitions on the last page of this that they actually are using the term incorrectly as buggers.
Really?
That's why
Are
I
you
get
on
so
White House? Are you on WhiteHouse.gov?
yeah, I scrolled to the very, very bottom to look at the definitions. This is like, I don't know, a billion pages, this thing.
Okay, I'm just on the. This is just a press release from the March 9th, 2022.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
a
I'm in
press
White
release. That's
House.
all it is.
Yeah, I'm at whitehouse.gov. Yeah, I'm at the actual executive order.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Steve, good evening, brother. How you doing tonight? How are you tonight? Let's see. LA says, can AMC do a stock split or they can't because they are in debt? They can't offer a dividend because of the debt. Uh,
So a stock split like GME, that's why GME has two things. Number one, you have to agree to increase the float from 300 million shares, not the float, I'm sorry, not the float. The number of authorized but not issued shares is 300 million in GME. That's authorized by the company from their initial public offering, but they haven't issued them all yet. They are
right.
allowed to go up to 300 million. Like we were allowed to go to 500 million in AMC, and they did that over the last year plus.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got to increase that from 300 million to a billion. So they're going to increase by 700 million shares because as they do the split, that's going to go beyond 300 million shares. So they have to get the shares first off. So for AMC to do the same thing, let's say a 3-for-1 share split, Adam Aaron would have to ask us to authorize 1.5 billion shares. So they could or no, 1 for 3 becomes, oh, sure, 1 billion shares. So that we would have
Billion.
1.5 billion total, and then we could give everyone 3 for 1. And are we going to all authorize 1 billion shares? No, 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 no.
No,
No,
we wouldn't
no,
even
we're not gonna,
do
no.
50 million. Never
So
mind.
anyways, that's the difference between the two. Sorry.
Big Country signing out. Big Country, have a good night, man. Get some rest. Inkslinger saying what's up to Tony. He's in the top. Tony is in the top 3. Steve saying what's up to Cam. I didn't even see Cam in the chat. Cam, what's up, buddy? What is going on? Big B, I think exactly. Hold on. Hanzo says, Delos Doge, what's up, my friend? How you doing tonight, man? Big B, I think exactly. It's a pattern of ruining every day for retail, so we'll fall off. It's well worth their dime to try to save money. They want constant misery and FUD. Agreed, agreed. Delos Dodge, how you doing tonight, my friend? I haven't talked to you in a while. Angela says she's near. I don't know to who. Maybe Pantheon. Not close to me. Fahrenheit 2021. Make sure you can defend your pantry. Yeah, make sure. I mean, guys, make sure you have plenty of ammo saved up.
Bill Burr
Definitely.
does a great comedy skit on that where he's like, I always think about the apocalypse, and people say you should grow turnips in your backyard or grow zucchini. And he's like, why would I grow zucchini in my backyard? I'm just growing zucchini for the toughest guy on the street. He's just going to come over and take my zucchini. I love Bill Burr.
He is amazing. He is amazing. I followed him growing up, man. He was my favorite comedian, like local comedian. I followed him growing up my whole life since I was like 19. He was when he was just a young comedian in Boston. He used to do this thing about going to brunch. With his wife would always ask him, "Do you want to go to brunch on a
Is
Sunday?"
that pesto? Is that
Yeah, is that
pesto?
pesto in your omelet? It's asparagus. Oh, it's asparagus. Oh man, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. Love that stand up from Bill Burr. I haven't seen him in God knows forever. 10 minutes behind. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I know. I'm trying to catch up. It's really hard.
This is
TD
what
and UN,
happens
good
when I'm your
evening.
co-pilot. This is what happens when I'm your co-pilot. Goes off the
No, you're not
rails.
slowing me down. It's all good. TD and UN, good evening. How you doing tonight, my friend? Good. Okay, gents. Hypothetically, if not a single share are purchased, let me start that again. Okay, gents. Hypothetically, if not a single share are purchased of AMC, literally not a single share, what and how do you both think the hedge funds feel? I think they'll poop in their pants.
I think they'll
Yeah,
just ping pong it
I,
right down to 1 cent. That's what they
I
would
think they'll
do.
take it. I think they'll take it down. I think they'll take it down as low as they can. But here's the thing. Um, Here's the thing with that, right? Think about it. Think about it hypothetically, and no one was to buy another share of AMC. The price is just going to crash all the way, right? There's nothing holding us up. There's no bottom to hold us, correct?
Yeah, like even the buying that's taking place, we're not the only ones. There's still institutions buying. Like it's like two hands,
And
like I describe
selling.
it. Yeah, and I describe
Yeah,
it. There's two hands, right? There's a hand pushing down, and on the other side, there's a hand just together pushing up. And if we stop pushing up, they're just going to push us all the way down to 1 cent. And then
right.
how are everybody going to feel at that point? That's why I hate the idea of people stop buying. I hate it. They're
I
just
do
going to look
too.
at it and say, "That's easy. That's easy. Let's ping pong this all the way down." There'll be 20 million volume in the stock, and it'll get right down $5. And
You know,
just miss. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
no, I'm sorry. Just not being able to buy is a different story, right? If you are maxed out right now, you're tapped out, then that's understandable. But as far as like, that's why I'm even debating this Twitter thing because I'm like, I'd be better off putting my money and buying more AMC instead of trying to ride some type of, Elon bell ringer here. But I'm also looking to make a quick buck, right? So it's a tough decision right now because I'm looking to try to turn over some cash right now. I don't have a ton of dry powder. Um,
Right.
So it's
Twitter
it's a decision you gotta make, you know?
Twitter is a gamble on an arbitrage play. That's all that it is right now. Right? You're
Yes,
just you're
yes,
just you're
yes,
just doing a play
yes.
at $45 to get to $54 and get that 20% scalp. That's entirely it. So like he's offered 54. If this was an offer people thought would go through, the stock would be trading right around $54 right now. Right? So
Yes,
that's called an arbitrage play. That's what people would be doing right now if that was like, but it's a gamble, right? So
it is. Yeah, big time. Huge gamble. It's very risky, and if you make a wrong decision, you know, you're gonna be hurting. And a lot of people just don't have the capital right now to be wrong on things. You know what I mean? At this point in the game. Dana says, "Has anyone ever seen what Pantheon looks like? At least I can imagine what TMI looks like. I've seen both of them. I've seen
I,
TMI's face and
I,
Pantheon's.
I'm a real boy.
Yeah, Pantheon's a real boy. Yeah, I'm a real boy. No, Pantheon's is legit. He's a
Yeah,
legit. It looks like a solid Canadian. That's all I'll say.
just close your eyes, Dana. Listen to my voice, and whatever you think I look like, make it 10 times better looking.
Yeah, he's definitely more handsome than me. That's for damn sure.
No, I wouldn't say that at all. But I would say, yeah, I wouldn't lose any sleep over it.
Let's see. Pocus says, dude, even if he was joking, he decided to go after me in his comments for calling his video FUD.
Not gonna lie, it's been a strange series of events, but I haven't watched his latest video.
He's talking about
It's
Lou?
no, we're talking about John Wick sniping.
Oh. For
Even if
calling
he was
his
joking
video
about the
FUD.
last 3 videos or whatever, yeah, it's just a strange series of events that's taken place. But I got to watch this video before I say anything further.
Yeah, that would be very strange if all of a sudden that I would find that strange because I spoke with him personally on the phone. So I felt like he would have said, "Hey, I'm just making this up." I don't know. Maybe I'm way off. I don't know. All right,
Ah,
hold on. Tony says, and by the way, Jeff, I don't know what you were meaning about the screensavers glitching. Like, you mean like how Pantheon's emblem is up here was glitching? I'm not sure what you meant. Pull the
flickers
panel off
when
the
I
back of
talk.
your TV and wiggle, press all the cables inside. It's often a loose cable. Oh, it's something that simple, Tony, huh? Just to have that a row of all the pixels going out. Okay. You know, the problem is last time I pulled the TV down off of that wall mount, it was I believe a Philips, and apparently they have like some filter over all of the lights that come from behind the TV. And I took down the TV to put the wall mount on from the stand, and all those filters fell off. So I went to go put the TV back up, and all of a sudden it was like bright. You couldn't. It was almost like the screen was hazy. You couldn't see through it, and that's how I ended up getting this thing. And now this one's broken. It's ridiculous. Where are they making these TVs? Julie says, Clark, I'm gonna hold you to the lard on your chest thing after the MOAS. I don't know what's going on there, but that might be interesting. Let's see. Stacia
Great
says
comment.
it's very weird, right? Like what? LOL, I'm listening. I used to design jewelry for all the shows. Right now, I'm at a consultant interior design, cleaning, refurbishing for Airbnb. LOL, I'm listening. Oh, okay, cool. That's nice. That's cool.
There we go.
That's a pretty cool job. So you must have a lot of ins on Airbnb then. Places to stay. So do you know Jenny Garth by any chance? I'd like to know that. I still got a little crush, I guess. I don't
By the way,
know if Pantheon's smiling. I am. What were you gonna
yes,
say?
I
What
will
were you
say
gonna
we
say?
also had the heavy debate on my channel about Kelly Kapowski, Kelly Taylor, or Kelly Bundy. It was a dilemma back in the day when we were younger.
Ooh, Kelly Kapowski or Bundy. That's a tough one. Tiffany Amber or Christina Applegate. Ooh, that's a
Jenny
tough
Garth.
call.
Yeah, you got all 3 to choose
And
from.
Jenny Garth.
The 3 Kellys in the same year's time frame, right? They were all around at the same time. I'm just saying, it's a dilemma for young
Oh
men.
man.
Yeah. And maybe some women. Well, sure.
That'd be one hell of
Anyhow,
a time. One
you
hell
can
of a
smile.
time. How many of John Wick subscribers sold because he said AMC wasn't going to squeeze? I would think not that many. Wreck or Roar. I don't
I hope
know.
I hope nobody buys or sells because an AMC YouTuber
Makes a joke.
says they're buying or selling, period.
Or if
Like
they make a joke, especially on a joke. That's not cool. Clark says, Mass, are you and Pantheon going to be live every week now once we can watch you on the weekends? I got some people who were pissed off because I was talking shit about Lou making 3 videos, 10 videos a day. And then people were like, well, you go on, do a live stream for 5 hours. So I had that. And is, I don't want people to think I'm just doing this because I want to fill airtime. If I don't have anything I can bring to the table or add, I just don't want people. That's not what this is about for me. It never was. Let's see.
But you
Uh,
know what? In fairness, there
mm,
are a lot of people who like to tune into these shows that we do, and they like having the community feel, the chatting in the comments, listening to us answer questions, shooting about Jenny Garth. You know, people need this kind of outlet, and it's not a matter of taking advantage of an AMC situation to fill airways. It's because people look at the outcome tonight, Mass. People care about you. People want you on here. They want to hear what you have to say, and they want to just shoot the breeze and hang out. There's tremendous value in that. I've discovered that with Pantheon Radio over these last bunch of nights. I don't fill 5 hours of AMC talk. We screw around about movies, music, all kinds of stuff, dad jokes, and people just need that out, right? They need that release, right? There's
yeah.
tremendous value in what we're doing here. And I personally am very happy to see you back.
No, I'm really happy to be back, honestly. I honestly just missed doing this. You know what I mean? Like, this was like a fun thing for me, a nice thing to do because I got to hang out with all these people that I'm speaking to all the time in the comments, and I've gotten to know over the last year. You know what I mean? So I was like missing it just because you want that. I like the contact, the back and forth. Um, but there's just a lot of people out there who are doing a lot of nonsensical things, and it's like I just don't want to get caught up in that. Like, that's another thing too. It's like, this is very humbling to me. I've never been in a position like this. So um I'm trying to take it all in stride and not let my head blow up and think that I'm some kind of, anything that I'm not. I'm just an average Joe like everyone else out there. I just happened to turn on a camera because I was sick of clickbait. Let's see. Tony's making jokes. Everyone's laughing at them in the chat. I don't even know what the joke is. Let's see.
It had to be
Uh,
funny, though, if it's coming from Tony.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was probably good, and I can't even find it now. Let's see. Cheers, Tony. Enjoy the movie. Tony's going to see a movie. Maybe Tony's going to see a movie. What's the next movie you're going to go see? Pantheon. The Northman. Pantheon.
Huh? What?
What's the next movie you might go see? The Northman.
I have to take Mrs. Pantheon to see the Batman. I watched it without her, and yeah.
Is it on HBO?
No, well, maybe. I don't have a TV. I don't know. We
Oh
have
yeah.
movie theaters here. We just don't have AMC's, but
Is Batman still playing at the theater?
well, yeah. Why wouldn't it be? It's
Oh
only
yeah,
been a month.
it's only been a month, huh?
Oh yeah,
Wow.
they were gonna have it on HBO Max after 40. Was it
45
45
days.
days?
Yeah,
Which
Warner
would
Brothers,
be
yeah.
pretty darn close to now. But yeah, I'm gonna take her to the theater.
What was the release date?
It was early March. I don't know. I haven't seen you in like 3 months, so I don't know.
March 4th. So
Yeah.
yeah, 5 weeks is today.
Oh yeah, another later this week, probably by this coming weekend, it'll probably be on HBO Max. But other than that, yeah, I'm watching Pam's channel to see what else I got to see.
Let's
They lifted all
see.
the vaccine pass requirements in British Columbia, so all the
Yes, I
people
know.
now are free to
Yeah,
go to
D
restaurants.
told me last night. She told me that they lifted everything. She's like, we can do everything now. I'm like, oh, that's nice. Good, that's good for you. And she's like, what are you making fun of me for? I'm like, I just think that's funny that you're all excited now, 2 years in, that they gave you back some of your rights.
So what is your plan? Are you planning to do streams again on Mondays and Wednesdays and Saturdays, or what are you
Yeah, I
planning
mean,
to do?
I want to get back into a normal groove of doing Wednesdays and Saturdays at least, and then still just doing videos in between as necessary. I just don't want to be filling time for no reason. There's no need to come in here and waste anyone's time. If we're not getting something accomplished, if we're not supporting each other, especially when it gets into like the arguments and the drama, like, I try to stay away from that as much as possible. But I know I'm so far behind the chat right now. I know, guys, I'm sorry. Let's see. Oh shoot, what were we just saying, Pantheon, right before you asked me that?
Well,
What
we
were
were
we
talking
just
about the great debate of the three Kellys.
Oh yeah, the 3 Kellys. That's right. Yeah, yeah. I can't elaborate on that anymore without getting demonetized. So
Save that for another night.
yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
that
save that for after we sign off at
you
night.
could do a deep dive on that one.
Exactly. Yeah, I'll deep dive on that for sure. Head first. Let's see. Stacia said she's sending jewelry out to everybody. Tony can present it when I get the time. That's so cool. That's what you do. Oh, George. Yes, I know. I have your last email. I know. I don't know if you heard, but I had some issues I had to take care of the last 10 days, and I'm out of the woods now. So I'll just let you know that I'm going to be going and taking care of a lot of that stuff tomorrow. I have tomorrow off, hopefully Monday too. I have a feeling I'm going to be off Monday at least. So hopefully I'll be able to get to a lot of that stuff. But George, don't worry, I didn't forget about you, and I know we got some things to talk about. So don't feel like I've been ignoring you. It's everybody. It's everybody. Let's see. I'm not even bringing up this SBFM shit. Let's see. Mr. Heedy says, "Good night, everyone. Happy Easter." Matt, oh, you're in Fort Myers, Florida. Okay, I was just talking the other day about going to Marco Island, in possibly in the end of May, early June, for a couple days. I know that's right near Fort Myers. Oh, let's see. Yeah, so have a good night, Mr. Heedy. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Always appreciate it. Mike says, "Zero buying if any stock means the price crashes." Thank you, Mike. Sometimes you really have to sit there when you're reading the questions and make sure you're reading it correctly, because you can very easily just snap off an answer and it's wrong because you didn't read the question right, right?
It's so much easier in my shoes when I'm not running at all. I can just sit back and just
Yeah.
answer. It's
Yeah,
so much easier. It really
I know.
is.
I know. I was telling someone that this morning. I'm like, honestly, I love going on other people's live streams because you don't have to do anything. You can just sit back, and if you're called on, you can answer. It's great. Uh Inkslinger is saying, "What's up to Apes Wall Street?" Who's your proud? Good evening. I just saw you were in the chat. Pantheon is a handsome fella. Oh, who's your proud seeing you, Pantheon? Uh-oh.
I think I owe her money.
Oh, is that what it is? She's blackmailing you now? So what she get she got screenshots?
Who's your proud's awesome. She's in the Wolf Pack, and yeah, she's I've gone on live in the Wolf Pack WebEx before. Yeah,
Yep.
I do have a face.
Good. Good. Dana says, "Pantheon, just close my eyes." And Jason Momoa, he's I wouldn't make that comparison. I'm gonna
Take it.
find someone before the next
I'll
live
take it.
stream that I
I'll
can
take
put
it.
in this picture. I'm gonna try to get something that I feel a famous person that would
Oh no.
represent Pantheon. I'm gonna see
My,
what I can come up with.
my
I'll
wife
get his
would take this
approval
one too.
first.
Mrs. Pantheon would take that too, Dana.
Oh, maybe I'll have to collaborate with Mrs. Pantheon to find the Pantheon of Hollywood, so we can put him on here sometime, or at least on the thumbnail at night. Let's see. Mediocre Trader says, "Massalorian, he also called me out when I agreed with 90% of what he was talking about. Was being EMO. He also called me out when I agreed with his 90% of
He's
what he was talking about."
talking about sniping.
Oh, okay. We're still on sniping. Okay.
Well, seems
EMO
that way.
was being EMO, emotional. Is that what EMO means?
I don't know.
Mediocre
We should
Trader.
just
I don't know what. I don't really know the history behind the beef, bro. Is my problem. So if I'm trying to figure out, I'd have to go back and watch exactly what was said. Because I don't know. I know he did 3 total videos over the last couple of days about this possibility of not squeezing and the bots. I just don't know enough about your particular beef with him. I'm sorry, man. I can't take it any further than that, and because I just don't know. It's like the same thing with Jackson Hunter. I don't know his situation, so I try to stay out of it. I just know that he said he wasn't selling his position, and that he just wasn't sure if we were going to squeeze. And he asked me, "Oh, how do you feel?" And I said, "I'm still fine." I said, "I always take pullbacks and look at my position and say, am I going to be okay to stay in this for as long as I need to?" But I think everyone should do that from time to time. And there's nothing wrong with that. And if that's your opinion and you're on this mission to expose shills and bots, go for it, man. I'm not going to stop you. And that's the thing, mediocre trader. I just don't know enough about your specific situation with JWS. That's the problem. So don't take it as like a spite. I just don't know enough about your particular argument with him. Angelina says, Massalorian, I wished I was Jenny Garth. Really? Yeah, she was I was pretty hooked. Applegate, she's still beautiful. I know, Carl. Yeah, she is. She's still good looking. I haven't seen her in a while, actually, now that you mentioned that. Have you seen Christina Applegate in a while, Pantheon?
All three of the Kellys aged
Still look
really,
good?
really well. Yes, they're all beautiful people.
Yeah. Yeah, Jenny, I went to school with a girl who was Colombian, who had black hair, but looked very, very facially similar to Jenny Garth, which is probably sounds weird, but they did look very much alike. If you had a brunette Jenny Garth, it would be her. Let's see. Oh my God, I'm trying to catch up here. George says, pay attention to costs. Utilization is at 92%. CTB is 23. SI went from 2 to 12. It always runs together with AMC and GME. Utilization, these are all numbers are from last week. Yeah, I don't really watch. I don't know. Pantheon, do you pay attention to any of the other meme stocks at all?
Occasionally. I mean, when they move, and it's interesting to see with the GME AMC stuff, I do, but like I focus all my attention on AMC and creating content that helps people understand how the overall market works. I'm not buying costs, so I'm not saying it's a bad play. I'm not going to buy it, so I don't even look at it. I'm sure it's a fine play. By the way, when we get to TF Hatter's comment, he wins the Pantheon Award for the night.
Who does?
TF Hatter. It's a ways away. You'll come to it eventually.
Okay.
But I love it.
Okay. Angelina is saying the Northman, my ancestors, I will watch. Is that how far behind I am? We're on the Northman right now. Oh my God. All right, let's see. Definitely seen the Northman. Love the Viking series. Carl J says, I'm gonna read through some of these and try to catch up. Let's see. IP, thank you, bro. Love you too. Jody says, damn, Mass, hit the large red launch button, 9:30 ETA Monday morning. I'm ready, man. I have my suit right there hanging up. Stacia, is that code for Whataburger? I think Stacia has just got a date with another person in the chat. I think she has like a couple boyfriends in here. I don't know what's going on. It's the Norseman. I misspelled it again. Yeah. Oh, it's the Northman, right? Not the Norseman. It's the Northman, not Norse. Yeah, the Northman. So it's playing at my theater at 7 o'clock on Thursday, 7 p.m. Okay. I gotta tell you, we need to have our AMC refurbished up here. It's in rough shape. I misspelled it again. Have you watched The Last Kingdom? These live streams with you and Pantheon the best. Thanks, man. AMC price for next week opinion, Gary. Gary keeps trying to slip this in about next week. Have you noticed that? Like we'll be like, oh no, Gary, we can't answer that. And then like he'll just like word it or like put 2 commas like right here to make it look different. You know,
Gary's very clever. He's very
he thinks
clever.
he's slick. Yeah, no, I know.
He is.
I know.
Almost got me.
Carl says good movies coming. Yeah, Carl, we got good movies coming for sure. I mean, really, you could take a pick of the litter going down till the end of the summer between Jurassic Park and like Pantheon said, Maverick and Marvel. There's just a lot of stuff coming up. There's going to be billions of dollars switching hands the next couple of months at the movie theaters. Billions. Let's see. JWS just needs to get himself a squatty potty and he'll be fine. Jeez, guys. Jenny Garth and Tori Spelling wore the majority of my jewelry.
Nice. They were the best dressed on the show too, so that's good.
Yeah. Pantheon is the Art Bell of the AMC community. Late nights with Pantheon. What's Art Bell's show called again?
This is something that's come up on Pantheon Radio. They keep saying it.
Oh, it's you are the
Coast to
Art
Coast
Bell of
AM.
AMC. Yeah,
Yeah,
coast to coast. Yes, that you should totally have the channel named that.
it's
Should
funny.
be coast to
I'm on
coast.
YouTube, a video platform, and I've taken us back to radio, and
I
people
know
have
you go
embraced it.
back to audio, like
I'm
we're
loving it.
going backwards in technology. I know, I know. TF Hatter says cost insiders have been known to cash out. Okay, good to know. Mediocre Traeger says, all right, I must be getting close now because I just talked about this. I must be getting close to the bottom. No beef people should watch who they call out is all. So did he call you out, Mediocre Trader? Did he actually call you out by name? Utrecht.
Froggy did a dissection, I think, of what John said, because John responded saying that Froggy was
Oh,
fair.
that's what he's referring to. He's
I
referring
think
to
so, but
the
John responded saying that Froggy was very fair in his breakdown, right? So I
yeah,
don't know.
that's what I thought. Yeah. Utrecht. Why do I know that name? I know that name. Who's Utrecht? I know that name from somewhere. Let's see. Carl J says Harry Parrott. That's fantastic to know. Let's see. Keith says, really, she's an old woman. She looks good when she was young. Christina Applegate. Let me look and see what she looks like right now. She can't be that bad looking. I mean,
She's okay. She's not 20 anymore, but she's aged very well. She looks very
oh
good.
yeah, dude,
Yes.
she's looking great.
Yeah.
I have no issues with that. My God, those eyes are something else. All right, let's see. Pantheon, yes, it's all about staying connected. That's Stacia.
When I took 4 days off, Mass, that's the feedback that I received back. Was like, even if I was frustrated that people stole my DD, or I felt like I had nothing new to say, people still wanted me to come on because they still wanted to just get together and be part of a community, right? And just hang out. And it's important. It's important. And I didn't realize how important that was. So that's why I said that tonight.
I didn't really think about it too much until you just said it, honestly. Good morning, Krisha. Good morning. Good morning. I don't know, where are you waking up from right now? I'm actually working on. Oh, I can actually show it to you guys right now. Hold on, I can share the screen. Hold on. Oh, this will be cool. Let me show you guys what I'm working on right now. Share screen. Cause I feel like mold. All right. So, can you guys see the map on the screen right now?
I just see a blank. Oh, there it is. Yep. White and purple.
Yes. So, if anyone knows anyone who I'm missing from this map, I'm looking for a country that is not represented yet from people from our community. So, those are all the countries I have so far in purple. So if anyone knows and can help me out, I'm gonna put this as a background. I'm gonna try to make this to put behind the camera here. So if anyone knows any countries that I could be missing or any something that I'm missing, that would be great. That would be great. All right, let's see. Let's see. KK Diaz. Stacia, thank you very much. Coast to coast up all night, says Carl J. Yeah, you guys are up all night. You guys are up when I get up at 3 a.m. to get a drink. You're up when I go to the bathroom at 5. Then at 6, I'll go lay down and you're still going. I'm like, and it was every night I would wake up and I would see Pantheon's thumbnail on my screen because the whole live stream is the thumbnail, right? What do you use for your picture? Just the thumbnail, right?
Well, it's the thumbnail that you have of the Pantheon that I sketched, and then I
Yeah.
put I put a radio tower on top. And for the thumbnail, I have I don't know if people have picked up on this. They know there's different colors. I've assigned a color of the radio tower to each day of the week. So every Wednesday has the same color, every Thursday has the same color, every Friday is the same color. So if I skip a couple of days, then I skip those colors. And I was seeing
Oh,
if anybody picked up on that, but they saw the different colors, but they didn't realize it's not a big deal, right?
I did notice you switched from a green to a different color at some point.
Yeah, I've got 7 different colors. Whatever day I'm
Okay.
coming on represents that color. So I can
Got
look
it.
at it and see, oh, I haven't been on since Wednesday, right?
Got it.
Yes, I could look at the date too, but I'm just silly that way.
I'm NZ. That's an easy choice for me. Philly cheese all day. What about you, Pantheon?
Ooh. Yeah, I'll go with the cheesesteak.
Yeah, like a real cheesesteak from Philly. Yeah,
I've
definitely.
never had a real Philly cheesesteak in Philly before, but I
Oh,
do like
really?
Philly cheesesteaks. I know I've had versions that don't compare, so I've seen Guy on what's that, Diners, Drive-ins, and Dives. I've
Guy
seen him
Fieri.
I've seen him hit those in Philly, so my mouth is drooling thinking about it.
I took your neighbor there in Vancouver about 10 years ago, like on a or maybe it was last night, maybe 8 or 7 on an East Coast road trip, and Philly was one of the stops, and they were pretty impressed with the Philly cheesesteaks. That was a big deal. One of the best highlights of the trip.
Nice.
Uh, Mediocre says yes. He called me out. Yeah, man. I don't know. I mean, that's something between you and him, really. I'm trying not to get in the middle of too much of that stuff. I got my own problems going on in the background. You wouldn't even imagine. I'm very sneaky. I fear you estimate my sneakiness. Are we talking about? Oh, this is Gary. Yeah, yeah. Trying to get us to get price points. Yeah, I know. I know what he's doing.
I'm very sneaky.
Yeah, he's very sneaky.
That's from
Let's
the Adam
see.
Sandler movie, right?
Yes.
Mr.
Yeah.
Deeds. Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Deeds. Yeah. Yeah. Very sneaky. Let's see here. K858. Have a good night, man. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate you. Yeah, Liz is a great mod, by the way. Angelina's saying I agree. Let's see. Timmy B. What's up, buddy? Late to the party, but what is up, everyone? How you doing tonight, Timmy? Let's see. You guys are funny, man. There's a lot of love in the chats. There's just a lot of hugs and hearts and cupcakes. You know what I don't see is thumbs up. I don't see any likes. What's going on?
Well, I think they got so tired of me. They're just so happy
Oh,
that
is that what it
somebody
is?
somebody with real content is actually on the airwaves.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I wish. I wish we had some real good content to put out tonight. It would be I wish we had better information to put out to people, don't you? Like, don't you wish we had something more we could give that there's only so much though, right? That we can pull up at a time and expose and deal with. You know, it's like
Well,
how much farther are we going to keep digging until we just, fall through the other end?
until we moas.
Yeah,
I
no, I
mean,
know. That's what I'm saying. I know.
yeah, like the
But it's like, how
information's
long is that gonna take?
but the information's been good tonight. We determined that you are in fact not the father.
Yes, I am not. You are not the father. Yes. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That would be a bad situation for Johnny. Let's see. All right. I think I'm almost caught up here. Kershaw, I didn't see if you put in where you're from that you're just waking up right now.
I
You
think you
must be
bypassed the TF Hatter. I'm sorry, I interrupt you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. TF Hatter.
Yeah, I've got it highlighted. I'm just going to read it off if you don't mind.
Go ahead. Go.
But I'm sorry, you were talking to Kirsha, so please finish.
Just if she could put in where she's waking up right now, that's all. Go ahead.
TF Hatter put on their Pantheon is hands down the best two-dimensional YouTuber, and I just thought that was hilarious. So TF Hatter gets the Pantheon award for the night
Okay,
because
gotcha.
I got no
Okay,
third dimension. You see,
gotcha. Yes,
I just found that funny.
gotcha. Yes, I do too. I do too. Now that I see it, try mass maps. I'm seeing it now. J Beeb says, "Mass Pantheon, good night and have a great Easter." Thanks, man. You too. Thank you very much. You too. And Pocus is saying you can draw Pantheon. Yeah, his sketch came out awesome. Let's see. Philly cheesesteak, American Trader. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Subway. Subway steak and cheese. I'm not a huge fan of. D'Angelo's, I am. Subway, I thought do they still microwave their steak and cheese? Because I thought Subway didn't cook it on an open spit. That was always my problem with it.
Well, they got those ovens, those toasted ovens. If you want your bread
Oh,
toasted, right?
right.
You throw it
Right.
in
So they
there for
just
20
put the steak in
seconds.
there.
Yeah.
Got it. Makes sense. Let's see. And Ethel M is dying. By the way, who was Uhtred? Did someone answer who Uhtred was yet? Oh, here it is. It's Harry Parrott. I really thought Brita and Uhtred would reconcile and work together. Oh, that's from the Vikings show. Is that what that's from? The Viking show or the Last Kingdom, one of those? Omar, good evening. How you doing tonight? I know, bro. I know we need it. We need it. I know. Adrian says, Mass Pantheon, what do you think silver will squeeze up to per ounce when it does squeeze? Somewhere around $50, give or take $1. I don't know for sure, but that's what I'm hoping for. I'd be happy with that. I don't know. Any thoughts on that, Pantheon?
Yeah, it's gonna squeeze to many, many monies. That's
Many,
all I
many
can
monies?
say.
Okay.
Oh man, that thing has been held back so much. It's going to
I know.
be a sick squeeze when it goes. Yep.
I know. I know. I
Robert
wish I had bought
Kiyosaki.
more when it was $19 an ounce. All right, now I'm trying to find Kirsch's country of origin here. Somebody in the chat, if you see where if Kershaw put an answer in, I can't find it. Stacia says I need food. Actually, this is the one time I ate before I came on, Stacia, in the longest time. I can't even because Ask Pantheon. There's a lot of times where we'll get off this thing at 1 in the morning if he's not going on live, and I'll like be running to get food to bring it back here to eat because I'm so hungry.
Yeah, it's true. After like a 5-hour live stream, him and I would sit on in the after the show and talk for like 2 more hours.
eating, eating, and getting tobaccoed out. Let's see. Quiznos subs. Oh, they closed all the Quiznos around here. We don't even have that anymore. Do you still have Quiznos up in Van?
Yes, sir. We had
You
one
do?
close to the office I used to last work at. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Kershaw. Netherlands. Yes. Okay, so I got Netherlands. Sorry, hon. I didn't see it. I don't know how I missed it. I didn't see that once in the chat yet. Yeah, it's the first time I saw an answer from you. Yeah, okay. Yep, I got the Netherlands. I do. Let's see. Derek A says 2 squeezes for GME, one as brokers, recall shares before the split and dividend, and then MOAS. Game over. Everything will hopefully squeeze.
I like
One
that.
as brokers, recall shares before the split, and then dividend, and then MOAS. Game over. Everything for. Hey, if that's the way this goes down, I'm perfectly okay with that.
Yep. And
Perfectly
all
okay
the
with that.
GME newly minted millionaires can come on board AMC. We would love to have you.
Yeah, right?
Buy
Yes.
those synthetics.
Yeah, for sure. Clark says Tom Z has a video where an analyst says short squeeze is coming in 70 days. Do you want my thoughts on that or Tom Z and his channel? Which do you want? I'll give you either one, Clark. Do you have anything you want to say about that? Pantheon, the 70 days?
I would say I don't know anything about. I know Tom's back. I haven't
Yep.
watched anything he's put out, and I don't know what this specifically is related to. But I would say there are about 4 or 5 or 6 different, completely different people with different ideas, all leading to a same June, July time frame window, which is fascinating. And I'm not saying we're going to mow us in June or July, but I'm saying a lot of people with a lot of credible ideas are all
Pointing to
looking
that
at that
same
time
area, right?
frame.
Yeah.
So, hold on, folks. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, just hang in if you can, right? Hang in if you can just a little bit longer. I agree. I agree with a lot of the sentiment behind that. I haven't been totally convinced, but I'm getting there. Here's what I'll say though about the channel. I don't know where Tom went when he left back in June after we had the run up and came back down. I don't know why he decided to stop talking about AMC completely. I did watch his goodbye video where he said he's just got other things he wants to talk about, and I remember him saying like he's not going to sell, and I don't know what happened. So then he took a hiatus, right, for 8 months or however long it's been, and he was making very good money when he was doing those 500K, 100K AMC videos, and that's gotten us nothing but misery at this point. So, you do whatever you want. You listen to that 70 days. Like I said, I haven't been fully convinced yet on that. My whole thing is I don't know why he came back and all of a sudden is talking about AMC again. It's very strange to me. Unless he just misses the ad revenue. I don't know. I don't know why he clearly was sick of talking about it. So I don't know. I don't know how to explain that. Any idea of what he may be thinking, Pantheon? Like, do you ever wonder like why he came back out of the blue like that?
Uh,
Really
I
strange.
somebody in my Pantheon radio, somebody said it one time. I'm trying to remember. I don't think, I don't think he had a baby. It was something
No,
like
no,
that.
no, no,
Like,
no.
no, okay, there was something. There was some life thing that somebody told me was going on with him, and that's why he's back. I don't know.
Okay.
I remember. I remember somebody told me what it was, and I thought that seems legit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a perfect question for me. I will take this focus. Do either of you have any ideas on how to convince older family members to join the movement? Yeah, man. No, I was talking to my dad yesterday and I still can't get him to go in on it. Or even to possibly buy puts on Tesla. I mean Tesla. Twitter. Um yeah, I don't know. You got me. I mean, I got my cousins to sign on, but they're younger than me. Um I can't get my parents convinced, and like I said, I told them when we hit $14 back in May, the end of May, we were gonna run. I said, "Just pick it up. We're on our way right now. We're about to take off." And sure enough, it happened. I said if we broke $40, it'd be off to the races. And I don't know. They're still not listening. But I could be wrong this time around. So caught something a couple months ago as well. I think TJA 2490. I don't know if you might be you might be talking about the same thing that we're talking about right now, because
Well,
it's been a couple of months he's been talking about that, right?
he's talking about Boss Blunts, and Mr. Ray also talked. We can tie these two together. Okay.
Okay.
So Mr. Ray wrote, "Your boy Boss Blunts," and yes, full disclosure, he's a friend of mine. Said that the event would happen in June. Hold to him to it, like the guy who called March 3rd. So he's saying Lou called March 3rd. Hold Boss Blunts to June 3rd. First off, Boss. Okay, so you can disagree with me on this, Mr. Ray, but I'm very much aware of what Boss Blunts has said. Marcel has never said June 3rd we're going to squeeze. What he said was the executive orders have twice proven to be correct. We have another one lined up. If Taiwan gets invaded earlier, they could activate it sooner, right? So that's something for people to keep an eye on, and it's something we all need to be on top of. That's what he's been saying. I've never heard him say to me, and I'm on top of all of this stuff, we are squeezing on June 3rd. That is the only day it will squeeze. Okay. So that's my response to that. Now, second, TGA 2490 is saying Boss called something a few months ago as well. He did. He called that we were going to be popping in late January. And coincidentally, that is exactly when the plunge protection team dropped $50 billion on puts. So yeah, was he wrong? I don't think he was wrong. I think who would have expected the plunge protection team, whose job is not to actually put money into the market, to drop $50 billion of taxpayer money from the Fed into the market to hold it? They're trying to hold it from losing its head, right? And what he was calling on that in January was not the MOAS. He was calling for the market to crash on the end of January. So, like I said, I'm very up to speed on what Marcel has said. So I'm going to give those two responses, and then if people say I'm being loyal to my guy, so be it. But I consider those to be factual responses.
Yep. Yeah, I just haven't been fully convinced yet. That's I'm just not all the way there yet. I don't know what I'm missing. I don't know what I'm missing that needs to convince me. Usually, maybe just I'm over skeptical sometimes because I see so many liars out there. And believe me, I don't think Boss Blunt is anything but truth. Um, so that's not it. It's just something for me is missing, and I can't put my finger on it right now. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know what it is that there's like one thing that's just not fitting for me. Um, and I'll talk to you about it off the air because I promised I wouldn't bring this up until me and him were talking about it live. So
Sure,
I don't want to go into it too much.
sure.
Let's see. Krishna says, and let me make sure I'm pronouncing this correctly. Kirsha?
Yep,
I'm assuming
yep.
Kirsha. Okay.
Kirsha.
Kirsha. I'm 50 and my dad still thinks I'm still a girl that needs his advice. I'm investing is not one of them. So he knows nothing. Do you think you can convince my dad, Kirsha, if maybe he'll listen to you? Maybe that's what I need to do is put him on with the female. Maybe he would listen. Maybe if it was my sister, he'd listen.
What I found,
Let's see.
what I found to be a good way to introduce new people to the stock now
Yep.
is what I say to them. It's friends or family. I say, okay, look at we're at this price. We ran up to 73. We're back down to this price. okay, I give them some of the starting information about what's going on. And then I
Yep.
say to them, how would you like to invest in something that it's got an excellent chance of doubling your money? Are we going to
That's
see
it,
thir-
right? That's a
are we going
simple
to
sell.
Are we going to see $36 again?
Sure.
I think it's a proper valuation. And at that point, people start to listen. If I come at them and say we're going to see 4 digits or 5 digits or whatever the number is,
Yep.
people look at me like you're crazy. So then when they think about it and they look at, okay, doubling is a good idea, that gives them time now to start looking into more ideas as to whether or not this is going to go further. I'm not saying you trick them to buy. I'm saying get them thinking about it. That's a way for people to pay attention to what I'm saying, and then I start offloading more information onto them. That's how I approach it. If
Yep.
I say $1,000 a share or whatever price you want to say, they just tune you out.
Yeah.
Or you're talking for the next 6 hours to explain every single thing of the stock market and why
I
it's
know. I
possible,
know.
right?
I know.
But a double from here, I think, is a pretty safe bet, right? So it's a nice way to break the ice.
I mean, we 8 times our money back in June, so I don't think a 2 up is a huge leap, right? Um, yeah, it's not a huge leap, right? Um, I was gonna say, so my best friend has been asking me about when he should get in, and I've been telling him to wait. I just said, I'll give you a day's heads up before it's gonna be last minute. And the sad thing is, I don't really know what that date's gonna be. I keep assuming that I'm gonna be able to see something happening in time for him to be able to catch it. But right now, at these price points, like, how much more are you really gonna save at $18 a share right now? I mean, you're gonna save $6 a share if it falls back down to 12? You know what I mean? So at this point, in
Yeah,
the year, it's like, what's another $6? Uh, think about what you could miss to
right.
save $6. You know what I mean?
Right. The day we ran up in June, like it happened, and you woke up and you went, "What the hell?" Right? And you were super excited. Just imagine
Yeah.
if you woke up that day and went, "I was holding off for it to go down 70 more cents so I could get another 8 shares." Like, how would you feel that morning, right? On the
Yeah.
flip side, you'd feel better to have more shares. So I understand the argument both ways. I'm just I did a thing where I bought more shares, and it's the one time I put my shares out public for just that amount, and I bought it to help with Max Payne at $23.35 for that amount of money, right, in the pension fund. And I wasn't looking to get that to the best possible price. I was doing something to help Max Payne, and it is what it is, right? Other shares are purchased at a whole different amount in different accounts, but am I going to be upset that I bought those shares at $23? No, I'm not going to be upset when we pop. Could I have gotten more shares out of it? Yeah, I suppose I could have, but it was for a different reason. Oh,
Whatever
Diaz,
you
he's playing that phone dead thing again. He plays that all the time.
Oh, is that just a
Don't fall
joke?
for it. No,
Okay.
he's being serious.
Oh, okay. Whatever you do, don't go back and watch my video from June 4th or June 3rd, whatever day we ran up. Don't watch my video from that morning.
Were you pretty pumped that
I
day?
was extremely cocky that morning.
That's good.
I'm like, I've been telling motherfuckers for months this shit was going. Oh, god damn, I feel good this morning. Let's see. Yeah, that was a great day, man. I don't know if I've ever been that pumped before. That was one hell of a day. Hey, man, thank you, Diaz. Thank you for coming in tonight and helping me mod, man. I appreciate it. I can't do this shit without you guys, so thank you so much. You, Liz, Pam, you know the drill. Um, let's see. Imenzi says we have some characters on this AMC journey. Someone calls him Mr. Elk Spaghetti. You know me on another savage realm. Blue Icy and Elk Spaghetti. I mean,
And have,
if that doesn't sound like a
and
house
have
of
you noticed
horrors,
how many
what?
people have to be affiliated with an animal? Like, have you noticed that?
I know.
Like Kringle Kitten, and you've got Roaring Kitty, and you've got
Roaring
Elk
Kitty.
Spaghetti, and
I
you've
know.
got who else is there? The Wolf Pack. Like you just got all
Yeah.
these different
A
animals,
lot of
Froggy style.
animals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Froggy style. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
And
Yes.
you're a bounty hunter, and I'm just I'm a stack of bricks.
I'm a bounty hunter and you're a stack of bricks. No, we got your columns. You are Corinthian columns, right?
Hey,
But what
beautifully
kind
well
of
said.
what kind of columns are those? Are they Adriatic or there's three different designs on the columns, the tops?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you're right. It's a Corinthian column with its stylization versus
Corinthian.
Ionic or Doric columns. You're
Ionic
speaking.
Doric. That's it.
You're
Yep.
speaking architecture. Let's do
Yeah, yeah,
this.
yeah. I'm familiar with that stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. I've been to the Parthenon a few times. Let's see. But that's a totally different structure. That's why
That's
I
in
first
Greece.
thought that's where yeah, I thought you were doing the
Yep,
Parthenon, the Acropolis. Yeah, but it's actually the Pantheon
in Rome.
in uh in Italy. Yeah, in Rome.
Yes, sir.
So do you know, is the Pantheon near the Trevi Fountains? Did I ask you
Yep.
that before? It
It
is.
is. No, you didn't ask me that before, but it is close to it.
It is. Okay. I thought so. Okay.
That's a beautiful thing about Rome when you go to travel Rome. Like, you look at the map and think, oh, I can only hit so many things in a day. It's like I can hit 4 sites in a day. Everything's within complete like walking distance. Like literally, you can hit 15 things in one day and not be rushed because it's all boom. You go to the Colosseum, you turn your back, boom, there's the Arch of Titus. You turn your back, literally, boom, there's Circus Maximus, and you just keep going, and it's like one beautiful thing after another. It's amazing.
Do you see the message up on the screen right now?
Oh, let's see. Oh, from that Adrian Fernandez. I've been trying
Yeah.
to.
Look
That
what he's
guy, he
saying.
just never goes away. Forgot to tell you, I have a text message from my good friend Pantheon. The message is answer his text message. Well, he's right.
When was the last time that you texted me?
Well, I texted you today, but before that, it was 2 Mondays ago.
But it was because did you see my answer to your comment this morning? You did, right?
Yeah, no, we chatted this morning. I
Okay.
texted you this morning, but before that, I texted you 2 Mondays ago, and I didn't hear
2
back
Mondays.
from you, and I was very sad.
You shut up. You I thought did I answer your comment this morning? Was that the
Yep.
first thing that you saw when you woke up? Okay, that's what I thought.
Well,
I'm
I
like,
texted
okay.
you this morning. You responded back to me this morning,
Yes.
brand new text. Yeah,
Yes.
but Pam gave us the heads up that you were doing okay.
Okay, she did. All right, good.
Yeah,
Good, good.
so that
Yeah.
really
Pam
told me that you'll talk to Pam, but you won't talk to me. So
I know. I felt okay.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing
I
with you,
felt
bud.
okay talking with the other sex about it. I don't know. Call me crazy.
We're gonna hug it out right here on
Yeah,
live.
we're gonna hug it out. We're gonna hug it out.
I'm just
Carl
messing with you,
J.
buddy. I'm just messing
It's
with
all
you.
good. It's all good, of course. Yeah, man, me too. That's gonna be one of my first things is getting that trip under my belt to Egypt, to Giza, for sure. Let's see. Man, I think I'm almost caught up in the chat. I'm getting like really close. All right, let's see. Apes vs. Wall Street says, and Derek, happy Easter to you too, man. Diaz, love you too, man. Have a good night. Thank you. I think Liz, I don't even know. Liz, how is the chat tonight? Have you guys had to like moderate it all really, or has it been really cool? Kirsch says they will hit us up when we were ready to mow ass and got the money. The dads will come. Trust me. What are you guys talking about? The dads will come. I like Froggy style. Me too. Me too. Me too. Pantheon's avatar looks like my favorite hotel. Hoosier Proud says. What hotel would that be? What hotel does that look like? Looks like well, what hotel would I say that is? Hotel Del, maybe in San Diego, Coronado. I don't know. I don't know. What do you know? Is there a hotel that looks like the Pantheon? Caesars, maybe
I
in
don't think so.
Vegas.
I don't think so. From
The
the front,
Caesars.
maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do they have like a fake Pantheon by the pool or something?
I don't know.
Let me see. Let's look at these pictures here. Is there a Pantheon on the property somewhere? Let's see. Oh yeah, there's it's kind of a Pantheon, but it's out by the pool area. There's like the column. It almost looks like it is kind of a Pantheon, but it's got open areas around the columns. It's got a roof. Instead of 4 walls though, or 8 walls, it's open, just columns holding up the roof. So I guess it's a type of Pantheon, maybe. Or is that individual structure called the Pantheon in
The whole
Rome?
yeah, the whole building's the Pantheon. It's got the round rotunda with the oculus opening at the top, and then it's got the rectangular form and triangular roofs that pop off it with the colonnade. That's the
So
whole thing's the Pantheon. And this my sketch is the Pantheon. Yeah.
okay, so there's only one Pantheon, right? There's not like that's not a style of building, correct?
No, it's only one. Well, they copied it and put one in Paris.
Okay, right, right, right.
Yeah.
That's on where is that one? That's not near the Arc de Triomphe, is it?
I don't remember how close it is to that place.
I know there is one. I don't remember if it's in like the Place de la Concorde in Paris. There is one though. You're absolutely right. I forget where it is though. It might be in the Place de la Concorde, and that would make maybe sense because there's also the obelisk there in that place, right? The Place de la Concorde in Paris. Could be
I
where it's
don't
at,
know.
where it
I
is.
don't think I've been there.
Oh, you haven't?
I've been to Paris. I didn't check that out. I don't need to see a synthetic Pantheon.
Okay. You want the real deal, right?
I want the real deal.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, Corona Hotel is very nice, but very expensive. Very expensive. West Baden Springs in French Lick. Larry Joe Berg, French Lick.
Oh,
Love me
right.
some Larry Joe.
She's told me that. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. My
What,
bad.
the Larry Joe's from French Lick?
No, it's okay. Let's keep going.
Okay. Sweet Kirsha, wish I could go with. Coronado is very nice. Yeah, Coronado is very nice. Oh, Stacey's getting invited to the Netherlands. See, look at that. Look at that. Let's see. Clark, what time do you go to bed? Are there large enough institutions in AMC that could buy enough AMC shares to cause a short squeeze? Sure. They could buy the whole company if they want. There's plenty of institutions out there. Look at how much didn't Vanguard just swoop in and buy like 15% of Twitter in the last like 24 hours?
I don't know.
Somebody did. Somebody just swooped in. Vanguard. I can't remember if it's Vanguard or BlackRock. One of them did. Hey,
Vanguard's
Gary.
the next biggest shareholder. So I don't know if they did that recent, but they are the next biggest shareholder. Yeah.
Good night, my friend. Have a good night, man. Take care of the wife. Yes, somebody just picked up a ton of shares. I can't think of who it is right now, but it was one of those big guys that just picked up. They became the highest shareholder now, more than Musk. What am I gonna say? With that, on that note, do you know that the MBS is one of the biggest shareholders of Twitter? Did you know that?
Nope. Didn't know that.
Me neither. I found that interesting though. He's putting up a fight. He doesn't want to sell to Elon. And I find it very interesting that you couldn't cover the Jamal Khashoggi killing on Twitter. They were taking down people's tweets. And now it makes sense, right? That MBS is a major stakeholder in Twitter. So that's why you weren't allowed to talk about Jamal Khashoggi, right? Makes sense, right? Don't you think?
Makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Liz says 10.1% Vanguard. Yeah, so they're the highest shareholders now. Yeah. They got more than Elon. I imagine a path in a red house coat messaging his beard. Sounds like his beard.
With a tiny little comb.
Funny. Everybody's a comedian tonight.
Now you're gonna find me wearing jeans and a hoodie. That's what you'll find me wearing.
Yeah. That's my normal outfit. Trust me. It was Vanguard that brought Twitter. Okay. I look like a Frenchman tonight. I told you it's hot up here. Sometimes I gotta wear this hat because it will get some airflow and keep my scalp hot, nice and cool. Let's see. Hunter Biden laptop 2, Twitter. Yeah, exactly, man. Yep, they axed that. Man, I just can't believe they actually sent out that notice about people doing the Ukraine stories. That just blows my mind. They're not going to monetize you. Okay. Liz says someone on Twitter said that the Saudi prince was forced to sell his shares when he was arrested. First of all, he's never not from what I'm aware of. The Saudi prince, no one's ever laid a finger on him because he would cut your hand off. I don't know when he was ever arrested. MBS has never been arrested. That's the son of the king of the kingdom of Saudi Arabia. If you touch him, they would cut your hand off. So I don't know. I don't know what that means. No, he's definitely still in. As of yesterday, he was still in. They showed proof of the sale by the prince when they were just reporting yesterday that he was one of the majority shareholders. Let's see here. Saudi Twitter campaign targeted U.S. When U.S. blamed Saudi Crown Prince for role in Khashoggi killing, fake Twitter accounts went to war. Okay, this isn't it. I'm just trying to find something backing up that claim that he sold out. Twitter is enabling Saudi Arabia's brutal crackdown on dissent. The billionaire prince who is trying to block Musk from buying Twitter. See what this says. Billionaire prince who is trying to block Elon Musk from buying Twitter. Aloid bin Talal is a U.S. educated Saudi royal who lives in a 317-room palace and owns yachts featured in James Bond, but was thrown into jail by the crown prince's cousin, MBS, in 2017. The Saudi Arabian rejected the $41 billion floated by the Tesla billionaire today. Prince Aloid nearly lost everything when MBS had him arrested back in 2017. Oh, so there's multiple princes when we're talking about Saudi Arabia? MBS isn't the only prince, I guess, huh? Multiple princes. That must be what Liz is referring to. Yeah, 317 rooms, right? Must be nice. Jeez. Yeah, so it looks like I guess we're talking about two different princes, Liz. Prince Nassim Hamid got arrested. Prince Nassim Hamid got arrested. Adrian said Prince Nassim. Oh man. Let's see. Mike says, I wonder what the next AA catalyst will be. I'm hoping it's a coin, Mike. I really am. I mean, we could be using that coin right now, buying tickets for this week, you know? Pantheon, what do you think's up with that? Do you think they're slow rolling this thing or what? This digital currency?
Well, I mean, are you talking about the $50 billion coin? Or are you talking about the project Lithium?
No. I'm talking about AMC's crypto coin, an AMC crypto coin.
Oh, that's a scam. That's not AMC.
No, not the AMC token. I mean, like the one that Adam Aaron's been talking about. Like, hey, we're looking into our own crypto. Like, what do you think they're slow rolling this, or
so
do you think
the
they're
two
on
strikes? Let's see if I strike out. That's strike two. Okay, so he said in the Q4 earnings call that he needs to double check what's going to happen with the regulation on it before they move forward, because there were such ever-changing regulations on crypto, and before, right around that same time is when the executive order had come out, right, in March. So
Yes.
yeah, so I think Adam Aaron's not trying to slow roll it. I think he's just saying, let's find out what they do with crypto before we spend money developing a crypto coin.
That's
And
what
then, strangely enough, then after that, they come up with the Highcroft. And so you're just kind of like, I really like the idea of the gold-backed coin that could be mined to shareholders, not dividend. Anyhow, it's a whole. It intrigues me. It intrigues me.
It is very intriguing. I agree. It is very intriguing. For sure.
Have you noticed Stacey's got that synthetic wrench? It scares me.
Yeah, what's with that? What I know that was flying around a couple weeks ago. What's the wrench about again? I know that's some inside joke that I don't know.
Like,
It's a
not a
Wolfpack
blue
thing.
wrench. It's not a blue wrench yet as a mod, but she's got a mod wrench. It's a synthetic wrench.
Ah,
See, she tells me at Pantheon Radio if somebody's getting out of line because I don't have any mods. So when Stacia says she puts the thumb out, and then when she turns the thumb down, right, like on Gladiator, then
yeah.
and it's off with their head.
Lights out. Okay, gotcha.
She's got that power.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, she wields some might over here too. Angelina says, lots of Arabian 3,000 thread sheets to wash, 317 rooms. Egyptian cotton, imagine.
Oh boy, that'd be one heck of an ape party.
317 rooms? My goodness. Even give me all three Kellys, I wouldn't be able to find enough times of 17 rooms.
Look at how you tied that together. Well done.
Yeah,
well
like
done.
that?
I like that.
Let's see. Midnight Gamer says, after the squeeze, I'm staying far away possible from Vegas. Yeah. Probably a good idea. I think everyone should probably stay away from Vegas for a little bit, at least for a couple weeks after we collect our money. I know I will be doing that. Unfortunately, I have casinos all around me, so it doesn't even matter. Lupe. Didn't the Biden administration ask for oil from OPEC? Yes, they did. And the King of Saudi Arabia? Yes, they did. Yes, they said no. Was it maybe because the U.S. government wanted to investigate the prince after killing? No, they know he killed him. No, Lupe, they know, man. They've been known. And that helped him with Trump when Trump was in office, I'm pretty sure, right? So, and he had him into the White House a couple weeks later to break bread and sell them $35 billion in Raytheon and Lockheed Martin products. So they know what's up. They know that they killed Khashoggi. Kershaw says the only problem is Pantheon takes 30 minutes to see Stacey's thumbs downs.
Yep. So we had some FUD come into my channel one night. I do my opening freaking monologue thing, right?
Yep.
And I usually ignore the chat and I'll catch up on it. And yeah, it happened. It got a little out
So
of hand.
it
And
says here, I love Stacia. She gotten 2 scumbags booted off the Pantheon radio so far, 100%.
that's right. The only 2 that I've banned from Pantheon Radio or silenced is the 2 people that, yeah. No,
Are they
all kidding aside, if Stacey's saying they're a problem, they're a problem. I take that serious.
right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's like Pam saying someone's a bitch. Like, she's a bitch if Pam's calling her a bitch, right?
Has Pam ever done that?
I will not say.
Pam's a
Let's
sweetheart.
see. Luis De Leon says, I've been to their facility. It's very guarded. Raytheon. Yeah, man. I used to have to go there and subcontract at Raytheon. And it's, you got to go do a background check, all kinds of stuff. They need your IDs. You got to have a passport. You can't bring your phone into certain areas that are restricted for phones. All kinds of stuff. Retinal scans to get into some of the rooms. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Raytheon's they're big up here in the Northeast, so I've been to a lot of them to do work. Let's see, and we've also built shipping crates for them, right? Because we have contracts. Well, I had contracts with Raytheon, not anymore. Let's see. He was done before Pantheon got to him. Chris and Billy. Oh, I don't even know who they are. I was gonna say, have they ever been in this chat? Because their names don't look that familiar, Chris and Billy, but that doesn't mean anything. There's a lot of people I don't recognize their names. Google search: record shows Saudi prince who rejected Elon Musk's offer to buy Twitter sold all personal shares in 2019. I think that's the article I was just reading. Let me see. Let's see. Should I pull this up, Pantheon, or what?
Sure.
Because I'm interested to know, like, all right, what's the deal now? Because I want to make sure I had this information right. All right, let's share this. Hold on. Share. Billionaire prince. Okay. Let me know when you guys have it. They come up?
I can see it.
Okay. Let's see. Son of the fight. He nearly lost everything when his cousin, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. So that's MBS. This is the actual prince who would be taking over the kingship, taking over the kingdom. Had him arrested and grabbed $2 billion worth of his assets in the Middle East in 2017. Now I remember this. They locked down a bunch of relatives and princes at the Ritz-Carlton in Riyadh. I remember this. But few will feel sorry for the U.S. educated royal who owns 3 palaces and a yacht that was featured in James Bond, was once worth $39.8 billion. So here he is, the man who will decide whether Elon Musk seizes control of Twitter. So MBS is not the person that they're talking about. So they're wrong. Wow, look at that boat. Shit. Who's that? His wife? That's a nice looking boat. Nice looking wife. All right. So that's interesting. This whole time I thought it was MBS and it's not. Thank you, Liz, for pointing that out. Let's see. Pocus, no. Can you believe that? Isn't that a shame, man? It's messed up. I haven't. I have not. That's a damn shame, too. Pantheon, you're there, right?
I'm here.
Okay, just checking.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's up with Statia's tail? Can you tell me about that?
I, for legal reasons, I cannot answer questions regarding Statia's tail. I think we should defer those questions to Jeffrey and Adrian.
Her hair is tailless. I know that's good. Let's see here. Why does his head look like an old school hamburger basket? I think it's the hat, Adrian. Probably it's just a difference of hat. You're probably just not used to me seeing it like this. Carl, good evening. How you doing, man? Carl, I have some limit buys for AMC.
No, I think he was talking about the Sheik.
Oh, the Sheik's hat.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it does look like that. Yeah. Looks like a picnic table.
You're
Like
looking sharp. I think he was talking about the Sheik's head. Yeah.
I think you're right. Yeah, maybe he wasn't talking about me. I'm like, oh, it's just a new hat. You don't know. You probably just don't recognize me with it on. Let's see. Clark, they won't let it happen, but it would be cool if Elon could do his own. I hope he still pulls it off, to be honest with you. I really do. I hope he still has some way to buy them out. I would just like to see that specifically, excuse me, that CEO out. Because he is a roadblock to democracy in this country.
Look, if
So
if that board cannot produce a better offer than $54.20, they have effectively failed in their role as executives and officers of that company and would therefore set themselves up for some kind of a lawsuit.
yeah,
I'm just yeah,
yeah.
they're playing with fire right now.
I might buy one share just Monday so I can just get into class action, right? Just so I can hop on board.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah, I might just buy one share just so I can say, yeah, I'm getting on the lawsuit. They're not doing me any favors. Let's see. Tell me it ain't so. This is the problem sometimes with the chat. Boy, some of this stuff has got to be edited here. GTC, you mean? Boy, you see
They're
what
restless.
you see what I'm pointing to right here? Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
okay, you know what I'm talking about.
yeah.
Okay, let's
They're all
see.
restless, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know, I know.
Yeah, this has been my problem for a while. I say that
uh,
lovingly.
as lovingly as possible, right? Abe says, "I think our whole damn administration is a block for the U.S. people." I think you're right, Apes. They are. They are a big problem for the entire country. I agree. Let's see here. All right, hold on one second. I'm just gonna answer this text. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. All right. I don't think Elon has the liquidity, Derek says. He could walk in there and give him cash right now if he wanted to. Elon's got plenty of money, right? Uh, but it was interesting if you think about it this way, right? So let's say I'm down to my last $100. Now, keep in your back of your mind, this is my last 100. And you came along and said, I need $25 really bad. Can you hook me up? That would be it would be tough if that was my last $100 to give you a quarter of it, right? No matter how dire your straits were. It would be hard for me to give it up if it's my last 100. But with Elon looking at that, $54 million isn't a lot of, you know what I mean? That's like, it's when you're talking about that large of an amount of money, when you're talking about tens of billions like that, it's not comparable. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's even risky for him to make this investment. It's not risky to him. If
No.
anything, he's going to make the price go up. So
Yes.
he will end up leaving the position better than when he came in.
Yes.
Oh, man.
And it's very difficult to make any kind of argument that the current executive board would do a better job managing that company than what Elon and his team could do. It's
No.
very difficult only because you've got a track record of failure, right?
And everything he's touched has pretty much gone to gold. I mean, starting with PayPal all the way back. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You'd be crazy not to want him have him on your board. You'd be crazy not to want to put him on the top of your board at the end seat. You know what I mean?
If
The head seat.
if you're looking at it that you want the best thing for the company, but these executives in these board of directors boards, they just end up getting these as basically a free bunch of shares every year to sit on a board and basically do nothing but have it on their resume.
Well,
Like,
then they should get fucking fired.
yes,
That's
they
what I
should.
think.
When Lee Whitlinger bought bonds in AMC, he got a board seat. He gets 5,900 AMC shares a year for being on the board. He's on 4 other boards. You can't tell
Is
me
he?
he's focused on anything on AMC.
No, of
Yeah,
course not. It's of
right.
course
He's
not.
long since gone with his bonds, and he still gets the seat, 5,900 shares every year. An ape should have that seat.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know. I know.
I propose Tony should be in that seat.
Yeah, throw Tony in there. He would fit in right in at. I think he would be great at Twitter. I mean, at AMC, honestly, on a board seat.
So
I think
we
he'd be
talked
great.
last night about the best horror movies, and one of them
Yep.
was I'm and my list was Ravenous, and we've got people in the comments here talking about eating somebody. It's getting out of hand.
They're cannibalizing each other in the chat.
Yeah,
All right, that's when
and,
I know I gotta pull the plug.
but no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But you got to blame Diaz for all of it.
Why is he causing an insurrection?
Right? It's Diaz. Jeffrey's right. It's always Diaz.
It is Diaz. I know,
It's
Jeff. I know. We're trying to keep him under wraps, but it's hard. It's hard. Clark says Elon has so much money. Stacia, the swear jar is not. That's not the swear jar. Elon Musk has so much money. It's called FU money. Yes, Clark.
That's right. Fun coupons. That's right.
Oh boy. I don't know what to do with this girl. Elon has assets but no liquid cash. So he might have to sell Tesla or other assets unless a bank gives him leverage. So what I understood was from what I heard earlier today, I think it was Jim Cramer who was like bitching about Elon wanting to pay cash for the entire company. He's like, he doesn't want to get a loan. Why not? Like, oh, I can't stand Cramer anymore. I mean, I never liked him, but the whole thing watching him with Elon being a little tyrant, Cramer trying to say like, oh no, Elon can't buy Twitter. It's like, dude, first of all, no one asked you, right? Literally, no one asked you. You're just on here telling us what your opinion is. I think 90% of the country probably wants Elon to buy Twitter, right? Would you say 90?
Yeah.
Pantheon?
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, what was the response to is Twitter actually holding up democracy and free speech? It was like 78% said no, right?
Well, and it's funny.
So,
You've got other people, other executives tweeting about this whole thing too. One of them, I can't remember who it was, tweeted that the solution is not to take away restrictions on people's ability to say whatever they want. We should actually put more on, and that'll make things safer for everybody. You're like, what? Did I read that right? I had to go back and reread the tweet. Yeah, no,
no, you did. You
that,
did.
that
Yeah, you read it
that's what he
right.
said. Yeah, we should have more restrictions. Oh, and we should have more blockades for people to be speaking for. Okay, freedom of speech. Okay.
It's crazy.
And
It's
people actually
crazy.
write this tweet and think, yeah, this will fly. This will fly.
It
That's
is
how
crazy.
little they think of us.
I know. Clark says, my wife Julie says, good night to you guys. She's going to bed. Julie, good night. Have a good night. Thanks so much for coming by and hanging out. Thanks for bringing Clark. But if you want to take him to bed with you, I don't think anyone is going to be upset on this chat right now. Guys, if you want Clark to go to bed, put one in the chat. I'm just kidding. Clark, you know I love you. Let's see. Poca says, Elon believes in the future. He believes in the opposite of depopulation. We need more humans to further our journey on this planet and beyond. Yeah, he needs people to settle Mars. I mean, here's the crazy thing. The left is attacking this guy as a racist and a Nazi and a fascist, but yet he is their savior when it comes to the Green New Deal. Listen, you idiots, you libtards. The only people in this country who are making electric cars is Elon Musk. So if you want to save the planet and make sure Obama doesn't have a flooded basement next winter, then you're going to let Elon do what he needs to do because no one else is making electric vehicles right now. Mullen ain't putting any cars out anytime soon. So Liz puts a 1 in the chat. She wants to put Clark to bed. Clark, don't let Liz put you to bed. don't let her do that. Let's see. Easter B says half, not 90% want Elon. Really? You think it's that low? Most of the US falls right in line with no free speech. Yeah, they should get to a country then that offers no free speech. They should go live there because they would probably feel more comfortable if that's what excites them. That gets them up in the morning. No free speech. They should definitely go. Actually, in China, they don't mind. They don't give you. You don't have to. You can't have free speech. They just don't want you to have free thoughts of freedom. Right? Did you hear that, Pantheon?
Yeah, I heard that.
What the announcement was saying on the drones? Like,
Yeah,
forget about your thoughts of freedom. Like, what?
it's absurd.
Craziness.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's nuts. It's nuts. What could you possibly? What could you tell us? What you really think, Mass? What could you possibly come away with that other than that country is out of control? AB, what's up, brother? I didn't know if I saw you earlier, man. I haven't talked to you in a bit.
AB,
Yeah, AB's in the chat.
you doing, AB?
Doesn't want to sell his portion in Twitter. Well, that's really stupid because it was only worth $30 2 weeks ago, and now he's offering them almost double their money. So unless the Saudi prince doesn't like to make money, that would be a pretty dumb move, don't you think? Poll on Twitter says 80% want Elon to buy Twitter. There you go. There you go. That's all. Let's see. LA says a while back. Is this a true story? I don't know if I believe this. A while back, Tori Spelling had a garage sale. What would you buy if you were there? That is the most random question. Random question. I know, Clark, that the Green New Deal makes no sense. They don't want us to eat hamburgers. I know. I'm just saying that's supposed to be. That's the only guy who's going to be saving them because ain't no one else making electric cars right now. No one set up the infrastructure for it. No one's doing anything but Elon. Everyone's sitting around talking about it and patting each other on the back and slapping each other's asses, but no one's really getting anything done besides him. So you can hate on him all you want, call him all the names you want. Let's see. I haven't seen him. If he was definitely would be colluding with us on your tail. I gotta get to the bottom of this tail story at some point. I'm definitely missing a lot here.
Yeah, you got to get up to speed on that one.
Yes, someone needs to slime Bill Gates. Adam Aaron won't even spend $1 of his own money on AMC stocks. Has 24 the money. Sad. I don't really, you know what? I don't really think too much about that anymore. Like that used to bother me a lot. Now I'm just like, there's a lot of people out there who aren't buying any AMC stock, right? There's 7.5 billion people on the planet. There's a lot of people who aren't buying any AMC stock right now. I've kind of just come to accept that fact, you know?
Adam Aaron's gearing up for retirement too. I mean,
Yeah, he's ready to walk, man. He just
like
wants to ride off in the sunset and bye-bye and
if
be
he
and
was
come
to
out.
spend, I'm sorry, finish.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
If he was to go and spend $10 million and buy a bunch of AMC stock right now, and then during the MOAS offload the stock, he's setting himself up and the company to get sued by the hedge funds because he's going to personally benefit from an illegal, as they would call it, short squeeze and try and push that he had anything to do with actually pushing that to happen. He's not going to set himself up to be in court for the next, nor the company. So I just,
No,
Ryan
he's
Cohen's in a
been
very
very
different situation than Adam Aaron.
yeah. He's been very careful with his words so far, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. He knows exactly what he's doing and what he can and cannot say. So I would find it hard to believe that at the last minute we would get anything different from him. Warren says the not getting anything done is the reason why the EV push for 2025 or even 2030 is ridiculous. Stop talking and do it. I'm with you, man. Make them more efficient and find ways to evolve on distance driving versus city. Warren, yeah, absolutely, man. There's a lot of talking, like I said, high-fiving, hand shaking, ass grabbing, all that, but we're really not getting anything done. That's the problem. I mean, you look, I don't know about you guys, but I drive around in New England a lot in this area here, and there's very few places that have charging stations right now. Like, if you're not at your house charging your car, I don't know where you're putting it all day because it's not like you can go to work and just park your car and start charging it all day. You can't. Right now, the infrastructure is just not there. People are living a pipe dream thinking we're going to be out of ICE engines in 7 years. That's just not possible. It's just not possible. In order to pull up all of the material that we need to keep the infrastructure running for electric vehicles, you need ICE machines to do that work. You don't have, there are no drilling machines, deep jiggers or anything like that run on electric engines right now. There is no technology for that, right? You can't run a front loader on electric right now. I mean, you can't even run a small tractor on it. So best thing you can get is a Tesla getting you 400 miles. And maybe that will change once they get like the big rigs going over at Tesla and stuff like that. Like they'll be able to bring bigger machines. But right now, you need those big machines that are all ICE engines that aren't going anywhere. Now, maybe you could switch over to alternative fuels, but look at, they're going to drop down the rate now on the gas, on the grade, to 85. You know how much more pollution that's going to cause instead of just doing what we should have done and left the pipeline open when the man came into office day one instead of shutting it down. Now we're burning more ethanol and destroying the ozone layer faster. We've accelerated the process. Damn it, this gets me aggravated sometimes. I'm sorry.
I was hoping this would become a rant. Like I've done some epic.
I
rants on my
almost
channel.
lost it. I
was
just checked
waiting for it.
myself.
That's why I stayed silent. I was like, we're on the verge of something really cool here.
I just checked myself. I was about to
Damn it.
lose it. I'm so glad I did that. I was about to fucking go nuts right now and just be like, you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. This is what I'm really thinking.
That's why I stayed silent. I was like, okay, is this what it's like when I go on it? I'm going to watch this.
I had a feeling. I'm like, he might be mums right now because he's waiting for something explicit to come out of my mouth. So maybe I'll just stop. I think he's telling me a sign here that I should shut up because I'm about to be very loud. Let's see. Let's see. Hoosier Proud says, the clean energy garbage is all about more money for them in control. Fossil fuels are fine and dandy. You know what the thing even I was thinking about the other day, Pantheon, that scared me? I was thinking about the truckers, right, up in Canada. And I was thinking about, imagine if we get to a point where in 15 years, the government is able to completely shut down your trucks because they don't give you access. Let's say that we get to this digitalized federal currency, right? What would stop them from anyone acting up or getting out of line from completely being able to, and let's say that we're on now an infrastructure that's built for charging. So let's say we're 10 years down the road right now. It's set up. You can start doing long hauls. Maybe trucks are getting 600 miles to a charge. That might be unlikely, but who knows? Technology, you never know. And let's say they decide that, oh, you know what, we don't like what your Twitter feed says or whatever they want to use, right? You have unacceptable thoughts. How much more control is that going to give them, right? Like, it's going to be one less step for them to take to shut you down.
And they've cut
Don't
out
you
the
think?
middleman. Yeah, and they've cut out the middleman out of the entire process.
Right.
Like
you don't have to go to
just,
banks anymore and tell them to shut you off. They just shut you off.
Nope. That's right. They can, which is what the step they did here in Canada. But the digital currency, it's exactly it. The moment they don't like what you're saying, they can turn it off, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That makes me nervous about this digital federal currency. That's what spooks me the most about it.
Oh,
is their
absolutely.
ability.
100%.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep. But yeah, who's your proud? You're right.
I'm
It's a total power grab.
I'm not convinced on this digital currency thing that, and I'm not trying to, I'm not going to say, I'll talk to you after we're off. I'll talk to you about this after. I can't say it here.
Okay. I'm gonna sign off at 2, so I'm gonna do 5 hours. So, and then I'll probably stay on with you for like 30 minutes. I want to get Apes on, see if his equipment's working. Apes, are you still there? Hit me in the chat. Let me know. Let's see. They want us Christopher Chestnut says they want us poisoned and destroyed. Adrian, Liz, are you checking these people out? So, because I haven't seen one swear come up, so you and Javi must be grabbing them before they come up. Javi, what's up, bro? I see you're back. Mediocre Trader says, Jeff, do you ever sleep? I don't think Jeff sleeps. He might, but I think he just maybe he just has his eyelids like pulled back for when he's on these long streams. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's actually sleeping, but the toothpicks in the eyes. I got plenty of toothpicks here for you, Jeff. So, Yeah, Javi, how you feeling, by the way, man? They want total and complete control of us with an iron fist, Clark says. Yeah, I'm telling you, those truckers up in Canada scared them pretty good, I think. I think that
Well,
freaked out all the elites.
it did. And as you've talked about, in the video you just did last night, I believe, they invoked the Emergency Act because of truckers, right? I guess they were afraid the truckers were going to break the wheel to steal your line.
Yeah. They were about to break the wheel. Yes, yes, yes. Hell of a sentiment there. Yes, they were about to break the wheel. Maybe it's going to take the American truckers to actually break it. They're bending it. They're definitely bending it up in Ottawa. Maybe it's going to take us to crack it over the head and smash it open. Let's see. Clark, that's not happening. Try not too mediocre. I gotta stay up on ins and outs of AMC so I can call bullshit to any new FUD. Yeah, Jeff's on the first one. Like he's out there. He's a watchman. He's one of the watchmen. It really is awesome though to have so many people helping us along with this. You know what I mean? Like all the people who reach out to like email or, hey, check this out, look what I found, like all those things, Like we have like the best community of people helping each other. This
Agreed.
stream is rated PG-13. Yeah, the mods here at Rock, man. My mods are out of control. And most of them are Pantheons too. I work for a shop in a large trucking company, and the company already working on self-driving trucks. Yeah, that's coming, right? Someday. Hoosier Proud says, once our truckers left Indiana, never heard another word about them in DC. Did they even show up? So, Hoosier Proud, yeah, what happened with that? That is the most weirdest thing. They left from all over the country. They did a couple rallies in a couple cities, and then they just disappeared. Never heard anything about it again. Really strange. Really strange. Kiwi Girl, good evening. How are you? What do we think of the new SEC proposal on April 12, 2022, file NSRC 2022-003 with regards to clearing agencies? Did that just, is it still in proposal phase right now, or did that just get passed?
Oh, my brain's mush on that right now. I'd have to look that up. I can't even think at the moment.
I know what 5 and 10 are off the top of my head. 3 and 4, I don't remember what those two are in regards to. Clearing agencies, okay, but I just don't remember too much specifically about them, Kiwi Girl, especially now at 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. I have to go back and look into it. Let me just take a quick peek. Hang on one second. Let me just see if I can remember what it is real quick. If I just take a quick peek. Yeah, see, I have 20. Let's see.
Let's see.
April 12th, 2022. I see it here.
Yeah.
Notice of filing to see clearing. Notice of filing a proposed rule change to establish the securities financing transaction clearing service and make other changes. Comments due 21 days after public. When this was published, what day here? Let me see. Excuse me. We have a date on here. Well, it looks like you can still submit comments. Yeah, you can still submit comments on it. So it hasn't. It's still in comment phase right now. I don't know if that's a fact or not. Do you know, Pantheon? If you go to comment on the proposal, if they're allowing you to comment, that means commenting's still open, right?
That's correct. Yeah, they close the comments so you can still read the previous comments, but you can't add new ones. If the form's there to add new ones, it's still an active comment stage. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Adrian's down $100. You're welcome, Kiwi Girl. Stacey says Liz is Massalorian's debt collector. Yeah, she's the only one out there breaking legs. Is Liz, not me. Pantheon goes commando on his streams.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. And the funniest thing about Pantheon's live streams in the morning or in the middle of the night is it's the whitest screen because there's so much white from So I'll wake up and it's like blaring away, like Pantheon radio
Yeah,
blaring. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, this is like WBCN back in the late 90s.
yeah. That guy's a jerk.
Who? Pantheon?
That Pantheon guy.
It's just how bright the screen is, you know? Like you
Yeah,
want the opposite. I wake up to Pantheon, bright white screen, people talking. It's
yeah.
great. Uh,
I hadn't
let's
thought of
see.
that.
Let's
That's pretty
see.
funny, actually. I hadn't thought of that.
It is pretty funny. It is pretty funny. Liz, I can break a couple more rocks. If there's more rocks to break this week, I'll be breaking them. Don't worry. Whatever it takes. Let's see. Yeah, if you want to say SHIT in the chat, I think you can just put SHEET, and Liz and Javi will let them slide. I think.
Hey, Mask,
The L
can
word
we
and
jump
no
back to that?
cussing.
Jump back to that rule again, that proposed NSCC rule.
Yeah, you want me to pull it up?
Looking through. No, you have to pull it up. They're pulling it up, but I'm looking through it. I got down to page 105. That's why I've been a little quiet here. So this is written. It's got put back up for a revised language, and I'm looking in section 5, which is about 100 pages. It says they reviewed the proposed rule change with various members and market participants, agent lend brokers, matching service providers, and books and records service providers, in order to benefit their expertise and industry knowledge. So they went to the industry to say, help us with this. Written comments related to this proposed changing have not been received from members or any other person. So nobody commented on this. So the industry, and they've changed the wording as the industry wants it. This is not the kind of outcome that we want, without getting into the details of what's changed. All the more importance for us to jump in and put our comments in on any of these proposed rules that come. We may have to put together some live streams on this stuff, my friend. That's all I
Nobody
wanted to
has
say.
commented on it?
Nobody commented on it. They noted here they didn't receive any. So, we got to look at the language they're changing, because they're adding associate groups into it, and I don't like what I'm seeing here. Anyways, I don't
All right.
want to do a deep dive on this
this
now, but
is
take a look at it offline together another day.
SRNSCC 2020-22
003.
003. Got it.
Yeah. It's not a big deal. It's not a doom and gloom problem or anything. I just, this is what happens when we don't comment.
No, yeah, we need to be directing people towards this, because they're not going to know. I mean, no one else is going to tell them. No one else is going to tell anyone what's going on.
I should have done a video on this rule and put it out there. So
thanks, Kiwi Girl, for bringing that up.
Yeah, thank you
for reminding us. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. So it is 2 a.m. We are just about to hit the 5-hour mark. We're about 16 minutes away. But it is 2 here right now. So I'm going to wrap this now, because I actually am starting to get hungry now, even though I did eat 6 hours ago.
Could I have a few minutes before you wrap it up?
Yeah, of course, man. Yeah. I was going to say, do you want to just go till because we got 14 minutes until it's 5 hours. Do you want to just go till for 5 hours? Okay, hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second. I'm going to be back in 2 seconds.
Okay. Kirsha, can you still hear me?
Was I just not speaking that whole time?
Well, you said, hold on a second. Then I figured you were talking to somebody else.
No, I was talking to everyone. So first thing I said was apes versus Wall Street. If you're still here, you can hang on until the end, and I will we'll try to get you in, bro. You don't have to do it next time, but it's up to you. Whatever's easier for you. And the other thing I said was, I can't remember now, but I'm glad you guys can read lips. But I said, do you have 2 minutes to cover for me, Panth?
Yeah, no, absolutely, I do. But
Okay.
what I want to say, I kind of hear it too. But I can cover if you got to head out for a minute.
Yeah, just 2 seconds. Yep. I'm just gonna grab something else to drink.
Sure.
Okay, right back.
Okay, now that he's not here, now we can get into the real nitty gritty. Get into the real. It's going to be fun. But all seriousness, what if here? There's not a lot of questions lined up. That rule change, I'm going to definitely take a look at it and get some information out to you guys on that rule. I'm not even sure how detailed this thing is and what we need to be doing with it, but we should be doing something with it because when they go to the market, those guys just you can still hear me, right? I got laughter. I get laughed at on my own stream. You gonna laugh at me on his stream? I'm telling you guys, isn't it great that he's back online? You know, and a 5-hour stream to boot on a Saturday night. It's pretty fantastic. We had a question earlier. Is Adrian Fernandez still in here? Adrian was trying to ask me a trick question. You're not going to fool me, Adrian. He was asking me a question about whether an I beam or an S beam is larger. You're not going to trick me. Because an S beam is the same type, is a type of an I beam, but an S beam just has curved flanges. So you can't trick me. You can't trick me, my friend. All right, back to stuff that people care about. Let's see. Thank God, finally, I thought he'd never leave. Good Lord, there he is, Age. That's right. So now we can actually have our way with this channel. What do we want this channel to be for the next 5 minutes? We can talk about anything. Oh, he's coming back. Okay, let's straighten up and fly right. No, but all seriousness, I wanna, yeah. Hey, yeah. So, yeah, puppy dogs and butterflies. Yeah, they're good, right? Thanks for the question. What's next? Uh, you're on mute again. I did not backyard boogie. Lies. I didn't do either one.
I
Oh,
came back and heard you talking about puppy dogs and butterflies, so I don't know. I know I missed
that's right.
something.
No, you'll just have to replay the 5-hour stream.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. These guys like these animals, these heathens. They like to say I'm farting and burping on my stream. They're trying to mess with me all the time.
Do you don't do that in your live stream, do you? I've never heard you do that.
I did it
Do you?
once by accident on a Pantheon radio. I
Oh, yeah.
burped. I thought I muted the mic and I burped and they just wouldn't let it go. It happens. All
Are
right,
you
now that you're back
surprised?
and
Are you surprised they held you to a higher standard? Come on.
I think it's absolutely awesome. I love this group.
Yeah,
So now that you're
it is
back,
great. It is great.
can I just have a couple of minutes?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So, I started my channel back just before Thanksgiving, late November. And I started pumping out these videos, informative, educational type videos. And during that stretch, the channel was slowly getting built, right? And Who's Your Proud is the one that got me introduced to CS Trades. And from CS Trades, we started talking. I got to meet you, Massalorian. You asked me to come on your show. And the first live stream that I ever did was on your show, was the Massalorian live stream.
It
No
was
interest
the
in doing.
first one?
You were the very first one. I had lots of people ask, but you were the first one that I did. And I had no interest in streams. I didn't want to do it. I just wanted to do the videos and help people understand stuff. And having done the first stream on your channel, I really got to really appreciate the ability of live streaming as opposed to me picking that I think people want to hear about and seeing 100 views on my video. Instead, you get to with all these beautiful people who tell you what it is they want to talk about. And I started to really appreciate it to the Pantheon radio. So the point of the story is anybody who appreciates Pantheon radio, it's all attributable to this gentleman right here, Mr. Massalorian, getting me on his channel to do a live stream. And so today, I want to say a lot of things that have happened when I do the butterfly effect and go back. I can pinpoint to you convincing me to do a live stream with you. And so on the anniversary, the 1-year anniversary of your channel, I want to say, Massalorian, I consider you a friend. I think that you've set up me to get into things that I wasn't even considering. I think the community is stronger as a result from the work you do, the work Tony does, the work I do, the work Cam does, and we've all kind of come together in this. And I think you've been the integral part, because the one tie that's bonded everyone together in this effort has been your channel, right? That's where everybody's converged. Others have had people on and off, but it's mostly been through your channel, and by far the most live streams with you. So what I want to say to you is, Massalorian, you're an excellent dude. I want to say thank you, and I want to congratulate you for hitting the 1 year mark on your channel. And I want to say, I think there's a lot more good things to come with you in the future. And I truly believe the future of your channel post MOAS is going to be some very interesting things that I definitely want to stay in touch with and want to watch you as things evolve, right? So I just wanted to
Yeah.
say congratulations to you from me and from others who weren't on here to talk tonight. 1 year anniversary, 2 thumbs up, my friend.
Yeah.
You've
Thank you,
made a
man. I appreciate
difference.
that. Thanks very much.
You've made it. These people in here care about you, and you know, remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't even begin to say thank you for what you just said, but I just, it's really just been a humbling experience for me to see all like the love and support that I've gotten from this community, from the creators, and I said last time in the video I was going to get to everybody individually, and I didn't get a chance to do that tonight, but there's so many people who have helped me, like Pantheon. I've never had to ask Pantheon, can you please come on my live stream? Like, it's always just been, he would always just say, yeah, man, I'm there. Like, I didn't even have to ask. So when you have support like that, it makes this very easy for me. And, it's not easy, but it makes it a lot easier when you have such a good support network like Tony and Pantheon, Froggy, all these guys who have reached out, and, people were checking up on me last couple of days, last couple of weeks. And just that outpouring of love, man, it's really, really humbling. And it just shows you that there are still a lot of good people out there. I mean, there's a lot of weirdos, but there's a lot of good people too. And I'm glad if they feel comfortable coming here to this channel, then all the better. I mean, I feel like we have a safe environment here that people can come to, kind of. Where you're not going to get, castrated in the first 5 minutes on your live chat. So, I'm really proud of that. That's like my biggest. I'm so proud of just the community I've been able to bring on board here. All the different personalities and people that have somehow melded into this group. It's just, and I know I'm sure everybody has their own opinions on how great their subs are, but like I really love my people. I wanted to. That's the only reason why I wanted to come on tonight. Really was just to say hey to everyone. Just from like legit missing these conversations, right? With the other creators and everyone in the chat. So yeah, man, thank you for coming on that first time. And thank you for coming on every time after that I've asked. Or haven't even had to ask, you would just volunteer. Like tonight, like I was honestly happier for you to say, hey man, if you want, I'm like, oh, thank God I don't even have to ask, right? It's like that's how amazing it is. So my hat's off to you and the job you've been doing in the last month doing this thing. Like you've just been sticking to a tight schedule, man. And I have all the respect for that in the world. And I don't like waking up to white screens at 3 a.m., but you know what? You have to talk to YouTube about that. That's not your fault. So that's
I
all
could
about the
invert the
algorithm.
colors of the picture. I could do that. I guess I'm just being a jerk.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
But seriously, we've got good chemistry. I think that's what makes, like, you on alone, you're alone fantastic is fantastic. And I think I'm doing okay on my own too, but I think together we play off each other well. I quite like this.
I gotta say, I just got a list. I may give a list of the creators who have like really helped me out. So obviously Pantheon, AB Investments. I'm just gonna try to go down the list right now, real quick. Tony, Froggy, CSI, John, Cam, all people who have come on with barely any. They just come on just to be like, yeah, I'll come on. Like it didn't even have to. It wasn't even a question. So to all those guys, man, they have all helped me grow as a person, the community grow, hopefully to appreciate each other a little more and show a little more respect to each other. And I don't know, I just feel like this is like one of the best groups out there, like maybe in the whole internet land. I don't know. It could be. I'm sure we're a little biased, but Yeah, I mean, there's so many things I could not have done with the mods, Diaz and Javi and Natalie and Liz and Pam and having people like, Stacia and Lupe, people who are helping like financially, like everyone's just doing a little bit here and there, like where they can. But that makes us who we are now, and hopefully we'll come out of this MOAS a whole lot richer, right? And we can just laugh about these live streams till 2 a.m., right?
And as you're
Oh my
saying
God,
that,
Pam's in the chat. Right in time.
see who shows up? Exactly. Hi, Pam.
Pam, like literally with 6 minutes to spare, Pam shows up. Hi, Pantheon. Oh boy. We were just talking about you, Pam. I don't know if you heard it. But yeah, man, to all those creators out there and to everyone else who's supporting me in any other way. I know there's a lot of people who have helped with super chats or whatever it is. Like, just know that that goes a long way. And I don't put them up because I don't want people to feel obligated, but know that every time I get one, I appreciate it. And the comments, the views, the likes, like I don't have to ask for people to hit the like button and it still gets done. So it's just things like that that I don't even consider. You know what I mean? So I'm just very blessed. That's how I look at it. Very blessed. So I appreciate those kind words, though, man. Thank you so much. And we'll be doing a lot more live streams, me and Pantheon. Don't worry. I don't think this duo is going anywhere anytime soon.
No, sir.
Unless we MOAS, and then we can talk about other things after that. There'll be other things to talk about.
We'll talk about the three. We'll go deep diving into the three.
We'll
Kellys.
deep dive the three Kellys. Exactly.
We'll put a thesis together on that, and
yes,
we'll need Adrian and Jeffrey to help us with that.
Yeah, Jeff and Adrian can help. We'll do a Tiffany Amber thesis. Yes, we will do that for sure. Yeah. So, yeah, man, I really appreciate that. And just to everyone out there who has been around for any part of this last year, it's just made this an enjoyable ride. And I just hope we win this at the end, guys. That's all. And I have no issues right now with the way things are going. I think we're looking just fine. I think just every once in a while, everyone just needs to check themselves in. I needed a little bit of a reality check, and I don't want my head blowing up or thinking I'm something better than I'm not. So that's just getting myself grounded again, and now hopefully we can push forward. So thank you guys for everything you've done, every single one of you. I just want to let you know how much it means. So I really appreciate it. And with that, I think we should sign off because we're about to run up on the 5-hour mark. I want to say, Pam, sorry I missed you, hon, but I love you too. And I know you only missed it because you have things going on, so don't worry. But yeah, Pam, anything you want to say before we sign off?
I just want to say, when people leave, make sure you hit the thumbs up for the Massalorian stream tonight before you head out. And thanks to everybody for being here tonight. This has been a pretty awesome stream. Thank you, Mass.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys so much. And we will talk soon next couple of days. Love all of you. Have a good night.
Happy Easter.
Happy